of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action.
Corner there, and not forgetting my good old pal Mark. How's it?
How's it, Gary? Good morning to everybody. Another very action-packed day at Carnival with our early start.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. So what's happening today, folks? Well, we got the Grand Slam, day 3. That's the 25k buy-in. There are 9 players left in, Mark, and a veritable who's who of poker.
There's a quality field there. It's going to be some exciting poker. We've seen some amazing poker so far, some sick beats.
Indeed, wow.
And some amazing plays as well.
The 6 then on the turn, and the king and Sean giving chips to Harold, and Harold getting chips. And
yeah, the chips have been flying around a bit.
Okay, so who have we got in our lineup? Offer Sabi is our chip leader. He'll be on the outer table, 761,000 and some change. Harold Brooks in second place. He'll be on our feature table with just over $500,000. Ahmed Karim, always dangerous, in third place, 388,000.
Oh, dangerous player.
Very dangerous. He'll come in firing. And the very underrated Johan de Graaf in fourth place with 283,000.
Yeah, no, he's solid, and he's in the middle there. He's sitting quite comfortably.
And we're going to see him because he's on seat 10 of the feature table today. And then Woz Ghani, and Woz is over the chip mix-up yesterday, which is good. We're not going to go into the detail of that, but you know, he was a little stressed about that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's all been sorted out. I think a good rest overnight, and he'll walk it off and get on with his game today.
And he'll come out firing. Sean Govender, 211,000. He'll be on our outer table, the KZN contingent.
Right, they're still in there.
And of course, not forgetting David Rosenthal, a bozo to his friends, who took a really big hit last night, a sick beat. And he has got 128,000 and some change, and he'll be on table 1, seat 1, and he is number 1, as they say.
Yeah, but I had a chat with Bozo last night. Oh, look, he was upset, but like he said, he wants that call all day. It's just unfortunate the way it ran out. And I expect him to fire quite heavily this morning to build on that stack.
Indeed. So going down the list, 2 more players to mention. Navan Naker, another KZN guy, 103,000. Sitting in seat 5 on our feature table, not to be messed with.
No, he made some strong moves yesterday when he was short stacked, and spun his stack up a little bit from where he was.
And talking of spinning stacks up, our short stack for the day, who has been up and down all 2 days, is my friend and yours, Mr. Carl Myberg.
You know, Cole's got alligator blood. He'll hang in there and he'll do what he needs to do, and I'm sure he'll get it in a few times, and if he gets a double up or 2, then he's going to be dangerous again.
The only bad news is he's not on the feature table, so we don't get to see the entertainment.
We won't get to see it. We'll have to pan to the outer tables every now and again.
We will have a camera indeed on the outer tables. So there are 9 players left in the 25 Grand Slam. This is day number 3. You may or may not recall, if you were watching last night, that our players actually stopped mid-level, well, at the end of a level almost. So we're on level 13. And we have 11 minutes left to run on that level. So
yeah, and with 1 hour levels, we're going to have. There's still a lot of play left in this tournament.
Indeed. So the small blind will start at 2,000. The big blind will be 4,000, and our big blind ante will, of course, be also 4,000. So the blinds are starting to get up there and to cut into a few people, but generally most people are still pretty deep in this tournament.
Yeah, most people do. It's just the bottom end, the bottom 3 that have got to start really watching it. But other than that, the others are still comfortable with where the blind levels are.
Absolutely true. So what else is happening out there today, Mark? We've got a couple of satellites going on. We've got a freeze tournament, and of course the blue ribbon event, the main event, huh? Yeah,
we've got our main event kicking off at 7 p.m. But prior to that, there's a free roll for people that still want to get in. 3 guaranteed seats in that free roll. And that starts at 2 o'clock. Yeah, there's 3 seats guaranteed for that. Mark's going out of his way to make it beneficial for the players to come down here. And if you fancy your chances of getting in, you won't have a better one than that, a free entry.
That's 2 o'clock, huh?
That's at 2 o'clock.
Okay, so you heard it here first, folks, 2 o'clock. There's a free roll here to get in, and there's 3 guaranteed seats into the blue ribbon event, which is our main event, 10K entry normally, and that starts at 7 p.m., yeah?
That starts at 7 p.m., and then not forgetting we've got the Monster Freeze continues today. We've had day 1A, we've had day 1B, and the 2 days combined now, and for people that want to do late register, they're going to register at 11 o'clock. or if you get knocked out on day 1A, you still have the opportunity to register, and the Monster Freeze will carry on from 11 p.m.
So
11 a.m. 11 a.m.
So there you got it, folks. It's all happening here. Now, of course, there'll be a few people out there, the naysayers, saying, well, the freeze is supposed to finish on Saturday. Now, you know and I know, so we'll share with the public, is that the structure is probably going to make it finish today.
Yeah, it'll depend on how the stacks go. Sometimes heads up can, or the final 5 can go very quickly, or it can last hours and hours and hours. We all know that's the nature of poker.
Yeah, so I think here we're looking at the freeze probably finishing today. If it does spill over to the following day, of course, there's late registration for the main event on Saturday
Yes,
morning.
and the structure of the main event is such that even if you spilled over a little bit into tomorrow, those coming out of the Monster Freeze would be able to jump into the main event and still have plenty of play.
Indeed. And you know, maybe the guys who are jumping out of the freeze have actually earned a bit of money and they can find their way in.
They've actually earned their money to play the main event.
Okay, so that's what's happening locally. In the news, what's happening in the news? Well, does anybody remember Jonathan Duhamel?
Yes, I remember Jonathan Duhamel from a while back.
So Jonathan Duhamel was the 2010 World Series of Poker main event
Correct.
champion. He's a French-Canadian. And the bad news is that the taxman's after him.
Oh,
Big
dear.
news in the poker world.
Yeah, and I think he's in for quite a sizable sum as well.
Yeah, so the CRA, which is the Canadian Revenue Agency, is seeking 1.2 million Canadian dollars, which is about 907 US dollars, 907,000 in unpaid taxes, spanning from 2010 through to 2012. So, big story for Jonathan Duhamel. We are not judge and jury here, of course.
No, look, he'll have his accountants that have got involved and try and sort it out, and a tax attorney, I'm sure, and hopefully he can come to some sort of resolution there and sort it out.
Yeah, and I suppose let me call this section the legal news.
Okay.
Poker legal news. It doesn't involve Phil Ivey for a change, which is always good.
Always good.
So we'll all recall back in the day, and Black Friday, April the 15th, 2011,
Right.
which was when America shut its doors to online poker, essentially, apart from a couple of states. And they invoked what I think it was called the Wire Act. I think
Yes,
is what it was
they
called.
used that for the transfer of the monies, and that is the way they were actually going after it.
Well, anyhow, some of the big players, and I'm talking about Full Tilt Poker, Absolute Poker, Super Poker Stars, etc., continue to run illegally. I say inverted commas illegally because the Wire Act was still going through and the interpretation thereof in the Supreme Court was happening. They continued to play on, and of course, they were actually breaking the law.
They were, as far as the US government was concerned.
So what has this all got to do with Monster Jam Poker Tour? What's it all got to do with our legal section in our morning intro? Well, they've now brought Poker Stars to court, and they have there has been a judgment.
And what was the outcome of that judgment, Gary?
Well, the chap who was the founder of Poker Stars, and I hope I'm going to pronounce this right, is Isaiah and Schinberg
All right.
is his name. And he spent 10 years awaiting judgment. And the judgment was finally given out yesterday. And listen, wait for this, guys. This is serious stuff, eh? He was told, you're a naughty boy, slap on the wrist,
Right.
$30,100 fine.
Yeah, that is just a little gentle pat on the wrist,
The guy
and
made
it's gone away
billions.
after 10 years.
He made billions and
He
billions.
I think he sweated this for 10 years.
Yeah, so I think what the judge did there, exactly as Mark says, it was a bit of a big sweat. He was in the tank for 10 years, that is,
Yeah.
and it transpires he only lost $30,100. Maybe that's the administration fee. I don't know.
Probably. And I think it would have cost them more to prosecute the case over the years.
So the end is there. The Black Friday big story is all over. Poker Stars have got to pay their 30 grand and $100, and we're all very happy. Of course, subsequent to that, a lot of states have opened their doors and allowing poker to be played online. Of course.
Yeah, there were a whole lot of rulings on it, and Congress eventually declared that poker was a game of skill, especially tournament poker, and that it wasn't gambling, and they came to their senses, I believe.
Yeah, so all those guys who immigrated north to the Canadian borders can probably come back now.
Yeah,
Just pay your taxes in Canada, right? These
Absolutely.
CRA,
Ask Jonathan
CRA
Duhamel.
guys make SARS look like they're teddy bears, I'm sure. All right, so what else is going on in the poker world? Not a lot. I had a look through the news this morning. Phil Hellmuth, by the way, his book was called Positivity.
Okay, that was the book you were alluding to the other day.
I had to look it up just to check. The Masters Golf was on yesterday. We spoke about that. And there's one other little piece that I picked up on, and I've actually watched this interview. Phil Ivey sits down with Barry Greenstein. Now, Barry Greenstein, a very respected player in the poker community, been around a long time.
Most well known for his Ace on the River.
And Ace on the River being the book that he wrote, of course.
Correct.
Yeah. So Barry Greenstein wrote a book called Ace on the River. Very, very famous publication in poker. Well, he sits down with Phil Ivey.
Okay.
Can't go a day without mentioning this guy, can you?
No.
And he sits down and he basically talks about where have you been for the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, because Ivy just faded into the distance.
Well, he had the Foxwood problem with the edge sorting. They were playing baccarat with his Chinese girlfriend and whatever. Anyhow, these interviews have been sponsored by Poker King. So if you go on the Poker King website and look up A Conversation with Phil Ivey, and it's free on YouTube, to be honest, and also on Poker Go, Phil is pretty honest, huh? And by the way, don't let your kids watch it. There's a bit of language.
Okay, so it's R-rated.
Yeah, but Phil Ivey talks about where he's been, what he's been up to, you know, what his expectations were in terms of the court case, what he wants to do, where he is now, etc. And he talks a lot about playing in Asia. You know, he disappeared to Macau for a while, did a Tom Dwan.
Okay.
So he was over there in Asia, talks a lot about what he's been doing over there, getting involved with the Triton Poker Tour, you may be familiar with.
Yes, I am.
That's Paul Fua, our Taiwanese friend who set that up. And these guys play a lot of short deck, a lot of high stakes, etc. And it's all cash, of course.
Right, so he's been involved quite a bit with that. That's why he was under the radar.
Indeed. They are doing some tournaments as well. And some of the top level Chinese players, not to be underrated. It's well worth a watch, the Triton Poker Tour. Okay, so I'm looking at my preview screen, and it looks like the guys are circling, and you'll see your pictures just changed now. We're actually dealing cards on the feature table. So welcome everybody. If you're just tuning in, you missed the intro spot with Mark and I, but welcome to the table, and we'll tell you who the under the gun player is momentarily. And that'll be Naven. 10-2 diamonds. So that's our first hand of the day. Texas Dolly.
And he's going to fold that. Let's round to Johan de Graaf. Let's go over his hand quickly.
Harold Brooks not at the table yet. That'll be his chips there.
Bozo's in the small blind.
And there is David.
Offsuit.
And almost like magic, the music starts in the casino.
And Ahmed starts with a walk.
Unreal how this music just comes on as soon as we start broadcasting.
Yeah, it's sort of like pre-programmed. As soon as we start talking, they've got to put the music on.
Yeah. So quickly chalk us through the chips in play today, Mark, the chip set.
Right, we've got our chips that are in play still. We still have the white 100 chipped. We have the green 500. We have the orange 1000. We have the red 5000. We have the black 10,000, and I'm sure the yellow 100,000 is started getting in play. I see 1 or 2 of them on top of the stacks there.
Okay, so in actual fact, I think they might have chipped up the hundreds this morning. I'm not entirely sure, but the rest of those chips are definitely in play. So this will be hand number 2. Harold Brooks will be your under the gun player. I believe Harold has landed at the feature table. That's him to right of picture, just sorting out his chips in seat 8.
Yeah, and Harold's got a decent stack there with 532,000.
Courtesy of a massive hand very late on last night against Sean Govender. Sean had trip 3s out of one of the blinds. Harold had pocket kings. Sean was great all the way through, having flopped the trips. And of course, on the turn, Harold made a full boat.
Yeah, he made his boat on the turn and got full value on the river.
Yeah, I mean, the money went in. In fact, Sean put Harold in.
Yeah, it went bet, raise, re-raise, and call.
Yeah. So big shout out to Johan de Graaf, who our resident butcher, who has delivered the biltong.
Good on you, Johan.
He's probably going to give me a bill.
Right, it's folded around to Bozo on the button with 10-3 off. He's going to let go of that. Ahmed in the small blind with Jack 3 off. And we have our second walk of the morning. Actually not, Harold limped in. Oh, he raised. We missed this while we were looking at the biltong. We got so excited about the biltong.
I'm still looking at the biltong. What's going on?
Right, Harold raised from under the gun to 10k.
Okay, now woke up with Cowboys here and he's thinking what to do.
And he's relatively short stacked. He's got 95.5k.
Small stack, big stack here, huh?
Yeah. There goes the re-raise.
And Harold will just concede here, I'm sure. Let's get around to Harold.
Yeah, I think with Harold with his big stack, if he's raised, I don't think he's getting out of the way in a hurry.
There we go. You're absolutely right.
Right, so we go to the flop. Oh, this will bring a little bit of trouble for Harold because he's hit part of the board.
Well, he's got a 9 and the 10 is in there, so there is a backdoor straight draw developing. And of course, kings are dominating the situation as it stands.
Nevin puts out his continuation bet, and Harold's putting him all in.
And that'll be a snap call.
Yeah. Harold's going to see the kings. So he's got 4 hearts there because we had Jack of Hearts was folded.
So we go to the flop cam. No 9 or no Jack, that's all he wants to see.
6 of clubs brings no help to him.
And there'll be no sickness today on that river.
No sickness on that river, and Nevin gets an early double up through the big stack on the table.
And good for him.
So that's a welcome double up for Nevin in the big blind there with the pocket kings. Moves him up to 51 big blinds, 205,000.
And Bozo's a short stack at this table. You know,
Yeah,
if you'd have told me that an hour before the end of play last night, I'd have said you were joking.
Yeah, Bozo was nursing a healthy stack at that point. It was just that one sick hand, and he took a big knock in there.
Yeah. All right, so we actually have our preview screen on the outside table, so we've got a half an eye on what's going on out there. And that's often was Harold and Sean, four-handed, so that'll be spinning around quite quickly. As we said, Carl is small stacked out there, so he's got to make a move PDQ, huh?
Yeah, especially being on the four-handed table and with the monster stack on the table with him, he's going to have to get involved quickly and often.
Okay, so Johan will be our under-the-gun player. As I say, Johan doesn't get a lot of publicity, apart from his biltong and being a good butcher. But got a really solid game, Johan, a nice guy. That's him to the right of your picture, just above the dealer with his hat and shades on there. And, you know, one of life's gentlemen.
Yeah, Mark Joseph was giving big shout out to Johan yesterday, and he said he's so underrated because he quietly goes about his business.
Yeah.
He's not loud at the table. You just look, but when you look, he's sitting with a big stack. He's quietly accumulated them with solid, positive play.
Yeah. So it folds around to Ahmed with Queen 4 on the button. And he gets rid of that. So battle of the blinds. Nava's got a suited king here. So either a call or maybe a little raise.
Yeah, he just decides to limp in.
Yeah. And Harold look at Jack 4 and be thinking what happened last time around. Let's just check this.
So we go to the flop.
So blacks and reds here. And there's a Jack in the...
Harold found the better of the flop.
In the flop box for Harold.
I'll go check, bet, fold, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Harold puts the bet in. Nav, let's go quite quickly.
4K gain for our friend...
Harold is
Harold
wanting
Brooks.
to claw those chips back that he donated over to Navin. Right, so when we move round, Nav will be on the button, Harold will be in the small blind, Johan will be in the big blind, and Bozo will be under the gun. The action's going to move quite quickly, Gary, with the four-handed and five-handed.
Yeah, so as a lot of people know, David and I are good friends. Bozo bottom left hand there. You know, I take the under on him moving out of his seat in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's you know, him and Darren Kramer are the same. They're like the OCD. They're up and down. They can't. They AHD. They're up and down the whole time. Never sit in their seats for long.
Depending on David's feeling, he'll put a chip down of the lowest denomination on top of his cards or the highest denomination chip. Never any in the middle.
Yeah.
And that's not a tell. That's just the way he operates. And there we go. As predicted, David is up. I took the under on 10 minutes.
You could have taken the under on 20 seconds there.
We've seen this movie before.
Yeah, played a lot of poker with him, and you watched him a lot on the streams.
Yeah, for sure. And like I say, that's not a tell, trust me. It's just he does like to get up and stretch his legs. Okay, Nav has raised this up here to nine grand. And the action's with Harold. And he's called. So round to Johan.
I think he'll defend his big blind with a suited 10.
I think so. And we've got a lot of clubs and a lot of spades out there. So we're
all black cards. So
all red cards coming.
There you go.
As predicted. So King High here is looking pretty good.
And Johan has picked up the gut shot draw on the flop.
Yeah.
But Navin, being the original raiser, I think will put his C-bet in.
Well, he's got to rep the ace here and hopefully can get away with it.
And I think Harold will fold pretty quickly. There's nothing for him on that board. Johan might... Oh, no, he's not going to look for the gut shot.
Too early in the day. Navin picks up another 20-odd thousand. So he's cranking it away there, Nav, eh?
Yeah, Nav has spun his stack up pretty quickly there already this morning. The big double up and pot after that.
And that's the first time we've seen Nav's face since he's arrived here.
Yeah, he's been hiding behind the mast the whole time.
And I'm pretty sure our blinds will be going up soon.
Right, so Ahmed will be in the big blind, Bozo in the small blind, and Johan on the button. No, sorry, Johan's in the small blind, Bozo in the big blind, Ahmed under the gun.
Yeah. So Ahmed has dispensed with the dark pink shirts and given us an easy one today, white.
Yes, plain white, no
He's still
arguments.
wearing that dodgy crimson LA Lakers hat, but we'll let him off for that.
Yeah, get a little bit confusing where the button is with these screens. It's part of the adjustment that we all have to make.
Yeah, I think you get the double reflection occasionally, and that's
Yeah,
the problem. There is the button.
Yeah, and it looked actually from the other side that it was the other side by Johan.
So Harold with King 10 again. Same hand as last time. He's just thrown one chip out there. I don't know if that's a raising chip or a calling chip.
And the dealer's having the debate with him. That it's just a call if you throw one chip in.
Of course, unless you announce. If there's a verbal announcement of raise and single chip, then does count for its actual denomination, unless otherwise stated. Okay, Bozo with a Jack 4. What's a Jack 4?
Change a tire.
There you go.
And Bozo's making a strong move here. Say, if you're going to limp to me, I'm going to punish the limpers.
Yeah, Harold will fold here for sure. And he'll take away the 10k in the middle, which is the dead money.
So, well, apparently a Jack 4 is not just to change a tire, it's to steal a limp pot.
And Bozo's making his intentions quite clear here. I had a chat with David this morning. We were talking about YouTube feeds and stuff like that. And, you know, he'll come back renewed and not disheartened. And actually, we had a little exchange of messages, I think, last night as well before I went to sleep. And, you know, we're all mates here, so we tend to catch up. And, you know, he knows he got a sick beat there. He knows he was in great shape with that straight flush draw, and he had the made hand, of course, which was the wheel straight.
Correct.
Yeah, and, you know, Sean's call was pretty loose. He justified it with his various stories, but at the end of the day, the 6 came, and it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. But, you know, like you said, we all know all the players, so I make a point of having a chat with a few of the players afterwards, catch up on a bit of the news, so that it helps us with better insight when we're in the booth as well.
Well, I like to know what they're thinking. I like to know what makes them tick. I like to pass it on to the public, you know. It's that's our role, is it not? We are the bridge.
We're the bridge between the players and the viewing public.
Okay. All right, so that time has come, and the blinds are going up. So we will see an increase in the blind schedule, and the new blind level will be 3,000, 6,000, with a 6,000 big blind ante.
So you can see it quickly changes the big blind levels there.
Indeed. So now we're up to level 14, and we shall soldier on. Okay, I'm just having a quick look at the outer table. No change of personnel, still 4 of them battling away out there, so can't actually give you any chip counts, but I can give you a picture of table 5. There we go, thank you, Jake. Carl with his back to us on the short stack still looks a bit short.
You can see Offer's mountain of chips there.
And Offer top right, white shirt above the dealer to his left. Across the table was Ghani, and of course the unmistakable Sean Govender. apparently the memo's out, but Offa didn't get it, so they're all wearing red or orange, apart from Offa. All right, back to the feature table. Jack 3 for Harold Brooks. Under the gun, I suspect they might go into the muck.
Yeah, I think they will.
Johan de Graaf for the 9-4, they'll probably follow. He's not the sort to make a move from that position. Round to Bozo.
Bozo on the button.
And he'll know that he's only got to get the blinds through. But, you know, getting blinds through against Ahmed Karim and Neven Naka is not
always the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, he's not playing with a couple of inexperienced rec players there where you can push them around, you know. And you'll know that. So you'll have to have decent holdings to be raising from the button there.
Plus, Ahmed's got a big stack, so, you know, Bozo's got to be aware of that.
And Navis is building a big stack. So, of course, now Ahmed does exactly what Bozo was thinking of doing. Nav looks down is 7-5 suited.
He's probably going to
like
defend.
Those cards.
He's going to defend that.
I like them a lot. I like a call here. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. So we're going to go heads up here. Small blind, big blind, Jack 9 offsuits and 7-5 of diamonds. Okay, so the 5 is good.
But the gut shot has also arrived for Ahmed, and being the initial aggressor, he'll probably continue on this board.
The king will and the 10 have been 2 overcards here will not help. I don't think for 1 minute Ahmed's going to be checking here, that's for sure.
No, if he started the story by raising, he's going to continue.
Yeah. So bottom pair is a lot less attractive now, of course. There is a backdoor diamond draw available here. I mean, Nav is probably going to peel here. Just peel the one off. Let's see if
he wants to see the turn if he can improve.
So he's looking for a 7, a diamond, or a 5 here, really. There you go. So there's
picks
his
up
diamonds.
the diamond, but that also gives the straight to Ahmed. So Ahmed now has the top straight there.
So Ahmed will want to protect his hand here if he thinks that Nav's on a draw. 69,000 in the pot. He checks it back.
He checks into trap.
Setting the trap. I like a check back from Nav here. Take the free card on the river. Keep yourself out of trouble. Is he going to bet his draw? I think you might get repopped here, sir.
Yeah, he's going to put a bet in, and I fancy Ahmed will repop him.
This will be 25, 26, something like that.
I think it looks a little bit more than that even, Gary.
Yeah, crikey, that's heavy.
I think Nav was trying to take the pot down right here when Ahmed checked to him.
Well, we know that Ahmed has got the nuts here.
Yeah, it was a very, very sneaky little check there. Once he made his straight, he's set the trap.
I mean, the only hand that's beating Ahmed here is Ace Jack, of course.
And he would have fancied that he would have got re-raised pre-flop if Nav had have had Ace Jack.
Yeah, for sure.
Now Ahmed's going to decide whether he actually flats this or raises again.
Yeah, and the way the hand has progressed, I actually like a raise.
Yeah, I also like a raise to protect against the diamond draw. There goes the big raise.
That's all in. And Nav gets away from this. He has to get away from this.
He's counting out how much he's got left.
Trust me, Nav has already clicked the switch in his brain that says, I got caught here. What have I actually got in my hand? I've got 7 high. Well, I've got a pair of 5s.
Oh, you've got a pair of 5s.
Yeah,
bottom pair. And there's so much out there beating him.
Yeah. When he catches those chips with both hands, we're ready for the shove. And it's only a diamond saving him here, really. That's all the saves is a diamond.
That's the only save he's got. He's got 8 outs, but with only the 1 card to come.
He's got to fold. He has to fold. You know, Ahmed has charged him for his draw. Ahmed knows he doesn't have Ace Jack now, so Ahmed knows he's ahead. He's just sitting here saying, please call me.
Yeah, he's got to let it go.
Yeah, of course.
And very well played by Ahmed. He got a sizable bet out of Nav on the turn.
Yeah, and Nav will be ruining that. He would have really, should have just checked that back, took the river cards, you know, and he knows that. But Nav, you know, Nav read it differently. He thought that Ahmed might have been weak there. But a great bit of poker by Ahmed Karim.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Like I often tell the younger players, the check is not always a sign of weakness. The check is a weapon as well. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Almond will be on the button. Raked in a decent sized pot there. Nav in the small blind. Round to Harold will be in the big blind, and under the gun will be Johan de Graaf. Ahmed's running through exactly what I said. He's saying to Nav saying, "No, you didn't think I had ace jack," and Ahmed says you wouldn't flat ace jack pre-flop.
That's why I think both of us are keeping quiet, letting people listen to the conversation.
Yeah, it's just reinforcing it perhaps if the viewers couldn't pick up on the mics, but it's always wonderful to listen to that banter at the table.
Absolutely. We have improved the microphone reception at the table, so I mean the screens aren't helping, of course, but we've lowered the microphone and reset it to a different level. So hopefully you're getting some good banter at the table. So Nav here is facing a raise of the button of Queen 6 with the Ace 9. I suspect we might see a defend here.
He's still got Harold to his left, so he's got to decide what he's going to do with the Ace 9 here.
Raised up to 9,000.
So a little shout out for Shane down there in sunny Australia, in Sydney.
All right.
Tuned in from Sydney. Shane
Wow.
is a regular
Going
viewer
international.
on our stream. Excited for some great poker and even better commentary. Great work all round. Thanks, Shane. Shot, buddy.
Thanks
Shot.
for that, Shane. And while that went down, the re-raise of Nav got through, and he picked up the pot. Right, so the button will move round to Nav.
And there is no news from the outer table. It still looks like Cole is fighting them off over there. There we were, 5,000 against 3. Fight them off. See the whites of their eyes. Brave men died. Brave men climbed that mountain, and we killed all 3 of them. From the Scottish poet McGonagall, the Bard of Dundee.
14,000.
But Ahmed is raised here. We're not sure what he's holding yet. We haven't picked up on the graphics. He's raised with the ace-6 suited from cutoff. Harold folds jack 4 off. Johan de Graaf in the big blind with 9-6 will let go. And Ahmed will pick up the pot.
Nice work. Nice work indeed, young sir. As I say, I'm keeping half an eye on the outer table. It looks like Carl is fighting his corner here. Offer still dominates that table with over 700 plus, and of course Sean and Wiles are sitting quite comfortably in mid position. So well done to them. What will happen, folks, is the final table will be 7 people. So we will go 4-4, and then once that happens, once we lose one more player and we're down to 7, we'll take a short break. There will be a redraw for seats. We'll take a new chip count. We'll reload those chip counts onto our computer, and then we will immediately come back and we will commence our final table, and we shall see who the winner is going to be.
Yeah, most unusual because already at 9-handed we would have been on the final table. With the new COVID regulations to a maximum of 7, we have to get down to 7 to make that final table.
Absolutely. So interesting for the viewers at home watching with the screens, as I'm sure it is with us. You can see all the different reflections and the like, and we've had to really work hard on our lighting as well here, just to try and give you a better picture without all the reflection and refraction. Geez, that's big words for this time of the morning. Yeah?
Very. And Johanna's raised with the King 4 suited, and Bozo with your Jack 10 club has called in the big blind.
Does Bozo want to get in my Jack 10 club? Is that the question?
Johan was the initial aggressor, so from the small blind, action is on him. He puts out the continuation bet.
Yeah, nothing doing on the flop.
No,
but
nothing
there's
for
an
Bozo.
overcard
Bozo
there,
has to let go.
Yeah,
and the
for
King
sure.
High is actually good.
All right, so for those you didn't hear last night, and you won't see this published until the final table, of course, but fresh off the press last night, Fourth place, 56,700, not to be shouted at. Third place, 113,400. Second place, a very healthy 170,100. And the top dog will be winning and taking home with them 226,800 South African rands.
Yeah, and a healthy prize pool for the amount of players that we had, and basically half of the players that are left are going to get paid.
Absolutely. So, you know, the reason I mention this is because once we start getting down to that bubble, the ICM considerations will be very much in the forefront of the smaller stacks, the medium stacks. They want to get tangled up. They'll all have half an eye on that 56 grand in fourth place and then wanting to ladder up.
Yeah,
As Bozo picks up kings, by the way.
Yeah, nobody wants to play for 3 days and then bubble. Right, in the small blind, it's folded round to him. And he's got to decide how he's going to play this against Ahmed. Oh dear. It's a missed deal. He got 3 cards.
Who got the free cards?
Bozo.
Ah.
So there's a discussion going on now.
Okay, we'll get the tournament director to the feature table.
Are they calling the tournament director in to make the ruling?
So we're very lucky. We've got a comms link with Dave here. So we'll just listen to what Dave's got to say.
Big Dave will sort this out. Right, so the hand will be redealt. Bozo will be in the small blind, Ahmed in the big blind. And we'll start with Navin under the gun.
So there was a question there, and what Ahmed was trying to express is, because you had 3 cards, it's not a misdeal. Now, we'll try and explain that to you later, but what we're essentially saying is the dealer made a mistake, but the hand had been dealt, and therefore, because Bozo had 3 cards, they should be dead, and the rest of the team should carry on.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's what Ahmed's saying.
So Ahmed's saying that only Bozo's hand should be
That's
mucked.
what he's saying, and he is right to a degree. We're not going to get into a rules debate here because there's the WSAP rules, there's the WPT rules, and there are, of course, the unique rules that come with the Monster Jam Poker Tour. David has made a ruling, it's a misdeal, and that's the end of it. But, you know, an interesting subject for debate.
Yeah, meanwhile, it's folded all the way around. So Bozo in the small blind again, and he's picked up King 4 suited this time. And with that short stack of his, and it's folded round to him, is not beyond the realms of possibility that he could just put the chips all in here.
And he'll be a little bit steamy because he had pocket kings there, and then there was a 9 hiding underneath.
Yeah, but Bozo's done exactly that. He's gone all in, and Ahmed's folded.
Yeah, easy fold for Ahmed. Of course, the danger of that is, of course, that the person on your left wakes up with a monster and they snap you off. But
absolutely, but generally,
percentage-wise, it's the right move.
It is 100% the correct move. He did the same with the Jack 4 off earlier when it was limped to him.
Yeah,
Bozo knows what to do.
indeed. Okay, so it looks like Nav is having his Barocca moment over there. I haven't had my Barocca moment yet this morning.
Not yet.
Jake, where's my Barocca moment? Am I having a Barocca moment today? Jake is my dealer. When it comes to Barocca, Jake is my dealer.
Meanwhile, the debate is continuing on the feature table.
Oh, well, he's giving
over
me a
the
double
rules.
hit here. I'm getting a double Barocca, folks. Watch out.
Right, and under the gun is Harold Brooks with ace-6 off.
Thank you, Jake.
Short-handed, I fancy that he'll raise that up. And he does so.
Raise. 13.5.
Was the raise there?
To 13.5.
Okay. So sending a message from under the gun, Mr. Brooks. It's around to
Folded quickly.
Nav.
Folded quickly around to Nav.
Strong message there. Nice steal from early position. Nav can't call this off.
And Harold will take in the pot.
Well done, Harold. Dead money. 15k to the good.
Right, Almond will be on the button, Nav in the small blind, Harold who's just taken that pot down. This is the nature of shorthand, that you go from under the gun to big blind.
Yeah. Oh dear. There is no mid position. Looking at the outer table, a bit of a pot brewing there, but don't know. We'll just have a quick look at table 5.
Seems to be quite a big pot to minute. And Cole looks like
Cole has got black chips to his left hand.
He's got a pile of black chips on his left hand side there, which is a far cry from where he started this morning.
I told you, don't write that man off. He can grind it out. He can grind it out. Doesn't look like he's got cards here, so it looks like Sean's in the tank here. I'm not sure.
And I think it's against Moaz. Moaz is holding his hand like he always does over his cards.
Okay, so we got another hand here. Ace-10 for Bozo in the cutoff. Strong hand, short-handed.
I'm going to raise it. It's round to Ahmed with Queen-9 and on the button.
I think Queen-9 suited is probably in the range. Queen-9 offsuit, possibly not.
Nice. He thought about it, but he's let it go.
That goes out the window. Now Nav's going to see a piece of this. He's already invested in the pots. 153,000 behind. Fancy a flat call here. He has got the big line to his left. He's asking for a count from David, so making his intentions known. And David's got just over 100k behind, less what's in front of him. So 109 total, I think.
And Nav's trying to work out how much has Dave committed of his stack here. Is he committed if I shove? Is he going to call? Do I just call this?
Yeah, and 14 of 109 is not committed, as you and I both know. So Nav is thinking to himself, you know, I've got King Queen here, strong hand, one person on my left to play, looks across at him. Is he playing with his cards? Is he folding? What is he doing? Johan's giving nothing away, of course, in that regard. I like a flat call. That is not a flat call.
No, he's counting out raising chips.
34,000 coming your way. 32, 34?
42,000.
42! I am making my case known. David will be seriously consider calling this off.
Yeah, now the thing for Boza, does he call, which is then half of his stack committed to the hand, or does he put it all in here?
Now Nav isn't committed. He's got 114,000. Strong move from David to fire back at Nav here. But Nav's been pretty steady this whole tournament, so Dave's in a real quandary here.
Yeah, he's going through the permutations in his mind.
I don't like a call from Dave. I like a fold or a shove.
Yeah, I think if he calls, he's committing such a big portion of his chips to that to the pot, and then he's going to have to see what the flop brings.
So Babette Neithen online. Good morning, Babette, down there in KZN. Great job, Gary Allen. The river delivered a lot last night.
It really did.
For you who don't know us, our little ditty, our little logo, our little phrase is from the flop to the river we deliver.
And there's the strong play from Bozo.
Yeah, as predicted. He's never just calling there.
And the call by Nav.
So we're going to go to the flop cam, and we're going to have a little look here. And you'll see David's 62% favourite pre here.
Yeah, so we better get the shout out in while the hand's still there.
Well, yeah, Bozo's brother is on the line here, Steve. So hi, Steve, how's it? Go Bozo, your man's in it, and he's in it for good here.
Well, the ace-10 is still ahead.
He's still in great shape. 62 now at the 77% equity. Doesn't want to see any paint here, Bozo on the river, unless it's a jack. And Bozo will take it down.
And he takes a very healthy pot there.
And to be honest, no disrespect to Nav, Bozo was due one.
He was due one, and Nav's busy counting out the checks. That's going to leave Nav very, very short stacked.
Yeah, indeed he will.
That was a make or break hand for him. He's down to five big blinds now, 33,000.
Yeah. Unlucky Nav. I mean, nothing wrong with his play there. Very strong play. Bozo was definitely a 50-50 call fold there.
Yes, no, he worked it all out, and he had a look at what it was, and he decided,
this is my spot.
yeah, I'm ahead here, I think, and I'm going to put it in.
So Stephen, who came online, is only going to see this hand in half an hour. You've got something nice coming to you. And as I said, Babette there saying the river delivered a lot last night. And it did indeed. So anyhow, exciting stuff here. We've got off to quite a nice start.
Yeah,
we'll flick across to camera 5 again very quickly. Just have a look what's going on there. Still got the same 4 people at the table. And looking at stacks, the only real sort of change we can see here, of course, is that Cole has got some big black chips to his left there. Cole being the player with his back to us
Moaz
here.
is still nursing a big stack there as well.
All right, we'll go back to our feature table as the dealer starts the hand. Bozo will be under the gun and breathing a little bit easier with that 257k he's got behind now.
Yeah, it's a big double up for him. He's going to fold. Ahmed with the jack 7 off will let go from the cutoff. Nav on the button with 7-3 suited. And you know, with 33,000, if he puts it in, he knows he's going to get called. So
But he also knows he's got a couple of free looks.
yeah, absolutely. So he doesn't have to commit with the 7-3 suited. Yeah.
He's on the button, so you know he's not going to be on the big blind for another 2 hands or so.
He's deciding to put it in.
Oh wow, maybe it's his favourite hand. What has Brooksy got? 10-8. He's got nothing.
He's going to fold that. It's going to be around to Johan.
So is Johan going to keep him honest? Definitely not.
No, you see. Fortunately for Nav, Johan had absolutely nothing, and Johan's a fairly tight player, so he managed to put that through.
For sure. Okay, there's your chip counts. The real shorty at the bottom there. David's up to 42, so all of the players above Nav are actually reasonably healthy with 40 or plus big blinds. And you know, as we've discussed in the past, now with the big blind ante, the big blind count is actually 50% of what you see.
Absolutely.
So they're really down at 20-something big blinds, because that big blind ante is just a killer.
Yeah, you know, there's the whole debate about does it count as a double big blind? Should you take that into consideration? If you paid your ante every single hand, that amounts to the same thing. But it's a psychological thing to the players. When they put that double big blind in there, they seem more married to protecting that hand.
The dynamic has changed, Mark, for sure. Jack 8 suited. This is significantly stronger than the previous hand.
Absolutely.
But unlikely he's going to put it all in.
He's looking and he's thinking, I'm big blind next. And he's going to go all in again.
Harold's immediately folded. Johan's going to fold his 9-4.
This is just going to get through Bozo and Ahmed.
Queen 9, not even close, I don't think.
I don't think so.
Just got those chips, they're still fresh in the garden.
He's going to look.
This one was a queen. Next one was pretty shaped.
Really?
Your jack takes it.
I didn't see if Ahmed had. Ahmed had folded this, so Nav didn't, and he only had to get through Bozo and Johan, really.
So Nav is now up to 10 bigs, in the danger zone big time still, of course.
And Ahmed's in the big blind now. Bozo in the small blind. So Nav's 2 shoves have got through. And he's virtually doubled up from 33,000 to 63,000 with those 2 shoves, just taking the blinds and antes. And it's good strong play by him to fight back.
And Nav's going to be all in with his 6s here.
Yeah, I fancy it's going back in for a 3rd time in a row.
Oh, he's definitely not folding.
But I think he might find a caller somewhere around the table, 3rd hand in a row. It generally goes like that.
So therefore he'll get this in. The mask will come out. Harold will fold his 8-3. Harold's not enjoying this shove.
No, he's not enjoying it. He doesn't like it. Harold wants to play, but he hasn't had cards to do so. Johan will fold.
That's a pretty big fold, Jack 10.
Those all
Of course,
fold.
players to his left.
Oh,
here we go.
There, Ahmed's going to be calling this.
Yeah, 60 odd thousand, Ahmed. This is a slow roll. I mean, just call him, please, just call him. Thank you.
All right, so it's got our classic flip.
So there we go, 51-50, a pair versus ace-king. And we're going off to the flop. Good luck to both players. Good flop for Nav.
Good flop for the sixes. The percentage changes quite significantly.
Still a good flop for Nav.
Still safe for him. Oh, and the river delivers.
Au revoir, mon ami.
The river delivers. The Barry Greenstein arrives.
The ace on the river, Barry Greenstein moment. And we lose our first player of the morning.
Yeah, Nav fought well there this morning. He had a lot of action. He got up there, lost the hand to Boza, and then he tried valiantly to fight back there.
Yeah, so we're now down to 4 outside and 4 inside. And we're going to quickly flick in and out of these two views so you guys at home can see what's going on. Sean's just giving change there to Cole. So obviously Cole's going to be needing some change here for the next rotation. We're down to 4 players. There's Nav giving the good news, telling everybody that Ahmed sucked out on him on the river. Sean, who's travelled with him from KZN, I'm sure.
Yeah, KZN mate.
Will be sympathising, empathising, but just saying, thank goodness I wasn't there, you know. Anyhow, awesome stuff, awesome stuff. Back to the feature table where we started our next deal, 4-handed. So the dynamic changes again, Mark, on the
yeah,
feature table.
we're now equally the blinds going around just as quickly on both tables. And it'll become more important for them to be active on this table now.
Sure. Shout out to Gareth Wilkinson on the stream. He says, great to see you guys are back. We're doing a good job as usual. Thank you very much, Gareth. Glad to have you back with us also. Okay. Can you believe that we're playing 4-handed and they got players hiding either corner on this table?
Just the way the table has been set up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice with all these screens and the like. And of course our RFID technology has to fit in. So you'll see there to the left as we look at Harold, the number 7 box is covered by a screen, so we can't use 7 obviously.
Now Bozo is raised from the button with the king 8 and Harold's going to let 9-8 go. Bozo shows him the king. And the button will move round to Ahmed.
So look at this, 60, 86, 66, 44.
Yeah, there's nobody really short stacked there now.
Not really. Bit of playability. Hand number 18 will be our next hand on the feature table. And Cole's got soldiers in the field here. Waz has been checked to. Waz looks down at his chips and you'll know he's going to bet. There we go. Waz is sticking in 10, 12, 15,000 there. And Cole has to make a decision.
Back round to the feature table, under the gun, Bozo with
Cole is going to call this off, and I think he's actually going to re-raise. I'm actually watching another picture to you guys. So it looks like Cole's re-popped it here. And on the feature table, on the button, 6-5 offsuit, Ahmed raises up to 14,000.
Harold folds.
On the outer table, looks like Waz has
and Johan
called
folds.
off the raise from Cole. So we're commentating on 2 tables here.
And we go to that table. The big pot brewing here.
And the baby goes in.
And
so
the money
we
all
picked
goes
the
in.
right moment. The money's gone in.
Moaz has asked for the count.
I can see Cole's got an ace in his hand. And there's an ace on the table, which was on the flop.
And it was a black ace, and then he's got a black ace in his hand.
We will stay with this table, just to see this hand through. And you will get graphics on the top of your screen, which will relate to the feature table. I will let you know what's going on the feature table, but we're going to stay with the all-in here, just for the time being, and to see if Cole can pick up this pot. Okay, David's got King 10 here on the feature table, under the gun. I suspect we might see a little bit of action from David. It's folded. Ahmed raises it up. So, basically what's happened on the feature table there, he flopped an ace, turned the 2 pair and got the money in, and he's picked up a nice little pot. What up, Carl Marburg, and Waz is not happy about that by his body language. But Cole survives. We've lost Nav, so we're still 4-handed in, 4-handed out. Back to the feature table. Action went, David called the 6,000, Ahmed raised the 14, David called the 8, and then we had a flop. The flop comes 4-2-4, action with Ahmed, and Ahmed is betting C-bet. Am I up to date here?
100% Gary, I was watching the action as well, but you had it all well in hand as per usual. I'm just the co-pilot here.
Don't knock yourself down, Jana. Okay, so that gets through. 29,000 the good for Ahmed Karim. And we are 8-handed, one away from our feature table, final table. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000, 6,000 on the big blind ante. And exciting stuff, Mark.
There have been some great poker here, and it's nice that we can actually switch to that outer table because the viewers are interested to see what's happening when we get this close to the final table.
Especially the Myberg clan. He came in with no chips this morning, and I'm looking at his stack
No, he's
here
got a decent stack going there.
I'm going to challenge my friend Jake to zoom in on Carl Myberg's chip stack. There's a challenge for my camera guy.
You might have to get an angle from the other side if he can.
We've got cameras everywhere, Mark.
That makes
There's
me
no
very
hiding.
afraid.
There's no hiding.
And Harold Brooks has got pocket jacks under the gun. He raises with the hooks. It's folded round. Bozo with the queen 8 in the small blind. Gonna fold. Ahmed with ace 5 in the big blind. Might decide to defend this. And he does so. So we've got the pocket jacks. We're well in front here versus the ace 5.
Okay.
Not anymore. Ahmed finds the ace on the flop. He checks it. It's gone check, check. Action back on Ahmed. He actually didn't check. We got a little bit of a graphics problem there. He's leading into the pot. Because
Harold's a non-believer, of course.
no, there's no ace on the flop. The graphics were just slightly wrong there. They've been
okay.
corrected.
Good.
There
There
was
is-
an ace.
there
It's
is an
hidden.
ace on the flop.
It's on the graphics on the bottom right-hand corner aren't picking up the ace.
Yeah. All right, so let's just go to the flop cam here.
There we go.
That
There
is
was
the
the ace
actual.
on.
That's actually what is happening.
And I was correct. It was check, check, and Ahmed's bet the turn.
What's
Harold-
happened here is we've misread a card with the readers, and it's not a technical issue. All right, we're going to flick quickly to camera 5. And there is Cole Myberg's chip stack, challenge accepted. I'm not going to get you to count them. We're going to go back to the feature table. I've already counted how many chips are there. And Carl is up to about 160 odd thousand and some change, just for the Myberg clan out there.
Right, now we just
Okay.
rerun the hand. On the flop it went check, check. On the turn, Ahmed led out, Harold called. And on the river,
What I
Ahmed is
should
bet
say
out again.
is disregard the cards at the bottom right-hand corner. We'll go to the flop cam. And that is what went out.
There we
so
go.
Ahmed with the ace. And not a criticism of the tech guys here, that's simply a glitch. We've picked up a card as it's come across the reader there when one of them's been folded. And we're unable to show that ace. So we're showing actuals rather than what was in the bottom right-hand corner. And Ahmed picks up quite a chunk of change there from Harold.
Yeah, that it developed into a big pot with checking the ace, and then Harold checked back to him.
And there the challenge is accepted. 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Thanks for moving those, Carl. 80, 185,000 and change. Thank you very much, Jake. Well done.
Which from his 43,000 at the start of play is a big move by Cole.
185,000 and some change. Well played, Mr. Myberg. Hopefully we'll see you on our feature table. Good luck to all our players as always. And we'll get on to hand number 21 of the day. Johan with the King 6 in early position here. There, so obviously with he was in the big blind there from the button position. He'll now be in the small blind. So Delta Monster in the big blind and stealing chips off Moz will probably make Moz happy.
Moaz was getting a little frustrated there. You could see by the way
Okay,
he
back on the
flipped his
feature
cards
table.
in.
And
Right, Bozo from under the gun picked up that hand by raising the 9-8.
okay, it's chip count. 39 bigs for David, 40 for Johan, 57 for Harold, and just under 100 bigs Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed's got a big stack going there.
Yeah, so these guys have got plenty of room to operate. Still a very, very deep tournament, Mark. And You know, we could be sat here for another couple of hours before we lose
Well,
another player, or we
absolutely.
could be down to 5 players in 5 minutes. You never know, you
I
know.
mean, we started with 2 very short stack players. We've lost one of them. And Carl has fought his way back up that there's no real short stack out there at the moment.
So we're going to be on a break and after every 2 hours. So it'll probably be 2 hours and 11 minutes this time round, I'm
Right.
pretty sure. We'll have a look at the timing clock later. We're not worried about seeing that just yet because we're more interested in what's happening on table 5, of course.
Harold's raising from the button, I'm sure, with the pocket 5s.
So the nickname for pocket 5s is the speed limit or Presto. You know that?
Yeah, with 55, the speed limit in America.
And Presto, I have no idea, but I read it in the book once. Okay, Johan folds. Bozo's not going to show us his cards, but doesn't need to.
Johan called there with the pocket 8.
Interesting.
Didn't
Two
re-raise.
slow down cards for both of them with the 2 overs there.
Yeah, the ace is the slow down card for both players.
So option with Johan in the small blind, so he should be betting out here. If he checks, it'll go bet fold. If he bets, it'll go bet fold.
He puts out the
Johan's
bet.
image is in good shape here. Harold's already had a I don't trust you with the jacks moment a few minutes ago, and they'll go in the muck and Johan will pick up the 32 with the best hand.
And that's where Johan shows how astute he is. He knows that Harold was a non-believer to Ahmed with the jacks, where the ace was out on the board. By betting out there, he manages to take it down with the percentages that Harold probably doesn't have the ace on the button.
Indeed. Okay, we do not have a chip count for the outer table, so you're just looking at chip stacks. But all of these guys are in pretty healthy shape out here. So we're watching the hand go down. Now we've got Carl on the button here. And it looks like Mars and Carl are crossing swords again.
They're having a ding-dong battle here, the two of them.
Well, Carl's going to put a bet in here. Looks around about 14k, 15k. Mars will think about it. The action has started on the feature table. And Carl picks up another pot here. So Johan's got 10-5. He folds round to Bozo. Bozo, we haven't seen his cards yet, but we will shortly once they get in that little box.
He's put in a raise to Ahmed.
There we go.
Queen 9 suited versus the Jack 4 suited of Ahmed in the big blind. The wonders of technology. Gary whispers to the tech whispers to the dealer, and the dealer gets Bozo to put his cards in the box.
Yeah, you let my secret out of the bag. Yeah, we have several comms links with the dealers. So I just said there, can we get David to put his cards in the box? And the boys make the call. The dealer nods his head, and lo and behold, as if by magic.
All part of Gary producing the show and making sure you all get the best viewership.
So the best dealer in Africa is online, Mr. James Matuwa. Great job, gentlemen. Thank you very much, young man. You are my personal favourite Zimbabwean. Big shout out for James, top man, one of our really close friends, and always there for us if we have a home game or just a bit of fun, and a good pal.
Ahmed's actually ahead here with his bottom pair with a 4. It's gone check. The river doesn't give Bozo any help.
Yeah, Bozo needs to bet here. He needs to rep something. And then it's a case of whether Ahmed is going to believe him. There's 46k in the pot here. I don't like the check.
Well, Bozo bet the flop and got called.
Yeah.
And I think he shuts down after that.
But the only way Bozo wins that pot is to bet, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be crossing swords with Ahmed, who's the big stack there, and that was probably his thought process. So anyhow, Dave's down to 34 bigs, Johan 45 and Harold 54, and of course Ahmed is still flying in triple figures with 100 and some change. So outer table again. Looks like that stack is growing for young Mr. Myberg there. Listen to me, young Myberg.
Yeah.
He's a month younger than me. He's still young then, huh? Just a child.
Just a child. Not yet 60, Gary.
Yeah, yeah. Now you've really let it out of the bag.
Well, I said not yet.
Yeah.
He could be 30, he could be 40, he's not yet 60.
So my birthday is on the 28th of July, same as the guy left the picture there, Sean Gravender. And Cole's is the 25th of August. How did I know that? I've got his tech sheet in front of me. I've got my sheet in front of me. I know all these players. And Cole is 60 next year, as am I. And we're looking good, Mark, eh?
Yeah, you're in great shape still, Gary.
There we go, the ice cream hand, the 99.
Yeah, newly nicknamed by yourself this series
17,000 and a half.
because of the Choc 99, or the 99 as it is overseas.
Yeah, the 99, the ice cream softie with a flaky. So that, we're calling up the ice cream hand. So 9-9 bet 17-5. Davey gets out there with his 10-7. Action is around to Ahmed. Ahmed also folds.
Harold folds.
Also change.
Right, it looks like the dealer's called for a change of cards. There's a mark on one of the cards.
I understand that because we've dealt cards. They say that. That's what I'm asking the question. No, you said they want a deck change. You didn't say they cancel that hand. Don't fucking shake out at me. I'm asking you a question. Right, where's the decks?
Right, the dealer's asked for a change of decks, and we'll get a deck change out to him, and then we can continue with the action. While they're doing the deck change, maybe we can shift to that outer table. Right, and we've got to have a look at the action on the outer table. A very big pot developing out there with offer. Action on Moors. Moaz puts in a big bet, and there's a very big pot that's developed there between offer and Moaz. Offer looking at the size of the pot, re-looking at the flop. Got the turn in the river there as well. So offer called there and has taken that pot in. Right, and the dealer's resetting on the feature table. Right, we can move back to the feature table. We've got Johan de Graaf under the gun with Jack 7 off. It's round to Ahmed on the button. And he's raised it with the ace queen. Round to Harold in the big blind. He's going to fold.
So the players disappeared for a break without being... We just quickly jumped out there just to change the deck, and one went to the toilet, one went for a walk, one was chatting to somebody else, and Harold came over to chat to me.
They used that, and I managed to switch us to the outer table, and there was a big pot between offer and Muaz.
And who
that
won that?
offer took in, as you can see from his stack.
Wow.
He took a healthy chunk from Muaz in that hand.
Sure.
Right, we will try and switch between the tables the whole time to keep the viewers informed. I think we're going back to the feature table for the next hand. And it'll be Bozo under the gun with ace-2 suited.
And the music has come back in the casino.
Raise 16,000.
Okay, so that was a raise by Harold, yeah?
Yes, there was a raise by
Johannes
Harold.
folded in the big. So battle of the blinds. Back we go. So it looks like Woz is carving out chips there.
Right, we go back to the feature table for the next hand. All right, we just need to sort out the things there because the button is actually on Johan de Graaf with Ahmed not under the gun. Ahmed is actually in the big blind. So we just need to sort out our graphics there on that hand. So Harold is under the gun. So Harold's going to raise from under the gun with pocket tens.
Raise 18,000.
So Harold raises it up.
Johan on the button will let go of Jack 8. Bozo's got pocket sixes in the small blind. He's looking across at Harold, looking at Harold's stack, looking at his own.
And if we put in Harold on a suited ace here or something, if he is and he's thinking that way, then there's going to be some action.
Okay, let's go to the pocket sixes. Fold it around to Ahmed in the big blind with 10-9. He might decide to defend his big blind here.
Does he know that
he's in horrible shape with the 10-9 versus the pocket tens. He needs some sort of straight draw.
And there it is.
And he flops the bottom pair with the up and down straight draw.
Oh my word, you called it there, Mark. He needs a straight draw.
Yeah, I think the commentators curse here. Whatever we're saying is what he needs, he's managing to get. Absolutely.
Okay, so obviously Harold is still ahead here.
Yeah, Harold is ahead here, but
and not forgetting Harold's also picked up the
he's picked up the same draw. So it's not like Ahmed's picked up the draw to win the hand. He's picked up the draw to split the hand. He doesn't know that. But betting into it, I don't think Harold's going to fold his up and down.
No, not at all.
He's called. Go to the turn. Turn brings no help for Ahmed, actually.
Well, backdoor flush is appearing, but no, not for any of these two players.
No.
Harold's going to continue the story. 90 in the pot here, so we've got to see a sort of 35-40 at least.
Yeah, Ahmed bet the flop.
35.
Harold called, so Ahmed checked the turn to try and control the pot.
So Harold bets 35,000. No. Ahmed's thinking to himself, has he got a pair of queens? Has he got a pair of jacks? Has he got ace jack, ace queen? What's going on here?
Yeah, do I just flat this and see what the river brings? Or do I raise now?
I think the flat is in order.
Calls. Of course, 8 or a king on the river is going to give us all the action. It doesn't
Flush
arrive.
gets there.
Flush does get there, but it was a backdoor flush. It's gone check, and Harold's going to continue.
Yeah, and of course, Ahmed has actually got 10 high now.
Oh, he's hit the 9.
Of course, sorry, he's got a pair of 9s, you're absolutely right. So, what is the bet size in it? 50?
Yeah, it's a sizable bet.
56. And that's a standard, continuation there. Small bet into the pot size, by the way, hello. It's only a third of the pot's just over.
Yeah, Ahmed's got to look at the way the action went, and I don't think he can believe that his 9 is ahead here.
Ahmed has got it all in his armory here. Ahmed could actually re-raise here
He
and rep
could.
a flush if he wanted to. He could also rep the straight. King 10 is also in his range.
That it could have flopped the straight, even 8-10.
He's carving out calling chips there.
Yeah, he hasn't gone for raising chips. He's just counted up the call and he's playing with him in his hand while he ponders on whether he thinks his 9 is ahead or not.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm watching the outer table. Doesn't seem like much action's going on out there at the moment. New deal going on out there. So we're not missing anything from the outer table.
Yeah, Ahmed deep in the tank here. And you're going to let go.
And that's a solid fold there.
It is a very solid fold.
And well played, Harold Brooks. 85k to the good. And there is the view of the outer table. It looks like we've got Carl on the button here. Sean is in the hand with cards in front of him. Waz is in the hand with cards in front of him.
Yeah, Carl's raised, it looks like, and been called by both players. Go to the flop.
It looks like a couple of 9s and a jack or a queen there, I'm not sure.
On
So
check,
it's gone
check to Carl.
Check, back to Carl. It's up to Carl on the action.
Blind, please.
And we're behind the graph. I'm following the feature table on the other monitor for the people at home. We'll stay with table 5.
Carl's going to continue his bet.
Okay, so Johan has got 9-10, sorry, Jack 9 suited here. He's under the gun and whether or not to call the 6,000 or raise. And the action, Mark will tell you what's happening on the outer table.
Yeah,
I'll keep an
Sean's
eye on.
pondering the continuation bet by Carl
Raise.
after both himself and Moaz checked.
17,000.
And we've got a raise from Johan on the feature table in seat 10. That'll be around to David Rosenthal with 8-6 off. They'll go into the muck. Ahmed is next to act. He's got 7-5 of hearts. They're also going into the muck. And around to Harold. Harold's in the big blind with 7-4 suited. 11,000 to call. And I think he's going to make the call. I'm not sure. I think he makes the call.
Call.
And we'll have some big blind versus under the gun action. And we'll
Sean
take a flop.
Govender has gone all into Carl's continuation bet.
So 3-4-5 is our flop on the feature table.
Moaz is folded.
Pair for Harold Brooks. And 1 club.
Carl has asked for a count.
Cole is asking for a count on the outer table. But I'm still following the action here. Harold with the option on the feature table. Looks like Harold's going to bet out with the bottom pair here. Or sort of middle pair. And Harold's bet is 25,000. Johan with the Jack 9. No real redraws here, so I think Johan's probably got to fold this. He's having a little chat with Harold. And Johan's just in the tank for a little while here on the feature table.
And on the outer table, Carl is in the tank now deciding whether he's going to call the all-in.
And Johan folds to Harold's 25k bet, and that'll be the end of the hand. We'll stay with table 5 on the outer table because there's a big pot here brewing. And we'll keep calling the action from the inside table.
All right, so Carl is contemplating the call. He's counting out his chips.
Meanwhile, on the feature table, which you can't see, we're just about to go to a deal. And David will be under the gun. So I'll just keep watching the feature table. Looks like Carl has made a call on the outer
Carl
table.
has called. So we're now with Sean and the player at risk.
And I can't see the hands
I
out there,
don't know if we
unfortunately.
can zoom in on the flop there at all. Here comes the turn.
Feature table, David's got
The
pocket
river.
6 again.
Raise. 15.5.
Looks like Sean has survived. He's all in and taken a big pot from Carl.
Okay, we'll go back to the feature table. And Bozo has raised to 15,500 with pocket 6s. Pocket 2s for Ahmed here.
On the button. Decides he wants to see a flop. Harold in the small blind with 5-4 offsuit. He says, I'm valued in. I'm going to call, see a flop as well. Round to Johan with the Jack 7 suited. is also going to call with all that value that's there. So we're going to go 4 ways to the flop, full family pot.
Good stuff.
Right, so the flop has bought a bottom pair for Harold. He's bought the top pair for Johan. Boza still with the 6s and Ahmed with the 2s got no help.
But I think this is the first 4-way pot we've seen.
Yes, full family pot. Harold has checked his bottom pair. I think Johan will lead out with his top pair and does so.
36,000.
There's 2 overcards to Boza's 6s. He's going to fold. Ahmed will likewise get rid of the 2s and Harold will fold his bottom pair. And Johan with the value call in the big blind has picked up a nice pot.
Very nice, 46,000. Okay, let's go back to our messages here. And we have Zoran. Hey Zoran, how's it?
Yeah.
Zoran says, let's go Carl, big comeback. Gary, show some of your singing skills for the guys. We were playing a game the other week and Zoran was in it and I was singing away.
No
Oh dear, you remembered. And of course, Wei Ming here, nice double for Bosco, or
For
Bozo,
Bozo.
I think he means there. Stephen Rosenthal, go you good thing. Thanks for the shout out, Guz. Barry Greenstone, Ace in the River, Wei Ming. And he's saying it's final table time. Well, we're close, Wei, huh? We're close.
Close, not yet. Almost there.
Back to the action. Queen 7, the computer hand for Ahmed Karim.
Under the gun, he's going to fold that, round to Harold. On the button, he stepped away from the table, so that means he's folded. Johan with pocket 7s will raise from the small blind.
It's unusual to see Johan without his signature sunglasses.
Raise
I think they're under there somewhere.
They parked above,
Under the hat.
above his eyebrows, under the hat.
Oh, there you go. That's a fold, so he'll take that down. He'll show the pocket
And he
sevens.
shows the 7s to Bozo. Bozo gives him the thumbs up.
Easy game. Okay, still 4 players on the outer table. Don't think there's any change there.
Well, Carl lost a sizable chunk of chips to Sean in that hand.
Let's have a quick look at the outer table. Yeah, so Carl has still got some chips there by the look of it, but Sean is back in the game with a sizable stack and the 2 big stacks at the other end of the table. So yeah, okay. Back to the feature table. Harold Brooks will be the under the gun player.
I'm not sure Moa's stack is that big anymore because he doesn't have a lot of black chips in it.
Yeah, we'll try and focus in on that in a little while. Have a look, but these screens is quite difficult.
Right, under the gun, Harold with the suited ace. 4-handed, he's going to raise.
So Darren Walt says, Neil Singh, why are you not dealing this? I think we should leave Neil to answer that. Okay,
So raise and a call, and
ace
Johan's
jack.
flattered with the ace jack on the
Wow,
button.
big hand as well.
4-handed, a very big hand. Bozo folds, round to Ahmed with the Doyle suited in the big blind. He's going to fold.
Texas Dolly in the muck. Okay, under the gun versus the button, and off to the flop we will go.
And Harold needs
Pot
a lot of
size.
help with the flop.
47,000 in the pot. The jack is good.
And Johannes flop top pair there.
I mean, you'll see the Harold's less than 1%. And that's because he needs running hearts or running 2s actually.
And running 2s is his only option. And Johan's going to bet after it was checked to him, and I fancy Harold will get out the way.
There's not even a red card on the flop to help him, so this is a good bet fold.
Yeah, quite a big bet from Harold. Folds. I think Johan will show him the jack. He shows him ace jack. And Harold has a look across, sees the cards, gives a nod of acknowledgement. And Johan's been reinforcing his reputation. He raised the 7, showed Bozo, he takes the pot down, shows the ace jack.
And there's our outer table. Just having a quick look while the dealer's shuffling. Thank you. And the blinds go up, 6,000, 3,000, 6,000 on the big blind ante. And that's just a deal there. So we'll go back to our feature table where the action is starting. Johan will be under the gun.
Right, Johan with the ace-5 off under the gun. And decides to fold it. Round to Bozo on the button, folds 5-4 off. Ahmed in the small blind with the computer hand.
Ahmed's sitting on 500,000 chips here.
Yeah, he's got the big stack at the table. But Harold's not short stacked, having 382,000.
I think Harold should check this back. No.
Yeah,
He just called, he didn't raise. Okay, so there is actually a ruling here. But what's happened here is the player said he said, I haven't raised, I've simply called.
and they both got a piece of the flop.
They both get a piece of the flop. This should just go check.
I
Really.
know, Ahmed's going to bet his top pair.
I was surprised there, based on the confusion pre-flop.
10,000, 20,000.
Harold's going to think, I've got a pair here. You thought I was going to fold because you raised, or you just add it.
The trouble is Ahmed has got top pair.
Call.
Bet and call.
Check.
That makes the board a little bit straighter as well.
Yeah, it's gone check, and now Harold's leading into it. No non-believer because of the of what happened pre-flop.
He's repping a straight here. Ahmed can easily put him on 6-4 here.
Yeah, you can put him on 6-4.
Or on 2-3 or 2-5
or any,
or 3-5.
even 7-2 because he wanted to fold pre-flop.
Yeah, any of those two-pair combos. And he's getting
And
away
he's
with
getting
it.
away from it.
Well done, Harold Brooks.
And that's simply based on the
And he
confusion.
shows his cards. Oh, my word. Oh, Harold.
And Ahmed just
Look at
rubs his
Ahmed's
head.
face. Look at Ahmed's face.
Now that's just based on what happened with the confusion pre-flop.
Yeah, so, you know, there'll be questions coming in, so I'm going to head the questions off. Harold pushed his chips forward and threw his cards towards the dealer. Ahmed said, I didn't fold, I just called.
I didn't raise, I just called, yes.
Yeah, I didn't raise, I just called. Johan picked Harold's cards and slid them back to him. Okay? Now, Harold didn't actually say fold, but there was forward action there. So if the tournament director had been called, he could quite possibly have ruled that as a fold. He didn't, and the reason he didn't, and this is the point of the conversation, is that rule number 1 in the book says common sense must apply at all times, and you should be fair and equitable to all players. And in that case, I think the fact that the other player who said, this being Ahmed, said, look, I didn't fold, or I didn't do this, or gave the permission for the cards to be
Yes, he was giving Harold permission, saying, look, I didn't raise, don't fold.
Yeah. Talking of permission, Bozo's raising the 20 grand with pocket 9s, and I think Ahmed has got permission to be calling here.
Pocket 10s, I
Or
think
even raising.
he's going to 3-bet. I don't think forehand that he's flatting with pocket 10s. And there the raise comes. Quick fold from Harold.
1,000.
Folded the 8-7. Round to Johan with king 5 is going to go into the muck.
So David has a decision to make.
Now, forehand that Bozo has a big decision with the pocket 9s here.
And you know, you could see a shove here from David.
And there it goes.
Yeah, thought so.
And a
And
quick
a
call.
snap.
And snap call. And Bozo's in bad
A
shape
world
here.
of trouble is what Bozo is
He's
in.
drawing to 2 outs.
A
needs
world of trouble.
One of the 2 black 9s
Good
left
luck,
in the
gentlemen.
deck.
Good luck. We don't root for any players here, so
No, see,
the
call it
cards
as we
will
come.
do, they will do.
The commentary that but there's no help for Bozo is merely based on who's
Well,
ahead.
Bozo's drawing to the 2 outs here. He needs a black 9 and a black 9 only, and that is the end of it.
And
And
that's
we
the end
lose
of it.
David Rosenthal from the feature table. Well done, David. You took a few punches, and we'll let the tournament director know, and we will be going to a final table. Just checking, the tournament director has stood at the other table. And I'm pretty sure he'll pause play very shortly.
Yeah, I think so, Gary. We will be
And
having
Cole
pausing
had
play.
all his money in there.
So we've got to wait for that hand to play
I
out
think
first.
Cole has just taken some money off of, I'm not sure. I don't know who won the hand.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the dealer's just checking the chips because I don't
No,
see
the
Carl.
money's all in, the hand's over.
Yeah, there's no cards in front of anybody else. I think the dealer's just checking that Carl got his correct amount of chips, and it looks like it's from Moaz.
Okay, it looks like Cole won that hand. And it looks like we just might have had a double up on the outside table for Carl Myberg. Okay, we're just going to phase this picture out. We're going to turn the table microphone down, and we'll return just as soon as we've got the feature table all sorted with the final table. Okay, we'll be back shortly. Okay, we're back. We've had a redraw. We have 7 players remaining. Seat 1, Offer Asabi, 828,000. Seat 3, Sean Governor, 190,000. Was Ghani. Seat 4, 11,500, which is equivalent to one big blind also. Seat 5, Johan de Graaf, 344,500. Harold Brooks in seat 6, 388,500. Colin Myberg in seat 8, 234,000, and Ahmed Karim 713,000. So one shorty mark, 2 very big stacks, and then the rest are all mediocre.
Yeah, Moaz is very short in the hand, just as Bozo was being knocked out by Ahmed with the 10s versus the 9s.
Moaz is already all in blind by the look of it. Well,
Yeah.
no, he's a big blind. Is he? No, he's under the gun.
Moaz lost most of his chips to Cole. Folded round to Ahmed on the button.
Is it me, or does Carl always sit in that seat at the feature table? That's always the same seat. I'm right, huh?
He likes that seat, or the one opposite where Sean is.
So it looks like a raise from Sean. Oh no, Offers made the raise.
He wants to isolate Moaz. He knows that
Sean's not going anywhere. Sorry, Sean's not going to be calling this over Jack 7 off.
yeah, I don't think so. Oh,
Well, does he fancy some? He does. That is a surprise.
24,000 total. 24,000 total.
I doubt that Boz even looked at these cards yet. He's all in, whatever. Yeah, what can I do? What can I do, he says. So 11,500 all in from Boz. Good luck, sir. And the other 2 players will see a flop, but there are two active players in this
hand.
yeah, in this hand, so there'll be no flop, sorry, there'll be no turning of cards just yet.
Right, so the dealer's just sorting out all the chips. Moaz is the player at risk. We have 2 betting players in the hand still with the side pot. And Sean with the Jack 7 defending his big blind has found top pair. And he's going to lead out. Offer will fold. And Moaz is calling for runner diamonds. Before the hand was turned over, he knew.
Optimistic. Or runner 10s, runner 9s, or runner 10-9.
Yeah, runner straight. 8 and a 7. Queen and the king, any one of those.
There's your sweat.
There's his sweat, the diamond. Ah,
There's a
finds
10.
the 10, but it's no help to him, and we
So-
say goodbye to Moaz from the final table.
Bye-bye, Moaz, and a valiant effort.
Right, so we're down to 6 players at the final table with the top 4 getting paid. Button will be on Offer. Small blind on Sean, and the big blind will move round to Johan de Graaf.
So the piece of paper that Harold Brooks has got in his hand is our chip count. And Harold just wanted to familiarise himself with what's going on. And nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that.
So we have Sean Butco, better known as Buttercup to his friends. 26 minutes ago he said Bozo. Well, when you catch up with the stream, unfortunately, Bozo is no longer with us.
Right, so we go to the next hand. Will be Harold Brooks under the gun. Johan in the big blind, and Sean Govender in the small blind.
Give me that voting inside that one. That's mine.
Waiting for Harold.
Voting is mine. That one, yeah.
8-3 off will go into the muck.
So just for our
Call
streamers
folds
out
quickly.
there, we have a problem with the Facebook connection here. It's not us, it is the Facebook end. And they're unable to receive our stream. So if to enjoy an uninterrupted streaming, please just pop across to the YouTube channel. You can also use the chat there on the YouTube channel, by the way, so feel free to do so.
Meanwhile, Ahmed has raised from the cutoff with the Queen 4 suited. Offer a Sabi on the button with Queen Jack suited.
I'm just stepping out, Mark.
Sean Govender is called with the ace 10. Johan de Graaf with pocket 2s called as well, so we're going forward to the flop.
Check.
Right, an offer has found the best of that flop. It's gone check, check. So round to Ahmed, who was the initial raiser. He still has offer behind him on the button. He goes check. Fancy Ahmed offer will bet here.
20,000.
Protect his top pair. Sean will fold quickly. I think Johan will get rid of his 2s quite quickly. Folds. Round to Ahmed. And he'll have to fold as well. An offer will pick up a nice pot. Right, Gary, while you were away, offer picked up a pot where there was 4-way action to the flop.
Okay, so I just popped out the ladies at Monster Jam are just putting a message out on the Facebook page for Monster Jam, so people get it live, that there is a technical issue with the Facebook side. They're unable to receive our signal. So we are now officially doing the YouTube feed and the Twitch feed. And we have our first contestant, Mr. Hilly Ascar. He was here yesterday, obviously not playing today.
He said he's going to be playing later. He says, morning all, see you later.
Ah, okay. Is that what that means?
Yeah.
L8TR, later. Oh yeah, okay, I get it, I get it. Just an old person, just bear with me.
Right, and Ahmed in the hijack has let go of the ace 3 off.
So we have 6 players left in, Mark, yeah? 2 for the money.
2 to the money. Sean on the button with the ace 6. He's going to raise.
Raise 20,000.
Johan, king 7 here. Harold, computer hand. Big blind gets out of the way. Around to...
the button raiser's taken down the hand. Cole posting his big blind and ante for the next hand.
which is becoming significant, of course.
Yeah, if you see the pile of chips that went out there in the middle, it's starting to get up there.
4,000, 8,000, 8,000 on the big blind empty.
Yeah, after a Sabi at 107 big blind sitting very comfortably. Likewise Ahmed, 87 bigs.
So we're on level 15, which is 8,000, sorry, 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 on big blind ante. This is hand 37 of the day, and Ahmed Karim is your under the gun player, and he's in bottom right of your screen. Now he's to the right of your screen, and he's going to fold his king 8 around to offer with 4-3. And be interested to see how Offer plays the big stack. Yesterday he was quite protective.
Yeah, he has.
See if he comes out firing on the feature table.
But he just flat called with the queen jack on the button, and when it was folded around to me, he had hit top pair, and he bet and took down the hand when there was 4 to the flop when you were out. So I fancy he won't change his strategy too much at the moment. It's the way he likes to play the game. He might surprise us and change gears and start using that big stack a little bit more. Ahmed is definitely going to use his stack.
Yeah. So, raised to 23,000 by Johan, around to Cole. Cole's just saying to him, you're stealing my bloody big blind.
Yeah.
I don't think he's stealing with that, buddy.
Nah.
So anyhow, the hand in which
Johan shows.
the hand in which Moaz and Cole were tangling before the break. Cole had King Jack and Moaz, believe it or not, had aces. The money went in pre-flop. There was a king on the flop, and of course the river did deliver a king on the river. So Cole made tripped kings, and the aces did not hold up. Hence the reason that Moaz came to the table with just the one big blind.
Yeah, unfortunate for Moaz, and
Got it in good, unlucky.
he got it in good, and it happens. And Cole was the benefactor and has come to the final table with a few more chips. Right, Sean's folding 7-3 in the hijack. Johan will look down at the computer hand in the cutoff. Gonna fold. Now Harold with ace queen on the button. It's gonna raise here. Well disguised, looks like a standard button raise.
Raise. 23.5.
Round to call in the small blind with 7-6 suited. It's going to fold. And Ahmed with 9-6 in the big blind. He's going to fold as well. So Harold with a decent hand on the button takes the hand down.
Yeah, no competitors there, no decent cards, so unfortunate, but he wasn't getting called, but better to take the blinds, huh? Better to take the dead money.
Yeah, and Cole and Sean in the just over the 20 big blind range are starting to edge towards that danger zone now, with it costing 20k a rotation now.
It's not a cheap game anymore.
So they might have 26 bigs, but if you take it down to 20 a rotation, it's 10 rotations. An M of 10 in
Wow.
old speak.
The Harrington speak. Okay, Sean Governor is under the gun. Suited connectors here, 10-9. Early position, decides not to play those. So that's a fold. Randy Johan de Graaf, 10-9 also. And they've folded those. So we're around to Harold Brooks, Queen 8 of clubs. King 3 on the button. Cole will have a little stab here. No, not interested. Pair of sixes for Ahmed. Maybe a good fold by Cole there. And Ahmed is a big stack, and coincidentally the biggest stack is to his left, which
Yeah,
is
so he's
probably the
already-
worst position he could have. Offer, talking of worst positions, Offer's got 7-2.
And Ahmed just limped in there. He wanted to induce a little bit of action from Offer. Also, if he flops the set to it, it'll be well disguised.
So this will go
Check.
check. Wow, I'm surprised.
Gone check. No help to Offer yet. I think Ahmed might bet here. Eh?
I
Go
think
check again.
this is big stack respect time.
The ace doesn't change anything. Ahmed probably thinks his sixes are good now.
Well, the news is they are.
So it decides whether he's going to bet or to check to see if Offer will have a stab at the pot.
Here comes the value, 21,000.
21,000.
And Offer's got nothing to call with here.
Offer has nothing to offer.
Your little pun for the day, Gary. Offer's thinking and looking at the board. And he
the
decides
fold
to
comes.
fold.
There's the fold.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. The button will be on Ahmed. Offer will be in the small blind.
We have a hand anniversary. It is number 40.
Number 40 for the day already. Sean governed in the big blind.
Level 15, 38 minutes run. Oh, 2 runs, should I say. So we're just over 20 minutes of the level played. And just a reminder of the folks at home, we're no longer on 45-minute levels. We're on 1 hour levels. So a little bit more playability in terms of stacks and etc. You get a bit more time in those blind levels.
Right, Johan de Graaf under the gun with Jack 2 off. They're going to the muck. Harold falls Queen 7. On to call in the cutoff with the 6-5. Decides to fold. Ahmed on the button with King 9.
Yeah, once again, Ahmed's only got the blinds to get through here. So
Raise 19,000.
he's identified that Offer's not interested in playing too much here at the moment. So it gets around to Sean. I mean, to be fair to Offer, he doesn't have any cards. And Sean might defend here.
It's just working out here. I've got to put a small amount in if I consider what blind and ante I've put out there.
Yep. So that was factored in, and we'll go to the flop. And straight away, king in the window. And of course, top 2 there for
Top 2
Ahmed.
for Ahmed. Now he's going to decide, it's check to me, am I going to slow play this?
I don't think he's going to slow play because there's 2 clubs out there, but
18,000.
would have been an interesting hand if it had been 7-6 of clubs for sure. That would have been very interesting.
Ahmed does have the king of clubs as well for the backdoor flush draw. He's going to bet and take it down.
Nice hand. So we're all a little bit feely touchy in the final table here.
Yeah, especially when we're so close to the money now. Players don't want to make any silly mistakes.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, move on to the next hand. Offer will be on the button, Sean in the small blind, Johan de Graaf in the big blind, posting the ante as well. And Mr. Brooks will be under the gun.
So the freeze event is going nicely outside. They've passed the rebuy period, so now the tournament is in full swing. And as I said earlier, they're trying to finish that today. So if we get any reports or we got any information, we'll get that to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, possibly in when we've got a lull between hands, we can just switch to the screen and have a look how many players are still in, and
yeah, we'll get a shot of that later.
Give a shot to give the viewers a little bit of information.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what we can do.
But Harold under the gun has raised to the pocket 5s. Gone to call in the hijacks, Queen 10 suited, decides to let go. 9-8 suited for Ahmed in the cutoff.
I like 9-8 suited.
Yeah, I think Cole liked the Queen 10 suited too, but he looked that he was facing a lot of players behind him still.
Oh no, he's gonna. Cole's range will be tight now. He's looking to. He's worked hard with that short stack several times. He's back up there with a reasonable stack. He's still got some fighting soldiers, so he's not going to give them away cheaply, I'm sure. And the same to be said for all of these players, to be honest. They've all worked hard to get to where they are. It's not been the easiest of routes.
Han is going to defend with the 7-6. So they're all looking for medium range cards.
So this is developing into a bit of a pot here. 75 grand in the pot already. 2, 3, 5. So Harold flops his set here. The hearts aren't too happy, but the 7-6 has got some draw possibilities, obviously.
So now Johan is first to speak. He's got a gut shot straight. He has checked. Harold is going to bet his set because of the draw on the board, and he wants to protect his hand.
Yeah, it's draw heavy, that board. And of course there are 2 spades out there as well. 75k in the pot. Harold's going to fire in about 45 to 50 here, I would have thought.
He hadn't actually, Johan hadn't checked.
Oh, I thought he'd checked.
I thought so as well, because Harold had picked up chips. So,
Well, Harold currently has the stone cold nuts. Well, not really, because there could be a straight there, but in his mind he does.
yeah,
He doesn't put any players on calling him with the wheel straight draw there.
Now, Johannes led out here with his gut shot draw because he's saying there's all low cards there. I'm going to put the other two on high cards for the raise and the call.
Yeah, I mean, ace-4 obviously is beating Harold. And of course 4-6 is beating Harold, but you can't put anybody on that hand pre-flop, not given the action.
So it's gone bet call. Harold has just flat called with his 5s. Ahmed's got out the way.
Wisely.
So we go to the turn. Johannes is looking for a 4 and a 4 alone to help him.
Yeah, he's only got 4 outs and they're all 4s.
Action on Johan, he now checks.
So 151 in the pot. Harold's got to put 60 to 70 in here for
Yeah,
sure.
I thought about 65 or so would be the right number.
I think,
Let's see what he
I think it's a come to dinner bet.
So look, there's a lot of reds there, which are the 5,000 chips. Now, I said 65, he's gone for 63. Close
Yeah, he
enough.
wants to keep him in.
Johanna's not one that likes to chase those gut shot draws. He bet to take it down. Then he shut down on the turn.
I mean, what has Johan got at the moment?
7-9.
Exactly.
And they go into the muck. And a nice pot for Harold.
Yeah.
I mean, Harold knocks the table. All right, so we move on to the next hand. Johan will be.
Johan has actually dropped down the standings a little bit there.
Dropped quite a bit. That hand cost him a fair bit.
And of course, he swapped places with Harold almost, I think, there.
Yeah, there was a reversal of roles there.
Yeah. So Cole's going to be the under the gun player. We continue with this level. 30 minutes have elapsed just about. 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 on the big blind ante, and this is hand number 42 of the day for the Grand Slam 25k. Local time just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right, so the action will be on Cole. Got Jack 4 suited under the gun. Way too early a position for him to play that.
So in this case, what's a Jack for is not changing a tire, it's for folding.
Round to Ahmed.
King
Hijack,
6.
King 6. They follow suit to the muck. Offer a solve, he reached for chips straight away. With his 7-6 in the cutoff.
So this is really Offer's first sort of venture here.
Yeah, he's starting just say, I'm going to use the stack from here. I'm going to raise with the 7-6.
Well, he gets a button to fold, I think.
I think Johan is calling with the King 10.
Yeah, King 10, strong hand, short-handed. 9-7 offsuit for Harold, and he'll give up his big blind here.
So we go 2 to the flop.
7-6 off. King 10 off. Spades and diamonds all covered. Check, check.
It's one check, check.
Okay, so that's a terrible board.
There's the ace for the split now, or the 8 for the gut shot for offer.
And there it is. Everybody loves a chop pot.
Just depending on how the action goes, yeah? If Johan checks offer, if he has a stab at this, he may get Johan to fold. And does so.
He does indeed. Fortune favours the brave.
Just using his position there, it's been checked to him twice. On the third check, I'm betting.
I believe you're absolutely right. And Offer picks up some chips. And bottom is Cole and Sean, 24, 26 respectively. And Johan with 31.
He's getting towards that danger zone as well now after that big pot to Harold.
Yeah, for sure. But interesting dynamics here. I mean, you've got Cole and Sean who've demonstrated their ability to play their short stack already throughout the last couple of days. And we've not really seen Johan in any danger, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Yeah, Harold's sitting fairly comfortably, and Ahmed and Offer your 2 big stacks. Ahmed falls under the gun, the Jack 10. Playing it's from too early a position. Offers cards follow into the muck. Sean's cards follow. Round to Johan on the button with 8-6. Says I'm going to use my button. Raises.
22,000.
The Harold has found King Queen in the small blind. So now it depends on whether he's going to flat or re-raise.
Looks like those are raising chips.
Looks like he's carved out a raise there.
That's 50 something, maybe 60. I don't know.
He puts in the raise. Your
Cole folds.
Cole folds
immediately.
very quickly.
52.
So 5 bet to 52,000. Cole folds. Around to Johan.
Total, yes.
And Johan will be folding here. Just take a little bit of time. Bit of respectability into the hand.
No, he's going to defend his raise. Got to the flop.
Interesting.
Very
Interesting.
interesting.
And that's why he defended his raise, he says.
He's picked up bottom pair. It's gone check to him. It's gone check. Turn brings in 9. There's a 4 card straight out on the board now.
And Harold's outs now are kings, tens and queens.
The ace is no help to Harold. Harold's not going to rep that ace because he 3-bet pre. And he puts in the bet.
It's quite small bet into that pot, huh?
Yeah, it almost looks like a
27 into 120
yeah,
is a
it's
very small
a
bet.
value bluff. And it works.
Well
Well
done,
played,
Harold
sir.
Brooks. Unlucky Johan. And Johan loses another chunk of change there.
Yeah.
So a little view of the outside tables there. This is the freeze tournament. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 active tables still. A few of our regulars out there that you may or may not recognise. I can see John Brown-Brosey. I can see Keith Bishop's head from behind. Young Cello.
There's Dobby over here.
Dobby is there as well. Kevin Khalil is also out there.
Henny Appel in the corner.
You can't
Tutu
miss that
Russon.
head. Cole Snyman.
Next to Moral Zeman.
Yeah, there's quite a few of our
Kevin
regulars. out
Khalil.
there. Yeah, I saw Kev there. And Abdeles is still out there as well. And there's Vigandas, best player in Lithuania.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the feature table. And offers folded there. So round to Sean Governor, ace-6 there in the muck. Johan with 9-8, still probably licking his wounds a little bit there. 96 offsuit on the button for Harold. Harold's just got a lot of chips there, so he might try and get the blinds out of the way.
He's playing sensibly. He's
Ace 8, the small blind, worth a raise here from Cole. Take it down.
Raise.
Cole's not in the best of spots with the 2 big stacks on his left.
No, I was looking at that earlier. If he raises from anywhere, he's going straight into the 2 big stacks.
Yeah. Cole raises it up.
And Ahmed found A7 off in the big blind.
Yeah,
Blind on blind.
I don't know if he's going to flat this. I think he might raise it.
Yeah, and he's just put a big chunk down.
He's all in.
Oh, he's gone all in. Put maximum pressure on Cole. Cole has to let go of the better hand. Just pure pressure from Ahmed.
Well, Ahmed knows Cole can only call there with aces, kings or queens. That's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, just using the big stack there. If you're going to raise my big blind, blind on blind, I'm going to put you all in. Your tournament life's at risk, not mine.
Yeah, and I've got you well covered.
Right, we move on to the next hand. Cole will be on the button now. Lost a few more chips with his big blind and that raise from the small blind.
I suspect he'll now be the short stack at the table as well.
He will be. Under the gun,
Sean with ace king.
picked up a Anna Kornikova under the gun.
Raise.
He's raised.
3,000.
quick fold from Johan.
So it's a standard 20k raise that's been sort of going around here. Let's see what Harold does. Harold's got King 9 suited in the cutoff. I mean, you've got to give some credibility to Sean's raise. Yeah, absolutely, it was very early position. Cole's 8-4 has gone into the muck.
Ahmed folds Jack 10 off. Round to offer, and he's folded already. Folded 9-3 off.
Easy game. Yeah, so Cole's on 22 bigs there. Johan on 25, Sean on 27, so all of them in a little bit of a quandary.
Yeah, we sort of got a halfway split there. The top three and the bottom three.
It's the rich three and the poor three.
With relative to big blinds.
Yeah.
So Johan will be under the gun for this hand. Sean will be in the big blind with offer in the small blind. And Ahmed on the button. But Johan has got 8-7 off under the gun. He's going to fold. Harold with a 9-3 in the hijack. They'll follow into the muck. Cole folds quickly, King 3 suited. Round to Ahmed on the button. 7-6 on the button. Gonna raise.
Raise 90,000. Yes, sir.
Offer asks the dealer, is it me? Looks down, he's got pocket 9s. I fancy the 3 bets coming. He's counting out a lot of chips. The big 3 bet goes in.
And there it is. How much is that, Mark? It looked like a big chunk of change
It
there.
was a big chunk. I think it's gone up to 50 or 55, thereabouts. Yeah, 49.
Ahmed won't want to tangle here. I'd just assumed that Sean would fold there. Ahmed won't want to tackle the big stack.
No, big stack on big stack, and offer's been very tight this
Absolutely.
throughout, so Ahmed will give him that respect, and he doesn't want to tangle. He don't, ICM-wise, he does not want to tangle with the big stack at the moment. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Offer has now moved to the extend his lead there, 111 bigs, approaching 900,000 chips. And Johan on the shorter side now for the first time really. He hasn't really been under pressure at all throughout the tournament. He's been very steady in the middle. He's in the big blind. Harold will be under the gun. Alright, so Harold under the gun with a King 8 off suit. Into the muck. Cole folds quickly. Jack 2. Round to Ahmed with 6-4 in the cutoff. Offer on the button with the ace-6.
I fancy a little bet here.
Yeah, I think he'll raise.
I mean, he's got 2 of the shorter stacks to his left.
And he's got the very tight image as well.
Let's see what Sean's woken up with here.
Raise 70,000.
7-2 off into the muck. And Johan 10-4 suited. Can I defend with this? So I've got so many soldiers in the field, I'm going to defend. Go 2-8 to the flop. There's no help for Johan on that flop. Go on check, check, and Johan finds the 10 on the turn. Now takes the lead, and there's only 3 outs for offer.
What's the raise there? That's the bet,
It's
25.
the bet, and offer immediately shook his head. He was going to fold. As soon as the bet went in, he shook his head.
Yeah, offer's not one to tank a long time.
As soon as the bet went in, there was the quick shake of the head. We knew he was going to fold. Right, Harold posts the big blind. Johan de Graaf will be in the small blind. And Sean will be on the button. With Carl looking for a spot to get his chips in. He's going to be under the gun. so action on Mr. Marburg with 9-6 suited. Under the gun, goes into the muck.
Queen Jack, this is playable.
Yeah, from the hijack, I think Ahmed will raise. Puts in the raise.
So inexplicably, the Facebook feed is working again. We don't know.
19.
All we know is we're sending out 3 strong feeds here to our 3 receptors. For some reason, Facebook keeps bouncing back. So just so you're listening, you can catch us on YouTube and Twitch as well under Monster Jam Poker.
Right, meanwhile the action has gone fold around so far in the raise. After Asabi actually called in the cutoff with a 4-3 suited. He's showing some willingness to play a lot more hands now.
Yeah, I'm surprised he just called there though. Maybe it's a favorite hand or something. I'm not entirely sure
Suited
why.
connectors is looking to see a flop with his big stack.
Yeah. I mean, actually, no immediate out for either player. I mean, Queen High's ahead here, obviously.
Now Ahmed's going to check. Or will he continue? Yes, he's going to check. It's gone check.
And he knows that Offer can be a tricky customer. Of course, Offer's now got a guts or straight draw. Any 2 will do.
Or he's got a 6 as well. He's got the double belly buster there.
2,000.
And you're going to bet it. I mean, checked him
15.
twice. And he takes down the pot.
Nice hand. Well played. Small blind, sorry, the 22 big blinds for Cole and 24 for Sean and Johan on 27. And definitely a line across the middle with Harold above it with 64. So, you know, we're 6-handed here. There's 4 people to make the cash. So all of the short stacks will have half an eye on that 4th place, and they won't want to get out to line too much.
Yeah, they're looking for a spot to chip up. So they're not going to be reckless with it.
The chips have become that much more valuable in terms of ICM.
Right, so Cole will be in the big blind. Ahmed under the gun. 9-2 off, folds. Now to Offer with a 5-3 suited. And he's been playing these small suited cards the whole time.
Interesting. It's noteworthy that he has been playing small suited connectors or one gappers or whatever. That's a limp, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just limped in, but now Sean with the ace king, the cutoff is not going to limp with the ace king. And what do I know?
Apparently he is.
He is going to. Is he trying to set a trap for one of the hands further down to
Harold's going to fold his 7-2.
To raise? What has Cole got?
5-3. He can't call with these.
Well, he's in the big blind. He's just going to check.
Yeah, I'm going to say you can't raise, should I say, just a flat call. I mean, he's lucky to be seeing a flop with ace king out there.
Yeah, so we've gone 3-way to the flop, and both Cole and Offer have hit the 3.
Offer and Cole both got the same hand here.
And Offer, being the initial limper in, is going to bet. Sean's non-believer calls. Cole folds his 5-3, doesn't have chips to splash around.
That's the right thing to do, as they say.
And the 6 doesn't give any help to Sean. Now it's gone check. Jack is still no help to
He
to
who
Sean.
bets first should take this
It's
down.
gone check.
And Sean is sitting there saying, why on earth did I not raise pre-flop?
Yeah, I think the limper Offer put him off a little. You know, when the big stack to your immediate right limps to your alarm bell sort of go off sometimes.
Perhaps you're right, but I'd still, you know me, I'm a limpings for losers man, you know.
Yeah, no, with ace king, I'm still going to raise to find out where I stand with
Yeah,
that
for
ace king.
sure. Cole's immediately out of the hand, and it comes back round to Offer. And as Offer does Offer want to play 3-5 heads up against the guys just raised him, you know?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So, you know, for me, in that particular circumstance, I think Sean will probably be kicking himself a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's going to look back at it and think Yeah,
I mean, maybe he was just trying to get a bit trappy there, you know, you don't know. I mean, the guys have got to be a bit cagey with their shorter stacks, so, you know, didn't want to commit too many soldiers to the field. Anyway, hand anniversary, 50 hands up for the feature table for the day.
Offer folds into the gun
Sean
now.
with ace queen. Now, let's see. And we're going to raise this time. Get rid of the limpers.
Lesson learned. Raise goes in.
You know, that's why the human race rules the earth, because we evolve, we adapt, and we learn.
Cole with king 3 suited in the small blind is going to fold. But Ahmed with pocket 8s in the big blind.
Yeah, I think he might actually see him fire a raise here.
Yeah, I think he'll 3-bet from with the 8s from there. And he flats off.
Okay, so he's offset hunting. See what he can mine on this flop. And not a lot is happening. Sean flops top pair there.
Top
With
pair, top kicker.
with the top kicker, of course. And one of the 8s has been folded, so Ahmed's in a pretty bad shape here. So I'm pretty sure this is going to go bet fold.
Sean fires the continuation with the best hand by far. Ahmed folds his 8s.
And Sean will welcome home 34 new soldiers. 34,000 chippies. Well done, and that'll move him a little bit clearer of the danger zone. Cole now the Lone Ranger at under 20 down there.
But he's on the button, so he's got a free look around for the next few hands.
And as we've seen from the outer table performance, you know, Cole isn't afraid to play the short stack.
Yeah, and Cole doesn't get desperate or reckless, and he'll pick his spot when he thinks it's right, and put his chips across the line. Right, so it's across to Sean under the gun. It's fine. Three bigger hands in a row here. Ace king, then ace queen, now ace jack suited.
He's picking them up, eh?
And he's going to raise again. Johan folds quickly. Round to Harold. Harold has got ace king here.
Time for some fireworks.
Let's see, there come the raising chips.
30 something, yeah, I think. 35, 37, something like that. Looks that way.
Well,
Maybe I'm wrong.
Raises to 22, and he's just flat called. He counted out raising chips initially, and then flat called.
Interesting.
It's gone round to offer. He's folded, so we go heads up to the flop. And
So ace jack is in front here. All
On
black
the jack.
cards.
he's going to fire his top pair.
Harold with the 2 overs is going to just see this.
No help for Harold there.
No back doors available.
And there's only 2 outs for him. 1 king was folded. Sean's reaching for a lot more chips now.
Yeah, that looks like 60 something.
And Harold folds. Taps the table in acknowledgement.
Yep. And once again, I think Harold might say, I wish I'd have raised there pre-flop.
And that's why you call Harold the gentleman of poker.
Yeah.
He had ace king, he had a premium hand pre-flop, loses the hand, doesn't get it, taps the table in acknowledgement,
Oh,
moves on to the next hand.
Always been a gentleman, Harold's, and always a pleasure to be at the table with him. But let me tell you, he's a smiling assassin as well. Don't get put off by don't get put off by the fact that he's a gentleman. Trust me, he's got the killer blows as well.
Yeah, no, he's a regular at feature tables and that, so the viewers and players are very familiar with him.
So I believe there's a break in about 10 minutes or so. We will not be changing people at the feature table, obviously, because this is the final table.
Oh, it's folded round to Ahmed on the button. He's got pocket 4s, your Star Wars hand.
Indeed, the 4s be with you.
Offer is flat called with the ace 10. And there's
Sean in the big blind.
one of the fours that Ahmed would need for his set is folded there by Sean in the big blind.
2 to the flop. And we are, of course, racing here. All the hearts come out there, so that's just a little insurance policy for Offer.
Yeah, it's a big flop for Offer there with the ace of hearts in his hand. And he's gone check, check. Turn the 2 brings no help to Offer.
Yeah, it brings other adds to the board, of course. And the action is with Ahmed on the 4s.
On check, check again. 2 big stacks have played very cagey with one another in the sand.
There's been no real fireworks.
Both,
Check, check
both
again.
hands that they've played against one another have been played very, very cagey. They haven't wanted to tangle too much.
Yeah, and I don't know how the people are the command of the English language, but there is a tacit understanding. Tacit.
Yes.
What a great word. In other words,
wonderful word for that.
basically,
rule.
they don't have to tell each other. They already know.
Yeah, the unwritten rule.
There's been no collusion. There's been no discussion. They just understand they're both big stacks, and they know that they don't want to be tangling with each other. They
Not
can
yet.
both be guaranteed a prize pool.
Absolutely.
You know, so that is what the word tacit means. An understanding. In fact, I might even look it up. I think I'm right.
Unwritten understanding.
Yeah, I think so.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. Harold will be under the gun. Johan de Graaf's in the big blind. Harold looks down at his 10-8 off.
The word tacit is understood or implied without being stated. There we go. Perfect word.
Ahmed with the queen 3 suited in the cutoff. It's going to get active here.
Raise 19,000.
Offer with 10-9 on the button. Folds. Queen 3 is still was the raising hand.
9-7 suited.
Yeah,
With the
Johan
big
will
blind.
defend. He's defended all these 6-7, 7-8, 9-7s.
He doesn't like
in the
giving
big
it up,
blind.
huh? Ace 4 king, all red cards. 2 hearts on board.
Johan checks.
So queen high for Ahmed is in pretty good shape here. Although not obviously.
He raised pre-flop, so he's going to continue.
15, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 15. 3 red
Yeah,
chips.
and a wonderful example to the viewers out there by Ahmed. With what was in the pot, he didn't fire a huge continuation bet.
No need.
But 15,000 is going to get the same information to him as if he had to put 30 or 40 there.
Yeah, heads up against the player that he was against. That's more than adequate. You know, Johan has not shown any propensity to being too stubborn if he doesn't hit the pot, hit the flop. So yeah, let's just say thank you again to Johan for the biltong. I haven't tasted it yet, but I'm sure it'll be spectacular.
Right, so move on to the next hand.
A lot of posturing and very not slow play, but deliberate play at this table.
Very considered play, shall we say, because
Yeah.
of the fact that we're 2 away from the money.
That's it.
Hijack 9-6 for Ahmed. Ahmed's the most active player on the table,
Raise.
which is to be expected.
Normal modus operandi.
And with the stack that he's got.
19.
Well, Sean looks like he's coming
Sean's
along
got,
with his pocket queens here.
It's just flat call.
Oh my word, I don't understand that. A flat call with queens. I mean, it's very trappy. But you look, Sean has his own style. I mean, he sat at a final table on a Grand Slam event, so he's no slouch. Easy to criticise when you're not at the table.
And Harold priced in with the Jack 4 suited. It's called in the big blind. We got to the flop.
And there you go. All good news.
Yeah, well, there's one overcard to Sean's queens now, and
And an
Ahmed
up
was
down
the
straight draw.
raiser,
It's an up down straight draw for Ahmed, of course.
and he's going to bet that draw.
Yeah, of course, for sure.
Really?
Sean's a non-believer, calls him immediately,
Yeah, that was a snap straight off the bat.
and Harold folded. Go to the turn. Oh, and Ahmed has found his straight.
Yep. That sounds like a familiar call.
Being very deliberate here, taking his time. He looks down at his chips now. What, about 35, Gary? 35, 37, thereabouts?
Sounds like a good value bet. So our flop in the right hand corner is not working properly. So we've got the 8 of diamonds, the king of hearts, the 7 of spades, 5 of clubs on the table with the turn in play. Check mark against Ahmed's 9-6 because he's obviously got a straight. And Ahmed has put out a bet here of 29,000. And Sean still continues to be a non-believer. I don't think the money's going to go in here. If the queen comes on the river, it is.
Yeah, if the queen comes on the river, he's in a frightful trouble.
And lucky for him, his queen doesn't come on the river. Ahmed's obviously the out of position player here, so 200,000 in the pot, a lot of money in the pot. Ahmed's now thinking, you know, I've got the stone cold here. Well, how much can I bet and how much would he call off? What is he calling me with here? He's kind of hoping that he's got the king. As to remind the folks at home, 8 of diamonds, king of hearts, 7 of spades, 5 of clubs, 7 of diamonds. That is what's on there. Ahmed has the nut straight. And pocket queens for Sean. So Ahmed's sizing here is significant.
That's like, what, about a third of the pot? Maybe a bit more.
Let's click across to Sean. The bet is 116,000. The
So
pot is
over
now
half the pot, over half size.
standing at 323. If Sean doesn't believe him, he'll put it all in. If Sean believes him, he can fold. I got a funny feeling Sean's going to call this off.
He's got 169,000. He's got to call 160.
The only card that saves him here is the king on the flop and the straight he board, obviously.
And Ahmed has bet every street. He raised pre-flop, he bet the flop, he bet the turn, and he's bet the river bigger.
His story makes sense, Mark. He won't be. Sean will not be putting him on this straight. Trust me.
No, he's now deciding, has he got the king?
It's polarized. Has he got the king or not? It's that simple.
That's the only thing that might save him, is that Ahmed hasn't slowed down at all.
Okay, so 8 of diamonds, king of hearts, 7 of spades, 5 of clubs, 7 of diamonds. The board is paired, and there is a king out there, which is an overcard to the queens of Sean. Sean's counting out the call here, obviously, Mark, to see what's the damage in the event that he doesn't win. And the players are going to give Sean a lot of time here because this is a pivotal moment in his tournament.
Yeah, it's a monumental decision for him here. He calls this off and he's wrong. He's left with very little.
Yeah, and he knows Ahmed's capable here of telling a story. Sean's playing the hand over and over and over in his head. And he knows if he calls and he's right, you know, he's going to have a massive stack. If he calls and he's wrong, of course, he's just going to have a little bit of change left, and it's not going to be much, probably about 40k.
Yeah, I think just 50 odd K he'll have
50, oh yeah, it's 169, lens 160. Yeah, he
Oh,
calls.
he makes the call.
He makes the call.
Sees
And
the
sees the bad news, the straight. He never put him on that.
No.
Never put him on that.
I think he might.
Nice hand, Ahmed. Unlucky Sean Govender. You really got sucked in there.
And I think he might rue not 3-betting pre-flop.
Okay, the players officially should be on a break now. We'll see if they stand up and take a walk. I think for sure that maybe a few of them at the table will be happy to have a break. Just confirming.
Yeah, and looks like there will be some chipping up going on during the break.
Okay, the green chips are going to be taken out of play while we're on the break, and we're just going to fade away, and we'll speak with you later. Welcome back. The break is just about over. Our timing screen has changed to another event, so we'll have to find another one to sneak a preview at, but we're going to be on for another hour. We're on to level 16. The blinds are now up to 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante, so they're starting to bite a little bit, huh?
Yeah, those blinds are getting up there, Gary. I also had a little walk around while we had our break, and to update the viewers, in the Monster Freeze, there were 52 entries. We're down to 26 players, and there's a prize pool of 218,000.
So exactly 50% of the starting entries, and a fair size pool. So just for the viewers at home, Offer has 922,000. Sean Govender just took a massive hit at 53,000. Johan 178,000. Harold Brooks 388,500. Cole is on Carl Myberg 158,000, and Ahmed is on 152,000. 900, sorry, that's a 9, not a 1. You're absolutely right. Okay, Sean will be shipping here quite... Oh, there we go. I didn't have to say much there, did I?
Went straight in. The cutoff. Jack 6 suited. Try and get this through from an early position.
Cole with a 7-2. He'll be telling him in a cash game,
I would have snapped you off. As we've all have been snapped off by him in the past.
Yes, for those of you who do not know, Cole is famous for his 7-2 cash game hand, as is Dobby, as is George Levine. All three of them criminals. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 on the big blind ante. This is hand at number 56 of the day on the feature table. And our almost a millionaire, Mr. Offer Asabi, is under the gun, 10,000 to call.
Yes, so our two big stacks have increased their stacks as we've gone along. They're both sitting well over 900,000 now.
Once again, that tacit understanding will be coming into play because they want to make the cash. And if they do end up heads up, then we'll see a little bit different of play.
Offer from early position, he considered the A7 and he thought, no, let this go. I'm not going to risk any of my chips.
And Johan picks up two little crabs here. Trey, going to go crab mining, crab hunting. It would appear so. He's looking down at his chips. Does he flat this off? No, he decides to save his money. Around to Mr. Myberg with King 9 in the small blind. Looking down at chips, so there will be a play here. He decides just to flat it. Army with 9-2 could do anything here with this big stack. Decides to check. Cole breathes a sigh of relief, I'm sure.
I'm sure he does.
And King 9 is ahead here.
It's been checked to Ahmed. And as the big stack, he's going to bet everything that's checked to him.
And he gets the best hand to fold and picks up the 10k. And to be fair to Cole, you know, he doesn't want to be vested any more than that in that pot. If he'd have hit the flop, I'm sure we'd have seen some action, but unfortunately he didn't. If he'd have hit the 9, then we would have seen a lot of action.
Absolutely, Gary.
Because obviously the two of them would have had 9s. Okay, so Sean Govender, our short stack, is going to be under the gun here. Big blind approaching. He's got 77,000, so that's 7.7 big blinds.
Yeah, with the 7-3 off, he's got to let go under the gun. Hold it round to Johan.
Harold with the King 4.
And the cutoff. Gonna fold. Cole throws his hands in with disgust.
And Ahmed has pocket queens here.
Small blind, and now this tacit understanding of yours, Gary.
We'll see.
We'll see.
And he's limping queens here. Wow.
Against the 9-8.
We know what happened the last time we saw limped queens.
Versus a similar hand. The flop is pretty safe for him versus the hand that Offer has. And he'll think Offer can't have the ace because he didn't raise pre-flop when I limped to him. Putting a small bet in though, yeah?
That's a fold.
Just a min bet.
Yeah.
And he's going to show him the queens. He's showing him the queens.
So I saw Ahmed in the break, and I said, nice hand there. He said, yeah. He said, I know you can't tell me, but I put him on aces, kings or queens there. That's what he said to me. I said, well, you have to wait half an hour or he'll have to tell you. I can't tell you. But he got it spot on.
It just shows how astute he is at reading the game.
Okay, so you've got a message here from chap Leonard, and he wants you to read out the prize pool.
He wants us to read out the prize pool.
Well, he's
for the
asking
Grand
you,
Slam.
not me.
Okay, Gary. Right, so first prize is 226,800. Second is 170,100. Third prize is 113,400. And fourth place pays a healthy 56,700 rands, Leonard.
There you go. Your wish is our command, Leonard. There you go. Okay, the Facebook feed is still working, but we put it out on the social media platforms, etc. You know, if it does get interrupted, flick across to YouTube. We're still on there, and if you can't find that, get onto Twitch or on there as well. So don't be afraid.
Yeah, all the streams running, Gary.
And thanks to Babette, who's put a message up on the YouTube saying that she's enjoying it. Good luck to everybody, and thanks for the commentary, etc. So appreciate that, Babette, down in KZN there. My best regards to you and Graham.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. Carl here with the ace-10 in the cutoff. Has been raised by Harold before him in the hijack with 4-2 suited. And Carl's going to let go of the ace-10. He doesn't want to tangle with the bigger stack to his right.
No, especially when ace-king is sitting with Ahmed. You know?
So it proved to be a very wise fold of Carl's there.
What a difference a seat makes. I mean, if they were reversed there, Ahmed and Cole would have had ace-king and queens. It's crazy, huh, this game? So Ahmed with 982,000, almost a millionaire as well.
He's facing the early raise. He's counted out big raising chips there.
Yeah, I mean, Harold's going to run away for sure from this if he gets back round to him.
Yeah.
He will just write the 27k off, and that will be the end of it. Oh, here's a test. Offer's got eights. Wow, snap fold.
Hey, he doesn't want to tangle with Ahmed at all. It's that tacit understanding, as you said. I mean, even the queen's lumped and very slow, small bet. Ahmed chose Harold ace-king. And Ahmed's now our first millionaire.
Welcome to the Millionaires Club, Mr. Ahmed Karim.
103 big blinds, and Sean right down on the bottom there with 5 bigs. And he's now in the big blind and the big blind ante.
He's in trouble is what he's in, Mark.
Yeah, well, 2 of those big blinds are going in right now. One is the ante and one is going to post.
Top man, Sean Governor. So good luck, Sean. See if you can spin it up, my boy.
3 big blinds behind.
Yeah.
So I think any halfway decent hand, and they're going to be joining the 2 that is already
Well,
posted.
if those of you are familiar with the old sheets for calling with, you know, anything suited here is going to go in. So any ace is going in, any pair, of course.
Right.
And if you don't have the old sheets, you can buy the app, which is called Snap Shove.
Yeah. Actually, we moved
Queen
around.
10.
Sean is actually in the small blind. It was his big blind there.
Oh, okay, so we're mistaken. Offer with Queen Jack here. He's got the short stack to his left, so Offer will put out something here in the nature
he's looking
of.
at the 2 of them. He's looking at the 2 shorter stacks to his left.
I was going
He's
to say
raise.
25 or 30 here, so it's pot size bet. Sean Governor with the ace here. I mean, this has got to go in, Shawnee. I mean, I know he's been raised, but
He's looking at the clock, looking at the stack. Oh, and
okay.
decides to
Well, he
fold.
figures he's got the button next time round. He might find a better spot. So, yeah, no criticism there.
No, either play is correct. He can either have gone all in with the A7, but he's up against the big stack. He knows no matter what he does, he's getting called.
For sure.
So, discretion the better part of valor there.
Agreed. So 5 bigs, 12 bigs, 16 bigs. And then the jump to the rich 3 at the top, 40 bigs.
You know, Sean's reckoning I'm on the button now, so I've got a free look for 3 hands.
Yep.
And I can see if I can find a better spot where I go all in first. The old Harrington adage of
First in vigorous. Right, so Cole's going to be under the gun, and he's looking for a spot as soon as he can. He's got 128,000.
Not with those cards, he won't.
No, Jack 6 off. Around to Ahmed with 9-7, fold in the hijack. Offer a Solby in the cutoff, folds. And see what he was holding. Sean now on the button with the ace-7, and it's going in.
Yeah, of course.
Same hand he had the previous one, but the situation totally different.
Well, he's got position, he's seen the action in front of him, so he's the
And
field has thinned.
He has to beat the two blinds, and Johan in the small blind is relatively short as well. And Johan has got queen 10 in the small blind. and he's
Suited he
confident.
calls, offsuit he folds. There's my prediction.
It's offsuit, so and they fold.
Round to Harold Brooks, and that should be a call from Harold.
King Jack, I think Harold's call, yeah.
And off we go.
Put the call in, and
Good luck, gentlemen. Good luck.
good luck to both gentlemen. Sean's ace-7, a little bit ahead, almost 2-1, 62-38. We're off to the flop.
Ace-7 still ahead.
Ace high still good.
Just has to avoid some paint, well, male paint on the river. And there you go, ace high will
That's
win.
only doubles up. A welcome double up from Sean. Moves to 11 big blinds. Still in the danger zone, him, Cole and Johan. And Harold as well is still at 34 bigs. He's not in trouble.
He's flirting.
But he's moved significantly lower from the top two than what he was.
Yeah, he's flirting, I think.
You know, he was quite close to them at one stage, and now he's dropped significantly lower.
For sure.
Right, so Johan will be on the button in the sand. Carl in the big blind. Carl and Johan desperately looking for a hand as well. So Harold is sort of waiting out he's patiently to ladder up here to get into the money with the three short stacks, looking for spots all the time, and the two big stacks just idling along.
Absolutely right, buddy. Absolutely right.
Right, so I've got Ahmed under the gun. 5-4 off. I'll go into the muck. Offer with a jack-7 in the hijack, folded. Sean on the cutoff with 6-3 off. We're going to fold round to Hun, folds his button quickly.
And what has Harold got?
King 3 off. Harold with ace-9
The small.
and the small blind.
Yeah, just flat this off. Oh, he's all in.
Yeah, he's gone all in.
Cole can't call this.
Yeah, the right play by Harold. Put the smaller stack to his left to the test.
Absolutely. The right play indeed.
All right, so we move on to our next hand. Carl now down to 10 bigs. And he's posting the small blind as well.
The only good news is the button relief is very close by.
He's very, very close
But
by.
we're going to see some action from Cole soon, I'm pretty sure. You know, you've got to have soldiers to fight with.
Absolutely. His biggest problem is that when he does go, he's got the two big stacks to his immediate left. Whereas Sean is at the benefit of not having that.
Yeah.
Right, so we go to our under the gun player, Offer Asabi. Busy enjoying a snack, so he's been called upon by the dealer to wipe his hands. Before he
Get
touches the
sorted
chips.
out. Offer thinks he's on his holidays.
Ace-6 under the gun. Folds. Sean's a quick folder of the king 2 off. Johan folds jack 5 suited. Round to Harold on the button. 10-5 suited. He's going to fold. Cole lets go of his 8-5 off. And Ahmed had a defendable hand in the big blind. He shows Cole, you were right not to make a move. I had king 10. Cole shows him what I had. And we move on to the next hand. Right, so Cole's now on the button. He's got his relief for a little bit. He's got
Not long, but a little bit.
free look for 3 hands. He's got 3-hand free look to find something to make a move with. Sean is under the gun, and the 2 big stacks are in the blinds.
10,000 to play.
Sean 5-3 under the gun, fold quickly. Round to Johan, 3-2 off in the hijack.
These will definitely be going in the muck.
Harold in cutoff. He's going to fold.
There we go.
And there's Cole. He puts it in, fine pocket 8s.
Ahmed will get away.
Ahmed 6-2 off, he's going to go quickly into the muck.
And Offer has King 10. He has to call this.
Yeah, he's going to ask for the count.
103,000.
And once
That
he
might
gets
be a bit too much for him to call off,
yeah,
you
it
know.
might just be, it might be 20,000 too much. I think 80 and below is calling. Now he's contemplating, you see there, the raised eyebrow is it 20 too much?
Well, bear in mind that Offer has to call 93 here
Yeah.
out of 920, so approximately 11% of his stack.
I think
It's a fold.
yeah, it's just 20,000 too much. I think 20,000 less he's calling. Shows
So
the king
Cole
10.
gets it through.
I think if the roles were reversed and Ahmed was in the big blind, he possibly called the king 10.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Offer's a little bit more cautious and doesn't want to give away 1/10 of his stack on a call there.
Yeah, and I think Offer's been the more cautious player, but I mean, it's paid dividends. I mean, he's
Yeah,
up there
look,
with the chip lead, you know.
Absolutely. He's protecting his chip lead. He said, I've got a
And
game plan, I've stuck to it, it's
And he's
worked
been
for me.
playing very nicely, to be fair to him.
Ah, he's played solid poker. There's no criticism, just a comment of the 2 different styles of Ahmed and Offer.
10,000 to play.
Right, we back to Johan under the gun with Queen 10. He's going to raise.
Up to 35,000. Exposed of diamond.
Cole bucks his hand. King is exposed.
Up to 35.
Ahmed on the button with 8-7 suited. Folds. Round to Offer in the small blind. 9-5 off into the muck. And Sean with a 7-3 off. Can't defend. It's fold and Johan gets through the raise. Right, we move on to the next hand. The button is now on Offer. Small blind Sean, big blind Johan. Harold will be under the gun. Sean down to 9 big blinds now after having just lost his big blind and ante. Carl is 12 big blinds. And Johan was around 17 big blinds and is now to post the big blind and the ante.
Yeah, whittling away quickly with these 10,000 blinds.
Yeah, you know, 10,000 in the blind, 10,000 in the ante, that's 20,000.
10,000 to play.
So Harold's going to be under the gun here. We haven't seen his cards yet. Well, I think we will know. Jack 10. Lovely hand.
He fancies that.
He likes the look of that. Getting active.
Raise. Up to 27,000. 27.
Folded round to Offer with a suited queen. That's a fold. Sean with the ace-2 decides he doesn't want to take Harold on. And the only hand I've ever flopped a straight flush with.
8-5.
8-5 of clubs.
And as I said, Johan has been defending with these cards the whole tournament. So let's have a
Yeah.
look if he does again.
It's 27, so 17 to call. He's already got 10 in the middle, so he feels that's worth it. And he's checked dark, interestingly.
He reckons I've got 20,000 in there, 10 big, 10 small.
There you go. How's
Ah,
about
the
that flop?
ante. Oh,
There's a bit of friction for you.
on check, check.
There's Johan with the check mark.
On check, check again.
Johan has to bet the river. He has to.
20,000.
It's not a nice card for him, the river
No,
card.
no, no. The flush came, so
The 4-card flush came and he's only 8 high.
he still
Said
had
I
it
had
on
it
the
on the
top.
turn. Shows Harold. Harold the gentleman taps the table for him.
Yeah, the river card was a scary card for Johan.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, then he's suddenly from the flush, he's sitting on an 8-high flush only on a 4-card board.
Yeah, not callable as they say.
He did bet it though, just to not have to face the bet from Harold. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Johan will be on the button. Wow. He'll be in the small blind. Harold's in the big blind.
It's Cole's rich run of form and good cards
he
continues.
hasn't had a run of cards on the table at all.
No. He's just said to the dealer, do you want to go and have a coffee or something?
Right, offer's going to raise the ace-10 from the cutoff.
22,000.
Sean gets rid of his 4-3.
So the big blind is coming for Cole, which will be 20,000 investment with the ante, and then another 5,000 for the small blind.
Harold has defended his big blind. We found that most players have been defending their big blind.
Yeah, drop of the old Clive kick, yes.
Yeah, and Harold's found the top pair. He's going to lead out, and I think offer will fold.
27,000.
Nothing there for his ace-10.
Not even a backdoor, really. What do we know,
Oh,
eh?
hey.
What do we know?
He's decided to call Harold here. He's looking for one of 3 aces.
That brings the club draw on board
Does
for
bring the
offer.
club draw.
And he's got the 10 of clubs here.
Now it's gone check.
Club on the river would be interesting. And that's the jack. So Mr. Brooks is golden here.
Trip jacks, he checks it. Shows the jack. Takes down the hand.
And that's the end of that. 54,000 again. And there'll be welcome chips for Harold, who's been struggling a little bit. He's had a couple of leaks there.
Yeah, well, he picked up 2 pots in a row now. He picked up the one that he raised. Well, no, he lost the one that he raised under the gun to Johan. And then he's won the one that he's defended his big blind.
For sure.
Right, so Cole's now in the big blind and opposed to ante.
Yep. And Ahmed, the millionaire, will be under the gun. Cole's just slid his chips
Yeah,
across.
showing Ahmed how many chips I've got. Yeah, this is what you're going to play for. The little joke and the laugh between them.
10,000 to play. 10,000.
Right, it's folded under the gun. Queen 4 in the hijack from offer.
Interesting.
Puts in the raise.
So offer's becoming a bit more active now.
A lot more active.
1,000.
Trying to apply pressure on those smaller stacks.
Johan 7-2 in the muck ASAP. Harold
Oh,
Brooks
what has
is...
Cole found? Oh,
oh no.
27 to turn.
27, he says, thank you. That's exactly what I've got.
I think Cole has probably hit the worst run of cards here.
He has.
He's not been fortunate.
No, he's only had the pocket 8. He's had very little else. He had to fold the ace-10 to the raise. Unfortunately, he did because there was ace-king to his left.
But that's the way they run. You know, next he could have aces, kings, queens, you know, make a straight flush, anything, you know. All of these guys are still within still have a chance at this tournament. All of them, even though the short stacks are really shorts, you know. All it takes is a double or a triple or a couple of doubles, and things, you know, change very, very quickly.
Texas Hold'em, things change very, very quickly. Right, so offer is Solby under the gun with a jack-9. He's raising up.
10,000.
Flat called. He's limped in under the gun. Interesting. Sean has put it across the line. The king 7 suited. Johan de Graaf in the ace 7 suited in the cutoff. Call nearly half his stack for that all in with the ace 7.
96 all in. 96,000 all in.
And he folds. Harold's a quick folder. Round to Carl. Carl folds as well. Ahmed in the big blind, 9-6 suited. He's going to
He's
fold.
getting out of the way.
And I think Offer will fold quickly as well.
There you go.
Fortune favouring the brave there.
Same suit as well. They were giving me a sign.
Right, so the button moves to Carl. He's got 3 free looks at this. Ten big blinds to Carl. He's on the button, got 3 free looks at this. Sean has 12 big blinds. And he's going to be under the gun.
Hand number 69 of the day. Queen 10 for Sean. Lovely hand. It's too early a position for him to be shoving, I'm sure, but I like Queen 10 suited.
I think he's looking on big blind next. I'm going to put this in now. Folded. Harold King 3 off.
Let's see what Cole.
Rag ace.
Yeah, but he's got those big stacks behind him who can call this off easy.
Yeah, and he's not calling with a rag ace anyway, I don't think. And Sean gets another one through. That's 2 in a row that he's got through.
And that puts him up to 15 bigs.
Ah, he shows the Queen 10. Up to 15 bigs. Johan on 21 bigs. Carl with the 10 bigs is...
Oh, he's in real trouble. He's got to find a hand.
He's looking for a hand now. He needs a hand and he needs it desperately. So Sean in the big blind. Johan under the gun. And Johan with 9-2 off under the gun. I'm sure those are going into the muck.
I think so.
Harold Brooks with ace queen in the hijack. He's going to raise up. Cole's going to be a quick folder.
Yeah, Cole gets away from this. Pocket threes, interestingly. Best hand he's had in about half an hour.
Yeah, unfortunately on the raise before.
Sean with the King Jack. I think he'll fold this.
I don't know, Sean likes to defend, eh?
Okay, let's see what he does. Yeah, you're right, he does.
Defending.
So,
2-8 to the flop. So it's an interesting flop for him. He's picked up a gut shot, but Harold's found the top pair. Let's check to Harold. Going to continue. See what he sizes out there.
69 in the pot. I'm looking at 35-40 here.
36,000.
Yeah, 36. Yeah, that's the right size. Asking Sean to go. I mean, if he's putting Sean on the similar hand to he's got, you know, Sean can't call this off. Well, looks like he's going to try. Maybe he doesn't believe Harold. Not a believer.
He's chasing that gut shot.
What price of 10? No commentators curse this time.
No help to him. Harold just says, I'm not going to let you anymore. I'm going to put him all in. So Harold putting the pressure now, and he says, I'm not going to allow you to draw any further. Put you all in. See if you can make the call now.
And cool. I mean, if you remember last night, and I don't like to remind people, but in a similar spot last night, Sean put his money in and spiked to 6. And you'll remember that with David Rosenthal, and I'll tell you why that's relevant in a moment.
I don't think he can call you.
Well, I said that last night against Bozo. Yeah. Sean surprised us many times.
He has, but that was on the flop, possibly on the river, on the turn to let go with one card to come. He has to let it go.
And he lets it go, of course. And that'll be the end of the hand. So Mark is going to step out of the commentary booth and go for a little comfort break for 10 minutes. And then I'm going to get a new co-pilot who I'll announce very, very shortly. So I'll just switch you off, Mark. Thanks. See you back in about 15, 20.
All right, Gary, see you soon.
And I'll let my new co-pilot join me. Just settle in and get comfortable. And then I'll introduce him. Or her. So I'm just saying, you can hear me, eh? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so without further ado, the reason that was relevant, because Mr. David Rosenthal, Bozo himself, was he stood behind me and now he sat beside me. Hey, Dave, how's
Nice
it?
to see you, Gert. It's good to be back here.
Lekker.
So we look like it's still six-handed, eh?
Yeah, small. Carl's on the short stack. Sean has got it in twice in the last 4 hands and got it through.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
so he's up to 15 bigs at the last cant. But Carl's the one in trouble here. And then we've got a distinct line. We've got 3 at the top and 3 at the bottom.
Okay.
And there's an ICM consideration here, of course, now with the top 4 getting paid.
Have they discussed it?
No, they did ask for the chip sheet. It went around, but there was no discussion.
Yeah, I don't think with...
Sean shoves here with the king 10, by the way.
Okay.
Offer needs to call this off, I think.
How many chips? Yeah,
81,000
he
for offer.
He should be making a call, yeah. 51 to call.
Yeah. My offer's on the button here, and I think he's already got chips in place, so it should be an easy
called
call.
already.
And he'll find that he's dominating Sean at this moment in time. 69.31 are the percentages. These flips are nerve-wracking, eh, Dave?
They are nerve-wracking. But you take it on the chin. I think you get used to it at some point.
I don't know if you ever get used to it, buddy.
Whoop.
Oh, there you go, eh?
Oh, there's Governor.
There's this Governor. It's a gift, eh?
He's such a lovely guy, but I mean, this is... Okay, let's not count our chickens.
Yeah, jacks or queens, that's what we're looking for. Bang.
Boom.
Sean
And
Governor's
now we're on the
eliminated. Wow, sorry to see that go. And Offer takes that down, and I think Offer just hovering below the million there.
Okay.
Sean is out, Cole with 10 bigs, and we're on the bubble.
Wow, it's really cruising, eh?
You've walked in on the bubble, David.
Okay. Commentator's curse, yeah?
Yeah, so there's your payouts at the top there, if you're not familiar.
Okay.
And
I knew 4 were getting paid, I just wasn't sure on the amounts too much, but I think you'll find these guys are generally the high rollers are less inclined to do deals than in the other side events, with no disrespect, but these guys
well, they're playing for wages.
Are here to play, yeah. So, and I think you'll find, I mean, I'm at
well, we've got Carl under the gun here, so this is his last free spot before he has to start paying again.
Okay, how many chips does Carl have?
Not a lot, 103,000, which is equivalent
so
to 10 bigs.
10 bigs, right? Yeah. 10.3 bigs.
So Carl's been very, very patient, you know. But you know, there's only so much patience before you've got to get it in, you know.
Sure. Look, I mean, not taking anything away from Carlito, a lovely guy, but he got very lucky against Moa's.
He did indeed, yeah. The King Jack hand versus the aces.
Yes, they got that in pre-flops.
We actually had a view of that. We had the camera on the table when it went down.
On the table, okay. Because I mean that can change a lot. Yeah, that's, I think the world of Moa's game, and it's just. You take it on the chin. I mean, I had it myself last night.
I mean, well, you got that in. You flopped the wheel. You've got a straight flush draw. You've got a flush draw. I mean, you've got everything in the world going for you. And the guy's drawing the 2 outs or whatever it was.
Yeah. Look, the point of that play was because I wanted him to put it in with the flush draw, drawing dead.
Yeah, of course.
To me, he's drawing dead, and I thought when he check raised me, that was sort of what he had, and. I'll take that call every day, and that's just how it goes. And he's just a lovely guy, Sean.
Well, if you listen to commentary, we'd have all took that call also. You know, we all took your call as well. We were all there. I mean, you know, it's just a no-brainer.
And it's just one of those things, and that's okay. I got over it quite quickly. I think my friends took longer to get over it than I did, but.
Well, you and I spoke yesterday after the game, and you were a little bit bruised, but
I was a bit bruised. But by the time I got to my room last night, it was over, and I arrived this morning with 21 bigs. The next level was 21 bigs, which is a stack I was comfortable to play, and
you ended up finding 9s against 10s.
Yes, and that was super standard. I think I've got no issues there getting it in.
Well, it's interesting. I watched the body language. You kind of did the Rosenthal stand up, tap the table, nod the head, and just acknowledge that it was a standard call. You know?
Yeah, you know, I think
It
like,
happens.
poker's. I think more important than anything is if you're playing well, in the long run, it'll be a good thing for you. And I was happy with that. We had not played poker since Carnival City in February.
That's right. So,
So-
unbelievably here, he's limped in and made the 5 offer. And it's gone bet fold. Offer shows the 5. Cole says, thanks very much. I'll be down to 8 big blinds, and I'm on the small blind and Harold's on the button, and it's really lovely being here with the 2 big stacks on my left. Can't do anything. Every
No,
time Cole's made a
yeah,
move, he's been put all in.
I managed the right one, the right customer.
Yeah. Oh dear. So it's nice to see a lot of the guys again, David.
It's so cool, man. Like, it really is cool. You don't realize how much you miss them, I guess. And look, obviously, I speak to Harold a lot and to Ahmed, but a lot of the guys here I'd not seen in some time. I haven't spoken to Carl or Graf or first since lockdown, since before lockdown. So it was very cool to see the guys again. And always a nice crew. It's hard to fault anyone. So let's have a look here. Carl, I think this goes in. Ahmed might just do it for him. Ahmed will be now thinking, what does Carl not shove with? And for that reason, he's gonna apply the pressure. He's using his leverage with the stack, and well played.
So you're still down in Cape Town though, David, huh?
I am. I'm loving it there. I mean, I've been neighbours. I was neighbours with Ahmed for a while, and
Okay.
and Keeney's, I think, is joining us tonight for the main event. He's flying in.
Who's joining you, sorry?
Keenan.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
lovely, lovely.
And
he's
I've got
bringing
my
his-
brother there, which is cool.
Your brother was on earlier, by the way. We were chatting online. Stephen.
Yes.
Yeah, we were chatting online.
That's very cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he said, thanks, guys. Appreciate all your good feedback. Go Bozo and stuff. It's a
okay.
race now. You won't see it, but he was
Okay.
online earlier. I did have a chat with him.
Okay, yeah, no, he sent me a message. He was very interested. I've got 3 brothers, as it happens, and I got messages from 2 of them, and only one of them kind of knows how to play poker, so that's cool that they follow me.
Yeah, well, Stephen's definitely an avid follower of the stream.
Yes, yeah, and he taught me how to play poker.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. It's like, funny story. He used to absolutely wipe the floor with me. He was just way more aggressive, and he'd bully me. And he taught me to maybe be a bit aggressive when I played poker. And then I think it was around 17, 18 years old. We started just playing like these fun poker games at my house. I lived close to the school,
Yeah.
and we'd play for cigarettes. And one afternoon, and
Sounds
there was
familiar.
a garage at the bottom of my road. So if you lost your box of cigarettes, you'd have to walk down and go buy another box.
Yeah.
And my friends left. I think it was before like an extra mural or something, and I had this pile, almost like a pyramid of cigarettes. And I said, okay, maybe this poker thing's for me. And slowly found my way to the tables.
So now it's official. I hate your brother.
Okay.
David and I crossed swords a few times in the past as well, and always a pleasure to be at the table with you. And nice to have you in here for a change, eh? I
Thanks.
mean, obviously we'd like to see you on the table rather than in here,
I
but
would rather. This is a really good hunting ground for me, Carnival City, but
well, this is the next best place, of course. You're getting the inside track on all these chappies.
look, I don't miss. I think you know better than anyone. I'm quite on top of the stream. I like it.
Yeah, for sure.
From a poker player's perspective, it's good to have a look. And I think you can learn a lot. So I avidly follow I often would or re-watch them on YouTube. And I think I spoke to Harold and Mark probably about a week ago, and I think I've watched every second of footage you guys have ever put up.
Really?
Okay, let's just get back to
Yeah, I'm
action
going to
a
say
bit
we
more
got some action
important,
here. There's a call by
and
offer.
you know what, Ahmed, he's going to consider this. Carl's going to be praying that Ahmed calls here.
Yeah, for sure. He won't, I mean, another player out, it would suit him down to the ground, of course.
Yeah.
And there'll be no discussion. There's another player in the hand here. Don't forget, Offer's got his Queen 10 over here. He's already flat called the 20 pre. Well,
look, I think with how how Offer's been playing, that Ahmed he'll consider that, and maybe
Offer's been quite conservative.
Expect,
He's not been aggressive at all.
Maybe won't expect a reshove or anything like that from Offer, and this is all going through Ahmed's mind now. He'll be quite calculated. I think he'll also know that Graf on the bubble won't be light in the spots, not against Ahmed and Offer with about 1 million chips each. So Ahmed will now consider a lot of things. I think he'll pretty much.
Well, I'm going with the fold here.
Outs, yeah.
What do I know? That's why I'm sat in here, David. So, snap fold from Offer.
And you know what Cole's hoping for, but...
Yeah, of course, he wants to see an ace in space. But we'll see.
What did Offer fold? Queen 10, right?
Queen 10,
okay,
yeah. So just straight
a lot
blockers.
of the straights are blocked, yeah.
Good luck to both gentlemen, by the way, obviously. We try not to be too biased in here.
No bias at all.
So there are 3 aces still to come. No help on the turn. 92% for Johan, and he just has to dodge the last ace. And Johan gets a nice double up. Oh, it's official. Carl's a short stack, by the way.
Yes, yeah, no, very much so. But I see Marky's back, and it was very nice to...
no, he's just come to watch.
He's come to watch,
you're
okay.
welcome. He's just
okay.
You don't need to... no, we don't kick you out that quick, David.
Okay, I thought so.
We're going to get our money's worth.
I was like, come on now. I mean, I walked all the way here. It took me longer to walk here. Let me enjoy this a bit. I did hear rumors of free coffee. I'm not sure if they're 100% true.
Well, the free coffee rumor?
Yeah.
No, they're all rubbish.
Oh, rubbish, okay. Anyway, so then I came for the wrong reasons. I came for the coffee.
Okay. Well, if I had a percolator or some instant coffee or a kettle on hand, which is not really in my sort of wheelhouse when we're commentating, when I'm at home with my pinion, you're also welcome. I'll make you dinner anytime. You know that.
Yes, I know. Just as long as it comes out of your cookbook.
Oh, there you go. Don't be embarrassing me on the stream now, my buddy.
Yeah.
I'll try to keep some of those secrets.
You overachiever, you.
Here we go. This is time for it, I think. I think this is the time. Yeah. Okay, good luck, Coley.
So, yeah, he would have worked out that the next hand was going to cost him 20k.
Yep.
He doesn't get a double up off the ante. And
it's standard with 7 bigs, 9-8 suited.
Yeah, it is. Ahmed will know how wide Cole's range is here, and that possibly...
but Ahmed doesn't flat here, he isolates.
No, I think he'll flat.
You think he'll flat?
I think he'll flatten, and the reason is he doesn't need to be, because the call represents strength on its own.
Okay, all right. So it's got around to Johan already, which is he has ace-8. It looks like this would be a call.
And this is
it's just counting chips here.
Okay. I was going to say Johan would be a much worse call.
Yeah, Johan is...
He's quite live against Ahmed, but against Johan, he's drawing quite a bit thinner.
I mean, this is the money bubble, this is the hand,
Yes.
So that'll be factored in. Yeah, and he gets rid of it. And Mr. Brooks will get out of the way. We'll get the cards on the back. We'll go to the flop cam and we'll wish both of these players well. And almost a classic race here. Almost. 48.52. And the suited cards get the statistic, but the ace is actually ahead at the moment. Well, there's a 9, and we're drawing to the 2 aces that are left in the deck for Ahmed. So can gold double up is the question, and that gives additional outs, any 8 as well.
No.
And that'll be a double up for
Cole.
Cole.
Cole will be quite relieved there.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have felt too good when Ahmed called him.
No, not at all. But I think, he was under the gun there, so he was going to get a call.
I think this is pretty standard. And look, Ahmed would have known exactly what Cole was thinking there. He couldn't afford to let the ante go through him, and anything half decent, and Ahmed is ahead of his range with A7, and it's just tournament poker.
And notwithstanding the fact that Ahmed's sitting there with the big stack, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is
taken a bit of a knock in the last two hands.
Yeah.
Graf and Carl, but he can afford it, and I think he'll find himself
yeah, his play's been standard. He's not like he's been taking risks. I mean, these are the sort of positions he should be calling in.
right.
You know. So Ahmed is now under the gun. Jack 8, so they'll be heading to the muck, I'm sure. Early position. Around to the big stack now. Offer, who's found his voice. He's got some talking chips. Johan with the 2 ducks here on the button. Looks like he's got a few raising chips here. He'll probably come in for. It's a raise announced. Can't see his chips. That's up to 35.
And you know, in a spot like this, it's he'll also be understanding that Carl's probably got a much tighter range. And Harold here with Queen 8 suited.
Oh, Harold decides to come along with the suited cards. Cole's a snap fold, so there'll be 2 to the flop. And once again, 48-52. So,
well, this is a whoops. Okay, so luckily that board didn't come ATAR.
yeah, luckily there was only 1 diamond as well.
And
Diamond on the turn could get a bit of
quite
trouble.
Quick check there from Graf. Oops, he's given Harold a chance here with a 7. No.
Okay, so I mean, pretty safe board there for
I think
Johan.
yeah, he's
Needs
not
to
going
just
to
value
he's
here.
not going to get more money out of Harold.
15,000. Come to dinner bet. Call me, call me, call me. No, thank you. Have a nice day. Bit of Hollywood from Harold. Love your work, sir. Oh dear. And Johan loves the shows,
Johan
guys.
shows, and I think Harold will be quite happy he didn't find a queen or something like
Yeah,
that on
for
the
sure.
river. But Harold also done well at Carnival City. He's come second in the main event before. We spoke about it this morning, and another result. Excuse me, Harold, I've forgotten the other result, but
Well,
some good results here from the guys. And
I call him the gentleman of poker. Some people call him the other gentleman of poker because apparently I'm up there as well.
oh, really?
I don't know who made that
have they
mistake.
not met you? Or?
No,
Oh, okay.
obviously don't know me
No,
too
no,
well,
yeah,
obviously.
okay.
Off him with the suited king in early spot here. He hasn't shown a propensity to be calling with these cards, so I think they'll go. And Johan, Queen 5, he'll be protecting that stack there. Harold falls out of turn, naughty boy. But we won't chastise him.
No, I think
He's old enough to get away with that stuff. 7-4.
Yeah.
And walk on by, as they say. Ahmed takes the walk.
what does Ahmed show there? He had a nice.
Yeah, he had a raising hand, is what he had. So Cole's got a little bit of health, but not enough. And then Harold at 35. So, you know, the top 4 are reasonably well established now. I mean, Cole is just looking to get into that top 4.
I must say, testament to a really good structure, because to still be on the bubble here on day 3 and so on, the guys have obviously put up a good structure, and with the time limitations, it's to still have had enough poker in this tournament. There was no complaints over structure.
No, which is unusual, of course.
Yes, I mean from me especially.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but as you've
Especially from me. I mean,
decided to fall on your sword in public, we'll discuss that for
I
you.
can tell you now, my reading ability is really good, because Moaz has forgotten his jersey. So I'll grab that for him. I'll be on the flight back to Cape Town with Mo.
Okay, yeah. How was the flight? Is it? Are they spacing you out and stuff like
So
that?
no, it was. Listen, there were a few open seats, and what happened was Moaz had booked like a priority seat or whatever it was, and I found something a few rows back, and we were quite lucky. We got to both move next to each other, opposite ends of the aisle, to have 2 aisle seats, and we spoke the whole way. Yeah. In fact, I didn't realize how loud I was speaking with my mask on. I did piss off an old lady. I got a mouthful on the way, yeah, to say, please keep my voice down.
You heard it here first. Rosenthal pisses off old ladies.
I piss off everyone. I don't
You
even have
devil,
to try.
you little rascal, you.
I don't have to try too hard. I can call time on someone and make 6 enemies, but No, I say that as a joke. No, like Mo's, he's a good mate, and we've become good friends through poker, and I'll be flying back with him as well. You know, I at least know I'm going to have an entertaining 2 hours flight.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure you'll find someone to piss off on the way home as well.
Yes, that goes without saying.
Jack 9 suited here for Cole. This is quite attractive in the cutoff. Of course, you know, he knows who's to his left. He just glances over there. Discretion, the better part of valor. And Ahmed didn't have a particularly good holdings, but certainly on the button might be looking. No, offers next to play. Johan's already asking for a walk here, I'm sure.
Johan brought some really nice biltong. I'm sure you've spoken about it. Okay, you've got as well. Yeah,
Mustaches here.
Me and Harold got a lot, and I don't think I'll actually be ordering any food. I've got so much biltong for the rest of the weekend. But
that's why it's rolled up and under there. Nobody's having any.
Johan knows his way around biltong, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does.
Got a great reputation as a butcher. I think he's there by Serengeti.
He is indeed, yeah, up at Canton Park.
Lovely guy, and not the first time. I can't wait to try his biltong again. It's not the first time we've gotten from him. He's got a great rep.
Well, I'd like to let you have some of mine, but of course that's under lock and key, and you're not having any.
That's okay.
That's like coffee, you know. You're not getting any.
All right. Tough crowd, eh?
Yeah, tough crowd. So Cole's got 14 bigs here, 35 bigs for Harold, 56 for Johan, 73 and 90 respectively for the 2 big stacks. And we're still here on the money bubble. We're still cruising along, currently on level 16.
Yeah.
Our levels, the next blind level will be 12,000, 6,000, and 12,000 on the big blind ante. This is hand number 82 of the day on the feature table. Of course, this main event's going to be starting later on this afternoon.
Yes, yeah.
And no doubt you'll be playing in that.
I'll be playing in that.
We look forward to seeing that on the feature table.
It's always tough after you've been eliminated from a big tournament to just adjust. And now, look, I've got the afternoon off. Quite
to prepare yourself and come and give us the benefit of your opinion. How about these 2 red queens that Ahmed's just picked up?
Yeah, he's also allowed to pick up hands. It is allowed. And, you know, he's got that reputation where he will get some action for his big hands because of his activity, and I don't think he'll be too upset about this. Harold will also complete
so
here.
Raise a call and a call by Johan. Pocket 7 for Uncle Harold.
So yeah, a bit of a loose call there from Johan. Who, the session I played with him this morning, he was quite tight, but you know, he'll think there's quite a lot of money in the pot.
But
there.
these are limpers, and Uncle Harold knows how to deal with limpers.
Well, they're not limpers.
Well,
I'm at raise to
there's a
25.
raise.
Okay. Oh.
So wow. I might know Harold a bit better, eh?
Wow.
And this could be a problem because I'm pretty sure that
Ahmed won't be folding, yeah. So
no. And there's only one happy guy at this table at the moment.
That'll be called.
Yeah, he sat there thinking, I could ladder up here, get in the money. Good luck, Mr. Brooks. Good luck. I don't think Ahmed Karim folds queens any day of the week here.
No, he won't be folding. He'll be thinking what whether it's a 3-bet or a call, and he understands offers behind him.
This is quite a pivotal hand, this. And I like to make notes of pivotal hands so I can go back and look at them later. And hand number is 82. Did someone just call time there?
No. Ahmed's called the bet, and these two will quickly get out the way.
Well, as the pros say, 7's always coming. Let's see. Good luck to both of our players.
Ahmed can do the double Team Harold knockout, yeah. I don't think there were any 7s folded.
Well, no help on the flop apart from the clubs.
A good flop for Harold. Now he's drawn an extra 9 outs. So he's got 11 outs now. 10, sorry.
Yeah, so he looks for a club or a 7, basically. And no help. And Harold is eliminated. Unlucky Harold.
Harold's
Wow, and he did well. The turn there was that club came beautiful. And the bubble has burst, so congratulations to the players who are cashing. And the 4 prizes are as follows: 56,700 for fourth, 113,400 for third, 170,100 for second, and the top prize is 226,800. And we wave goodbye to Harold. Always a great player to have at the table, and just a little misstep there, unfortunately. And
I think he had a nice spot. He closed the action. It would have been a nice spot to call with 7s.
yeah.
But this is where Ahmed's reputation does get him.
But also, if you think about once he picks up the club draw, there his money might have gone in anyhow. What do you think? I don't know. I mean, it's difficult to say.
You remember there were 4 of them in there, and there would have been 4 of them.
I suppose so.
So look, it is what it is. He would have loved that flop, seeing what he was up against, but that's what it is. And Graaf taking selfies.
Yeah, we'll give him a yellow card for that later.
Yeah, definitely. Although he did provide the bolt on, so
we'll give him a pass.
Yeah,
we'll give him a pass, just a warning.
Yeah,
I think so. I think you're right.
But well done to Harold. Great tournament. We played a lot of this tournament together.
And you, Harold, I mean, it's no secret, you're now very, very close friends.
Very close. I think more than close. Almost like family.
I was going to say he's almost like your dad.
He really is. And
yeah. So I mean, you'll be disappointed.
My
when we go
heart
out.
does break for him a bit, but he's a gentleman, and he does. He won't beat himself up over it.
No.
He'll just try and learn from it.
And of course, the flip side, of course, is that Cole's a very good friend of mine.
I know
and we're
that,
business partners.
and so is Ahmed, actually one of my closest friends. So
we've all got skin in the game here.
You've got to
almost,
remain impartial.
Yeah, it's difficult too.
But you know what? The thing is, like, I think this is a long run. Poker's always a long run, and if you're playing well. In the short term, the luck can go against you, but if you're doing the right things in the long run, it'll work out. And if you've got that view, Ahmed's very mature like that. He'll have that view. And
yeah, I spoke to Ahmed early in the week, and I said, "How's it like?" He said, "Well, financially, it's been a pretty piss poor year. That's the first thing that came out of his mouth." And he said, "But poker's back. He was happy to be here, and and good for him. I mean, I know there's been some changes in his personal life, which are not for discussion, but he's back. And I like Ahmed. He's a nice guy.
Yeah,
super nice guy.
Also, like when you say how close me and Harold are, that's the truth, and me and Ahmed as well.
Yeah, and it's actually nice to have close friends who are good poker players, because you can bounce stuff off each other.
For sure, and you do become an average of who you play against constantly and who you bounce ideas off. And
well, I'll tell you what, if you're an average of
Ahmed and Moaz,
Ahmed, Mazen, and Harold, if you're an average of those, then you're
doing
you're
okay
up
in
there.
life.
You're doing okay.
You're doing okay in life, and but sorry for Harold. I have to be, but this is poker, and he'll take it on the chin. But at the same time,
he smiled as he left, and he tapped the table.
Yeah,
that sums Harold up.
As he would always. And Carl will be able to exhale now, but
he already looks like he's just got colour in his cheeks. Because he's already money back plus, now. Which is...
I think Carl won a seat in, if I'm not mistaken.
Pardon me?
I think Carl won a satellite for this.
That's correct. He didn't. He won in via a satellite. He didn't pay the 25k.
Yeah, so it's actually a better return.
Yeah, he's an excellent return today, for sure.
So well done to Carlito. Also my mate. Everyone here is, as it happens, all poker colleagues. And
to be fair, him and Sean Governor played the short stacks very, very well today. Got lucky in a few spots, both of them.
I'll tell you something about Carl. I'll tell you a story about Carl. I was with Carl on a final table at Emerald Casino. It was Carl's first ever live tournament. It was the first time he had ever played a live tournament. He came second to Ryan Brower, I think. Or if I could be mistaken, that Ryan just cruised back in those days. And I was on this final table with this guy, Carl. And every time I raised, this guy put all the money in. And if I re-raised, he's 4 bets and shoved. And it was like, what is going on here? I was like, this guy's got balls of steel. And he's proved that year after year, he's proved that more and more true. Great competitor, also got a really good demeanor on the table. So happy for Carl.
Well, I would say to anybody who doesn't know Carl, go and look at his stats on Hendon Mob. Look at his stats for Aussie Millions. Look at his stats for Las Vegas. Look at his stats for Mauritius, and then you'll know how good Carl can play. He's got a first in the Mauritius. Aussie Millions, he's been placed down there several times. He's been twice to the Aussie Millions, to my knowledge. And of course, he's a regular Vegas traveller on the annual pilgrimage, of course, in the summer there. Anyway, back to the table here. Offer Sabi in the small. He's completed, and it's a check.
Ace 2 against 7-4. I'm getting
this is
Vietnam
blind.
flashbacks.
You are, and offer flops the best of this, and this will go back fold.
Yeah, Johan's not
we'll
even
move on.
gonna consider anything here.
It's an interesting dynamic now developing. I mean, I said earlier in commentary before you came in, there's a tacit understanding between big stacks at these tables, you know. Let's just not fight with each other unless we have to. I mean, it's not like it's agreed, it's just kind of the way it happens, you know. And now, of course, we've got two big stacks. We've got Johan in the middle, and Carl obviously is now able to play a little bit more because he's made the cash, obviously.
Sure.
But he's still the short stack, so it'll be interesting to see how his range changes. So the blinds are up. We're up to level 17 now, which is 6,000, 12,000, and 12,000 on the big blind ante. So price of poker's going up. So your plans for the rest of the day, David? You're going to play in the main event. I know you're not a satellite guy, so you got what is it coming up for 4 hours? How does a good professional poker player prepare for the main event in the next 4 hours?
How do we prepare? I think it's it's not the kind of like a really cram study for poker, but
I know, but you relax yourself. You're going to go have a wash and shave,
yes,
change your clothes. You're going to prep yourself.
I'll do that, and I'll probably grab a nice dinner with Harold. Prior to the event, I like to start a little bit later. There was the Masters is on that I missed last night, so I'd like to watch a bit of the highlights.
So what you're saying is you're going to make a bit of an entrance. You're going to do a help me or film me? Not quite, eh?
Well, I mean, will you carry me?
I'm your man, eh?
Okay.
I'm a pallbearer. I'm for you.
You're strong enough, so
yeah, for sure.
So I'll come in on Gary's shoulders, and
to fanfare,
I'll get like
of
a
course.
Floyd Mayweather sort of circus behind us.
Like that. I like that. I can picture it, eh?
Yeah, like I mean, we are at Carnival City, so we'll find someone. Yeah.
Oh, there's plenty of clowns here. That's for sure.
Yes, exactly. Fond memories of this place.
No,
It
you've run
was
good
very
here.
well known for boxing.
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day, and you know, coming from a family that is obsessed with boxing, we had passed here quite a lot when I was younger. Then on the poker circuit, they actually, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Carnival City that had one of the first cash games in South Africa. It was the automated table where you put your hand on your cards and it kind of turned up.
I'm familiar with the system. I played it in Tanzania. We used to have it there. Yeah,
Okay. So
getting 60 hands an
it was
hour.
a 2 and
That's
4 rand table, and we would drive all the way here with our $200 and grind it out. And so fond memories of this place. And I think there's some good restaurants. Me and Harold will find. We normally do at the Chinese restaurant prior to these events. And
well, we went to Obi's last night, Ocean Basket, and
Yes.
the food was quite nice there last night. Enjoyed it?
actually, that's what I had. After I got knocked out here, I decided I'd treat myself and get a few endorphins in the system, and I had a nice grilled sole from Ocean Basket now.
We had the king clip and prawns, but same difference.
Same
very
difference,
nice.
very good. I'm a big fan of Ocean Basket, but there's a few nice spots here, and expecting a tough tournament. Main events at Monster Jam had not been my forte. It's something I'd like to improve on, and I'd had a couple decent-ish sort of 5th, 6th, but nothing, no wins, and I'd like to ride that this weekend. I think I'll be hoping Ahmed's still busy here. Normally gets in my way when I try and win a tournament, but
There's that tacit understanding again.
yeah, there you go. but I'm looking forward to it. It's been so long since we played, you know.
Yeah.
And
When are you due back down south? When are you flying down?
well, I think you know, Moaz has got an engagement. He's not able to play this weekend. And what I have done is booked for Sunday.
Oh, okay.
But obviously we can change that if we're still in the main event, because I'd like to fly back with Mo if possible.
Okay, but
Otherwise
you won't be here next week. That's my
I won't
approach.
be here next week,
Which is a pity, because.
but I'll be up in a couple of weeks' time again, and we can.
All right. Well, we must tangle. You know.
Yeah, we'll tangle. I'll just like randomly open a page on your cookbook. I'll point and you'll cook it. I think that's fair. Seems fair. I mean, you wrote the book, so I mean,
Yeah,
you must
yeah.
be able to make what's in it.
Well, one would hope so.
If you don't have the ingredients, I'll go get them. But
I was thinking that we could spend some time together, maybe play some poker, or do whatever. But
that would have been lovely. I'll take you up on that on my next trip for sure.
all right. Well, we're always in touch, anyhow.
Yes, of course we are. And what else was I going to mention here? Oh, right. So, you know, one of the most well-known players in South African poker is having his baby shower this weekend, which is why a couple of the players are not available. And just want to send our love to Giovanni and Tara, are expecting their first kid.
It's a girl, I believe. Is that right, or a boy? I can't remember.
I mean, I'm not sure.
No, I remember
Put me
something
on
on
the spot.
Facebook, and they opened. And
Did they do the reveal? I apologize. Like,
it was confetti and stuff.
Oh, was
and I-
it, eh?
Oh, well, listen, if you're not sure, don't say nothing.
I'm not going to say anything. But what I will say is, you know, we all send our love to Gio, and
Yeah, for sure.
very well liked. And yeah, Moaz will be joining in there. I think Mark's also going to be popping in. And
The Zanetti's having a baby.
so
Also,
the Zanetti's having a baby, and very happy for both of them.
yeah, of course.
You know,
He's a good guy, Joe.
I've known Gio since before he was legal to play poker. He used to come.
Oh,
and
so a couple of
he
weeks
used to- he used to come and watch us play in Krugersdorp, although he played as well. And Gio couldn't wait to turn 18 to get on the tables at like the Royal Swazi. He won one of them when he was very young, and yeah, man, it's just setting
Yeah,
up.
him and
setting
Des
my love-
Godfrey used to double team a lot, as I recall.
Yeah,
Him
what
and
do you
Des
mean?
were winning tournaments back to back and all sorts of things going on back in the day.
So yeah, I mean, poker skill is not short of, and but I think much more important than that, family is huge, and just muzzle tov to Gio and Tara.
Yeah, for sure, and it's understandable that he's not out playing poker for the
No, I mean-
COVID reasons as well, with his wife being heavily pregnant. We don't want to get any of that stuff across there.
That's one thing, and also you know, Gio. I mean, he's got a baby shower this weekend. I think it's a bit of a no-brainer. It's like not something he can miss.
Well, some of us
I think the
would say
party
poor
starts tonight.
planning.
I think the party starts tonight.
Some of us would say
I
good
don't
planning.
think it was planned on purpose, but I know the guys will have a jaw, and yeah.
Good for him. Well,
Yeah, I'm sure I'll see him in a couple of weeks' time. And
we will send
yeah.
send our heartiest congratulations to both of them, and hope everything goes well tonight. And of course, everything goes well with the baby. Actually, I got another grandchild 2 weeks ago. Was born to Christopher in the United Kingdom.
So
number 5.
Number 5.
Yeah. And
Okay,
Shelley
how
will
old's
be
your
here this
oldest?
afternoon.
Okay, I must be careful with what I say, because you know me and Shelley are quite close. We've
Yeah,
got like
yeah.
that brother-sister sort of a thing going. So I'm not going to insult you about being a grandfather, because I'm inadvertently would be insulting Shelley, and that's not fair on Shelley.
You're not inadvertently said. She is the hottest oldie in town.
And she is, and I'm looking forward to seeing her.
Yeah, she'll be here later.
And muzzle
tonight.
talk to both of you as well.
Shot, brother. Appreciate her.
Great news.
That's it. All the kids have had babies now, so we can
Oh.
die happy.
Okay. So you've done your job.
We've done our job.
That's
We
it.
can leave the planet now.
Okay. That's what it's all about, Gab.
We haven't talked much poker here, but it's Carl's been grinding away on this short stack and 7 blinds. It seems like forever.
Yeah, look, I mean, he'll have a bit of time. The funny thing with big blind antes is you can spin up a stack fairly quickly, and especially 5-handed this now.
Four-handed, yeah.
Sorry, 4-handed. There's a lot more money in the pot if it was opposed to what the old blind structures used to be like for live poker, where it was everyone putting in an ante.
What a looking back, what a pain that was.
Once you drop to six-handed, it now costs you more per rotation than it ever
And
used
that's
to.
the bad part of this.
Well,
you know,
bad and good. I mean, this is for Cole. I think the
it's
chance to
good.
get back into the tournament is probably better. You know, as far as a cost per rotation goes, remember his shoves and his spin-ups will earn him quite a bit more cash, and
yeah, that's the positive side.
and you can spin up here. Ace two suited. I just think it is the worst possible hand you can play at Carnival City.
I wonder why that is. Let's not go down that road again. You know, we're over that. We're past it.
We're past it, but I mean,
If they were diamonds, we could probably needle you, but they're not diamonds.
Years,
They're not diamonds, so there's no needle
I
here.
will remind Sean for the next 10 years. You can't stop me.
Well, I think it's only right and proper, to be honest. I think he's due. But you can't do it on the 28th of July. Because that's Sean's birthday and also mine.
Oh, right.
We share.
Okay. I'm sure I spoke to you both on your birthdays.
You did. As did you, as I recall. I gave you a call.
This is true.
What are you, 24 now, 25?
I've just turned 18, don't tell Mark. Don't tell Mark.
You're legal.
Of my winnings.
You're legal. I can kiss you goodbye now.
That's right.
We can come out now. Is that okay?
Yeah. So
how many ads do you want is the question here.
Well, Orfer is not going to be getting away from this. Pair and a flush, nut flush draw is more than good enough for him, but I think, yeah, he's done well not to raise Ahmed, yeah. And this will dictate what happens on the river, and this is
well, not quite the card he was expecting, but
a great card for Orfer.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, it's probably the card that maybe slows the action down a little bit.
Well, Ahmed has got to tell a story here, and he's got to decide whether or not he's going to put him on the ace.
Well, Ahmed will be thinking, does he value his hand or not?
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
I think more often than not he will, and there you go. And Orfer's going to call this off.
And that's 155,000 chip swing there. That's quite a big hand, though. So Offer goes up to the 1 million mark. Ahmed's still maintaining his 1 million. And Carl is down to 5 big, so we'll expect some action here very, very soon.
Yeah, look,
from Carl.
interestingly enough, the Offer didn't consider the race on the river. It's something he can do with 2 pair.
Yeah,
and
sure.
especially with it coming on the river, it's kind of sneaky.
You know, Ahmed has bet 55,000 there. And, you know, he can just call that and be happy, or he can call that and get, or he can raise and be re-raised. You know, you don't know. I mean, you don't know with Ahmed. Ahmed is such a dangerous player.
No, he does. He's
And,
always
you know,
thinking out the box. But I think he's right to be value betting that river ace or not, and he, you know, he'll know that he's getting called by just about any queen, and in which case he's good. So. Yeah, it's right, a positive EV, as they say, to be value.
Okay, so Johan's probably not going to play this from the button. And what has Cole got? Nothing, apparently. Jack 6, and...
Did Cole drop to 61,000? Did I miss something?
Yeah, he's not just... Blinds went up and he's just been paying.
Right.
It's been eating away. And Cole's been showing some real short stack patience, which is not like Cole if you ever played a cash game with him.
Not a cash game player myself, but I think if I want to get into this famous school in Joburg, I'm going to have to
join one of the home games.
I'm going to have to jowl a bit of cash with you guys. And I know Cole for a long time. Cole's not shy to go on gut feel, and you know, in a situation like this, I think when you're so short, the cards almost play themselves. He'll consider this. Whoops.
The computer hand, that's a 50% winner. Queen 7. What's he going to do? Just call this off? Yeah. So we've got some blind on blind action here. Both the big stacks So a little bit of help here for Ahmed with the 10.
And I think the board's a little bit too drawy for Ahmed to be checking, so easy
Yeah,
take down.
a small 15,000 there, and message received by offer and a quick fold. Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to be down to 3 players soon, unless Cole can find a hand. He's, you know, the crime of being blinded out is just not acceptable.
No, I don't think Cole will allow that.
No, of course not.
We did see him move in with 8-9 UTG previously, and I think he'll be looking to do something similar this hand, because I think he's in that same situation where he doesn't want to lose his ante off his stack. It makes his double up less, actually, and just sitting there with, like, what's he got, 4 big blinds?
There we go. That's ace-10, that's in.
Okay, well, there you go.
He's got a bit of equity there. So Ahmed is going to fold. Somebody's going to call him here, I'm sure.
Ahmed accidentally exposing a jack, offer
7-6.
Whoops. Okay, so,
He's going to get it through. Well done, Mr. Myberg. Another rotation in the bank.
He would have preferred a call there.
I think so.
He would have preferred a call there, but well done, Carlita.
He picks up a rotation though. So someone gets to pay for his blind and ante and his small no. I'm trying to figure out what that is on Johann's scarf or his mask, but I don't know.
I mean, an avid golfer, so don't be surprised if it's like from Serengeti or
probably
or one of those.
I used to enjoy playing Serengeti with Corey Sanders of boxing.
Yes.
Corey and I were very close friends.
Yes, I know this. Yeah.
And
he was a great golfer.
Yeah, bloody hell, 4 handicap.
Okay, so yeah.
He and I were both 4
really
handicappers at the time. He's left-handed, I'm right-handed.
Okay.
And he used to call me ref, and I called him champ, and abuse did follow.
Yeah, okay.
Tragically lost his life back, 7-8 years ago now.
Wow.
23rd of September, cheapest. And
So
yeah, I'd rather not talk about that.
My brother, obviously a huge fan of Corey and of boxing. My brother's a bit of a boxing encyclopedia. You speak to about Moors and cricket, and you can ask my brother. If Steve ever gets on the chat here, you can pretty much throw anything you can think of his way, and he can answer it. We've been doing some sports quizzes during lockdown.
You've been cleaning up by the sound of it.
He's kind of like having a cheat sheet, my brother. He's fantastic. But I know he would appreciate that friendship, and Corey, one of the great heavyweights of South African poker. Very few, I haven't seen a boxer at poker table yet. I've seen a few of the EFC fighters, but not so much.
Well, Kali Kanitsa is also a friend of mine, and it's the first time I ever seen Kali weep was at Corey's funeral.
Oh, really?
He was on his knees. Terrible, terrible day.
Yeah,
and Darren Scott was also a good friend of Corey's, and Darren stood up there and did a testimonial and just banged the lectern, and you know, it's poker commentary, so I don't want to get down here, but you know, it was a sad day for South Africa,
sports,
for families and for friends.
For South African
and you'll know I post every year on Facebook a little memorial to Corey, and I miss him terribly. And if he's up there listening now, champ, one day we'll be back together, and I shall take money on you on the golf course in the sky for sure. Anyhow, let's get back to our poker game offers.
So we can play golf. We're going to play a money game. We play for money?
Not until I got my rotator cuff injury fixed properly.
Right, okay. So my handicap depends on that, right?
Yep, okay. I gathered that. I stopped playing a little while ago because of a very bad shoulder injury.
I barely play, I'll be honest with you. I hardly play these days. I think the last time I played a round of golf was about 4 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Before that, probably 4 years at Mark Joseph's birthday, where I'll upset a few of the customers.
Well, why not? You know, dodgy handicap, I'm sure.
Yeah, very dodgy, so I was told. I then got fined. We had a fines evening, and
what do you expect?
The mistake Mark made was he took me to the box at the Wanderers to watch South Africa and West Indies, and I had way too much to drink. But a story for another day. Let's get back to the poker. So,
well, I've got to say, you did get a mention in dispatches earlier when you were playing
Yeah.
And we were looking at your sheet, and your claim to fame is I'm the only guy to get Gary Allen drunk. Do you remember?
Right.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. It didn't take much, Gary. We were at
It was good
Boardwalk.
claret. It was good claret, though.
I mean, I really am half the size of one of your fingers, and I think I've got a way better alcohol tolerance than you do, but that's okay. Well,
The good old Port Elizabeth Boardwalk.
well, we got a few bottles of wine that night.
Oh, we
with
did
Goog-
indeed.
I think with Googie and...
Oh, yeah,
if I'm
Hagar
not
was
mi-
there, yes.
If I'm not
you're
mistaken.
right.
And it was a fun night. Boardwalk, possibly my favorite. Oh, well, I suppose Sunset is also there, but it's,
Well, I've got to say,
incredible.
PE is my favourite.
in PE was, I think, the feedback from the players was like no one expected everything to be so nice. The hotel is just top drawer. The poker room was top drawer.
Great
The
choice of
whole
food, restaurants, it's on your
the
doorstep.
views, the restaurants, the everything.
And the hotel was superb.
And the hotel rooms were just the biggest surprise of all. So just
So
hoping
little.
Mark puts it back on the schedule this year. I'm sure he will. I'm expecting that. And
Well, the trophy is on the table, fellas. I'd rather see bundles of cash than go heads up, you know, a la WSOP. So, what did you think of old Klatka?
so actually something I wanted to discuss as well. I mean, this is one of the best achievements by any South African poker player ever, and just
Yeah.
a lovely, lovely guy. Had a long chat with Harold about it. Obviously, has spoken to Klatka.
Yeah.
Very happy for him, and you know, just should be so proud. I think every one of us just dream of having a World Series bracelet, and couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. He's put in a lot of work on his poker over the
Okay,
years.
Cole's all in here. We'll come back to that in a second. With the
And yeah, I'm just
sevens.
gonna call you, and this it will be. Was this okay? So the 9 has been folded, so he's lost a few outs there. He's lost an out, and that's why he's at 41%. Carl will take this all day.
And you heard Johan there saying, good luck, Cole. So he's just got to fade the 5 outs, the 2 9s and the 3 aces. 2 cards to come.
He's got the hard redraw and the 7
yeah,
now.
but Johan's got
extra
the 9
2
of hearts,
sevens,
so.
yeah. Okay, and another double up for Carl.
And Cole's just hanging on there. Those fingernails must have hooks in the end of them. Well done, Cole. Well done.
Well done, Carl.
Yeah, so Klatka was in the 1500 no limit online event
And
36.
I didn't know what was going on until the next day, and I got this something, I can't remember where I saw it, and it was like South Africa's second ever bracelet winner, and what a mensch, what a great guy, and
humble.
and humble, and just a good human, and also that is a, you know, he's paid his dues in poker. I think he's come up through the ranks, and
Absolutely.
which is well deserved. It's great to see, and he should wear that bracelet with pride.
A lovely man, lovely family, and you know, I sent him a message and I gave him a call, and you know, Michael, just so humble and what a nice guy. You know? Okay, so Mr. Myberg continues the survival, and here we go again, another shove. Ahmed with the 4-3 here. Won't fancy calling off 116,000. Ahmed's dashing to wherever he's dashing.
Well, not a smoker, so you might.
He's just going around the corner here to the little boys' room, I'm sure. Offered. What do you think? Ace 5.
Offer's gonna think about this. He's gonna think of what Cole's range is and so on.
Offer's
and so forth.
quite protective of his chips this afternoon.
I actually think he may just give this a call. Whoops.
I thought so.
much-
He's very protective.
So much for what,
So that'll be a fold from Offer. What has Johan got to offer? 6-5 suited in the big. 104,000. He's got 400. This is 25%
he has
of his
just
stack.
double call up, and he'll be wary of that. So I think Johan doesn't have too much showdown value, yes. So he's
And it's 25% of his stack almost, you know.
what's going on here?
I have no idea. Is he on the phone?
I think that there was some dispute or something going on. He may just be phoning Mark to find something out.
Maybe he was asking his poker coach if he should fold. I have no idea what happened there, folks at home. But Cole gets that through.
And Johan would have had a reason for that.
For sure, and we'll try and find out
Cole
later.
also no dispute whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
Cole's up to 12 bigs. You know, he gets it in again and doubles up. Back in the game. Maybe he was just tanking, so Ahmed got a chance to wash his hands on the way to the bathroom.
that could be, but I think Johan's seasoned and he'll know that his hand would be mucked. So there would have been a reason for that phone call, I think. But
well, maybe we'll find out later.
Or maybe not.
Leave
or
it
maybe
with us,
it's
we'll
just
do our
booking a
best.
4-ball.
So our viewers at
for
home are
tomorrow
just
morning.
watching poor Harold get eliminated.
Oh, right, okay.
So we'll see if there's any comments coming in. Any of the Brooks clan.
Okay, so now I see what you've done here with the split screen. This is what is going out on the stream.
Yeah, this is actual
Okay.
going out now. This is live.
Okay,
Yeah.
right.
So we're commentating on a live picture,
Not
live
too tech
action.
savvy myself. Thank goodness.
Well,
I don't need
nor
to
am I. That's why I got these two youngsters sat next to me. That's their job. They're the smart ones. They can figure out the remote controls, you know. So 4 players left, and you know, a distinct short stack here. 10 big blinds. Johan next on the queue, and you know, there's a bit of cash at stake here, Dave. So it's a worth ladder. You know, I mean, it's 56,000 guaranteed to all players at the moment, and then you're laddering up to 113,000, which is essentially double the money. So worth hanging around for, worth grinding out for. You know.
Absolutely.
And Offer is interesting. I mean, if you've obviously played a bit of poker with Offer in the past.
Yeah.
You know, it's a competition between him and Lum, who can be the loudest at the table normally. And he's been quite reserved, so taking it very seriously. Not that he doesn't normally, but he has been quite
Look,
quiet.
something you know that I was warned about prior was okay, and Offer will be snapping this off. That's for sure. Yeah. Pop, cool. And another race for Cole, and you know,
Yeah.
it's that thing is it's a new race, so there's doesn't mean that he's less likely, yeah.
But
and
he's
a-
ahead
and a-
now.
and
He got
again
it
a
in
favourite,
good.
So
He got it in good.
See, one if not maybe an ace or queen wasn't folded.
I don't think so. We shall see.
Oh no, that wasn't actually.
Well, you managed to phase them, so there's 6 outs available.
Becomes a 2-1 favourite now. Now much more so.
Yeah.
8-1.
And a double up for Cole again. You can't get rid of this guy, you know. I call him the mosquito.
The mosquito.
That's what I call him, the mosquito. You just can't get rid of him. He just annoys the hell out of you.
Flies past you.
Yeah, you can hear him now. And all credit to him. He's played it so well, this short stack. You know, he's got it in.
What's going on there?
Maybe
I
you had
see
an
you
accident.
I see you made some comment last night when Harold had actually sat on a chocolate.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, that was what it was. And
You were lifting up his shirt. That was quite entertaining.
yes, I heard the comments.
I think I said, I have no idea what
You
Bozo's
don't-
doing.
God, Harold never heard that. He might not have been found it as funny as me, but it's yeah.
So next time
that
he's-
was that chair. So maybe Crafty.
Next time you sit on he sits on a chocolate, take him out a picture when you're looking at the stain, okay?
Okay. And then he couldn't move the chair because it got stuck under the table.
And he had to sit on it again.
And that was it.
Oh dear. Harold's a gentleman, he would have taken it on the chin, a bit of fun. Here we go. Yeah, Gert Boshoff says he says, Bozo, your biscuit. And obviously Bozo's been in here over half an hour now, so he's been listening to your commentary.
All right.
So that's what he's saying. You've obviously got a fan club out there.
Yeah, I've got a couple on both sides of that fence.
Okay, there's a guy here, Darren Spencer. He's actually played here in a couple of events. He lives in Ghana. He and I
Okay.
used to work together back in the day in Nairobi, in Dar es Salaam. And shout out to Darren. He's saying great to have the poker back. And
I think Nikki, also a friend of ours.
yeah, Nikki Ramos.
Friend of ours, and I met her through Nawal and Shadley, and cool to see her watching. Also a good friend, and hope she's enjoying.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
sending my love there.
Good for you.
Where is? Can you see who's watching?
Sometimes we can. No, we can't. There's 37 watching here.
37. Okay.
And 37 watching there, coincidentally. So, and also on Twitch. We haven't got Twitch running. But believe it or not, after yesterday's play on the Grand Slam, there were over 1,000 views of the video.
Okay. 200 of them might have been me.
No, there was there was 600 odd on Facebook and 400
so
plus.
I must tell you, I've got my best friend in the world, lives in Clarence, and she watches. She gets more nervous than me. I get messages while I'm playing like, oh my god, I get so nervous I can't watch, and this, but doesn't know poker, but has learned it through the stream.
Oh well.
And I think for a lot of the guys, this is what a cool way for our friends to watch. Marky mentioned Dave Davor last night, and he is my best friend, and he was watching me living in Australia, so the times for him.
Well, I was just chatting with Shane just now on the phone here.
Okay.
And he's in Australia. He's got it on his TV, and the whole family's
Yeah,
at home
so
watching.
Dave sent me a photo. Obviously, I don't have my phone yet, otherwise I'll show you at the break.
And my phone's here, but everybody knows that.
And Davor was watching, and he was the commentator, as you know. So I hope he doesn't critique me too much. Him and Caitlin were pretty good. And yeah, my friend Tracy and another friend Caroline in Clarence were watching, and I think it makes it really nice and it makes it engaging.
Little hand developing here. There's been a raise by Cole, an ace queen by Johan. So he's going to repop it. And Cole likes the king jack, as Waz will testify to.
Yeah, look, a different spot. I think Cole opened shot prior, so the dynamics very different. And I think with the Grafi sizing, that Cole will know that this is like
he's serious,
putting it in or going home. And I actually think Cole will be letting go here. Yeah, there you go. So discretion, the better part of valor.
Agreed. Gives up a chunk of his stash and will be the big blind this next hand. Yeah, and profits 34,000. So the dead money plus the raise, and the rich get richer. 20 bigs for Cole, which is still healthy.
20 bigs, very playable.
We're having this debate in the back here. With the big blind ante, does 20 bigs equal 10 bigs?
No, 20 bigs equals 20 bigs.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of your whole mindset.
No, because look,
when you
must remember, like prior, when you were playing an ante every hand, you didn't count your antes, your big blinds are your big blinds, and it's just a dynamic difference. It was designed to speed up the game, but also there are other reasons and thinkings behind it. It does kind of push the game along as well, and when you get to this point, as long as you're aware that it now costs you more per rotation than it used to with the previous ante structures. Online poker will still have the old antes, and the reason for that is because to administer it is quite easy online. But in a live
they
game,
don't make mistakes, and there's no argument who put it in.
Yes, correct. So for that reason, it is the original format of playing with them. But just remember now, if you're playing 8 or 9-handed, it's costing you the same per rotation that it used to, and it shouldn't make a difference on your ranges.
So we're agreed that the big blind measure is always going to be the big blind measure.
Yes.
We shouldn't be 50% in it because of the big blind ante.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, cool.
No. I don't know whose side I'm taking in this argument.
Well, I'm deliberately. No, there is no side. We're looking for opinions, and being a respected poker player from our community, we respect your opinion.
Yeah, look, a student of the game, I'm not.
Well, I would argue that as well, having had the conversations with you.
No, I'm teasing. I think each to their own, and you do learn that. One of the best bits of advice I ever got for poker was, if you've got a reason to do what you're doing, it's right. And if that's how you see the big blinds or the antes, and some people get a bit touchy, thinking that the ante now belongs to them. Like I won't mention Nick Noy's name, but some of the guys that play,
don't mention Nick's name.
No, I won't mention Nick's name,
No.
but they get kind of personal. Like, how dare you take my? I'm now paying 24k. I'm not paying 12k, so don't you dare take my money. And
Nick
Nick
is a part owner of this tournament, by the way.
right. Just so you do know, it does. I think it does. Although big blinds may not, like in theory, be affected, it can change.
The dynamic.
It does change the dynamic, and you find a lot of people defending pre-flop,
Where they
a
would
bit
normally
wider,
have
out of
done.
possession, and so on and so forth. And it's each to their own. You know, what's right for some is not what's right for the others, and it depends on how you play the game. But Nick, it was hard enough to get his big blind previously. Now with the big blind ante, it's actually just impossible.
So Johan picked up another ace queen here.
Okay, he's had it a few times today.
Well, last time with his ace queen, he repopped it. So we'll see what's his bet sizing here, Bozo. 30k in the pot.
32.
42.
Oh wow.
Yeah, 42
Quite
is
good.
So action on offer here. Enough TV
Offer
time.
is getting a bit sticky there. No, I don't think it was. I think he was really thinking about it, thinking about defending. But I think Rafi size was a bit big there, and Offer thought the better of it.
So let's look at the blind situation. Ahmed 94, 63, 50 and 17 respectively. So still some playability over in the seat 8 from Carl there. And Offer's got his jacket going on there. It is a bit chilly. This AC is quite effective in here.
I must say it's really nice. I thought about bringing Modi here to the commentary booth. I'm okay. Luckily, I put on a few. Got a bit of insulation now, but it is a bit.
I ran into Ayub Balim earlier, who is a card of note, of course. as you'll
Yes,
know.
nah, you.
And he said, "You've
good,
grown."
mate.
I said, "Where?" He said, "All over. Even your head's bigger and got longer hair."
So are you not shy for a compliment / insult ever?
Yeah, I'd say I'd missed him, but he's been abusing me on social media for the last 8 months.
It's
So.
very hard to miss you, to be honest. To be
Here we
fair.
go. Cole wants to get membership at my Jack 10 club here.
A lot of love for
Ahmed
you,
will snap
just
in me
before we. Well,
Oh, Abe's a top boy, and he's got a lovely guy, lovely son.
Oh, great oak. Got a son who could be a rugby player one day.
He's quite accomplished, Zidane.
Yeah, Zidane. Yeah.
Lovely lad. When he was 16,
And we're missing Ayub's good mate as well, Paul Ralston, who's.
oh, that man is
stuck
a
at
nightmare. Do not talk to me about him.
He's
He's
stuck
the
at the
king of
fish and
abuse.
chips shops in,
He's
in
stuck in the
Manchester.
You're absolutely right. He is stuck at the fish and chip shop.
He really is stuck there, and we miss him as well. But
I miss his
it's just a
dulcet
lovely crew,
tones.
and Dom and
Dom
Healy
Black, you're getting
and
the whole
Shafi, I saw here the other day. So, yeah,
The whole Musketeer set you've mentioned there. You know that.
Yeah, I do know that. So just some brownie points. So I don't want to get
Oh
scolded.
wow,
and
that's
stuff
a
for you.
big fold there.
Well, I
from
think
Ahmed.
Cole's
Of course,
got
so
enough.
he's got 210. He's got a little
Cole's
bit of
got
fold
enough,
equity there.
and
Of course, there are 2 players to come after him as well. So Ahmed's sensible, and Cole will not be shy in picking up the extra 30k there for the dead money in the middle. Have you
very
seen
hard
a
to tell.
picture of Ralston lately? He's a scary hairy now. He's just
So-
not had a haircut.
so I got sent one on Halloween.
Okay, frightening.
Yeah, it was pretty much the scariest thing I've been sent. Lovely oak. It's just that the booming voice. He's also twice my height. So if you ever see me stand next to Paul, you'll understand we have a difficult time conversing because it's like trying to shout from a mountaintop to, a Sherpa at the bottom of the mountain. And we find it easier to speak on WhatsApp because we're too far apart in the heart. But a lot of love for Paul. And
A lot of people don't realise how accomplished Paul Ralston is. He is the writer, producer
Yes.
of 93 Days, which was the Ebola outbreak in
Yes.
Nigeria.
Yes.
And if you look on the Internet Movie Database, his accomplishments are very far and wide. And notwithstanding the fact that Don Black has just won an award for his camera work.
Yes, I know this, and I'd heard about this. I know he was
Grammy
nominated for an Emmy.
Emmy, I think it's an Emmy, and I think they got the Emmy.
Did they get it?
I think they did. I'm not sure, but if he didn't, congrats on the nomination. If you did, well, just go, brother.
I'll message to find out. Yeah.
Yeah. So money's gone in here with the hooks.
Offer might get sticky.
With his
he'll
ducks.
understand he's got a made hand. Well, I think it's just a bit too much for him to call. So
Yeah.
28 only. 228.
Cole could see that and he'll be crying to call. He'll lean over and put the chips in himself. And Offer will be giving this some thought. He'll speak to Cole and see if he can get any sort of info out of them.
Looks like a
He
fold.
knows that best case scenario is racing this.
He shows him the ducks. And Cole reciprocates and says, look, I was strong. My range is still fairly tight up here. And you made a good fold, brother.
So that was a 3-bet shove.
25 big blinds, climbing closer to Johan. 91 at the top, 60 for Offers. He's dropped down a little bit, and that would have been on his mind as well. He was at $1 million earlier. He's down to 700,000 and some change now. So he's obviously shed a few chips along the way. No obvious big pots, but just here, there, and everywhere, distributing.
Yeah, there was some pre-flop play that.
I'll see if Jake can get us a timing clock. I don't know if he can. So Offers under the gun here. Jack 3 suited there in the muck. Ran to our friend Johan. Well, he's now got the twos. They're moving around the table.
Looks like this is going to drag out.
Different situation here, of course, David. I mean, you know, he's now to act, and he wasn't reacting. He is acting. So he's going to put in a raise here by the look of it.
Up to 37,000.
So 37. So Cole's small blind will just be donated here, and it's around to Ahmed. And we're going to see some action for sure. I think re-raise and a fold maybe.
So Craftsman at 37, I think you'll find.
Ahmed's not the type to limp in with ace king.
I think you're
Just
looking
flat,
at
he's not
somewhere
gonna flat here.
around. He's got position on. Where's the buttons on Craft? Eh?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's out of position. I think you can be looking about 115, 120. Yeah.
Well, 67 in the pot, so I mean.
There you go, 110. 112.
112. So that sends a clear message in your
No, I think it's not so much. Ahmed's sizing is so good. It's just positional sizing for him.
Yeah.
And
the ducks are on the back again.
Can I have a look?
So we got 18 minutes to run on the level.
okay.
So hopefully you'll stick it out for another 18
Of
minutes.
course, I'll stick it out for 18
I've got
minutes.
long-lasting deodorant, and it's not due to run out for another hour.
That's
so
okay.
we're
I've had a
good.
shower myself. We shouldn't have any worries. Yeah.
Yeah,
So we're up to hand 109 for the day on the feature table. Johan is sitting with just over 500,000 chips here.
I think
and
I
he's
was
our
allowed
under the gun player.
I think I was allowed for about 5 of those 109, but
Last night when Sean gave all his chips to Harold, I was going to say, at least they're getting closer to you, Dave, but I thought I'd better not. I thought that might just be a bit deep for that at that moment in time.
no, I think you know, like speaking to my friend Trey in Clarence and my brother and my friend in Australia, I've realised that I think it can be harder to watch than to be there.
Yeah.
I am fairly well trained in just keeping the emotions in check at the table, and Sean, just an absolute gent. You've got to understand to separate like that sort of personal feeling, and you can be upset about a poker hand, but really I meant it when I say when I got to the room it was over. I just wanted to
Scream into your pillow.
I said scream in my pillow a bit, but let me not go there. So, it's just one of those things, and I was quite happy with the session I played last night. I was quite happy with the session I played today, and
I think the quote was, between us last night. You played some of the best poker you've played all year. I mean, right, the year's been pretty short in poker terms.
Yeah, look, I had a great carnival. I had a second last time out, so it would be very hard to beat even if I was to win this main event. But I said to Harold, and I think he agreed with me, that I've won tournaments playing worse than I did yesterday. So it was just a nice feeling. There wasn't much rust, and it felt quite familiar on the table, and I'm actually looking forward to tonight's main event.
Well, I'm sure you've watched yourself back, but I mean, I am a student of the game, and I do study the players. And I thought you played very well. I'm not blowing smoke up you there. You and I known each other too long for that. And I compliment you on your play.
Well, I'm quite harsh on myself, and
King Jack again for Cole. He's going to put a raise in here. Now that he's up to 300,000. See how much respect he gets. Someone's walking away already.
Oh, he's folded in turn. So yeah, I'm a consummate professional. He wouldn't fold out of turn.
No, of course not. And this will get through.
Ahmed copies how I stack my chips, so I've taught him something.
Well, maybe. I mean, are you claiming the copyright on that, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just check.
There's only one way. I'm the only person in the world that stacks my chips that way.
Well, apparently there's two now.
Yeah, now there's two. So I'll send Omis the
Well, you just
I'll
pay you
offer
some
the
royalties, yeah, I'm sure.
And I see Offer is copying Harold. He likes to stack them in a line.
Yeah. We won't comment on
I'm
the rest
surprised
of them.
Kraft doesn't stack them like a golf club. It's always on his mind. And a card like a King Jack, it would make sense.
Yeah. Oh dear. I'm pals with
Can I insult
I'm
that?
pals with
Can I
Boz, and
insult-
I'm
can I
on Boz's side here, he says. Shame. You know the funny thing, I mean, I must just say, Wells came over with those big stack of greens. He's got one big blind, and there's no 50s in it.
Okay. Okay, so there was a dispute. And I got pulled into that because I was actually sitting next to
At least it was a funny side of it.
you know, I saw Mo's side of it because
Yeah, of course.
because we both thought it was a 50k chip, and believe me, the last thing I want to do is give a player like Mo as an extra 50k. I've got better things to do.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, we'll brush over this because obviously there were decisions.
It's over,
made,
and I don't
and it is
actually
over.
know the details, but
it's
you know,
probably
to
better
rate it
not.
impartial between him and Mark and so on, I just got pulled into it because I was witness to the chip being put in play, and Mo's immediate reaction. Mo is just such a gentleman. I don't think he's ever so much as like lost his cool at a poker table.
What I will say is, to close this down, and I will close it down,
Yeah,
is
close it down.
there was absolutely no dishonesty involved.
No.
At all.
That was why the situation was serious, because you're dealing with a guy with just a 10 out of 10 integrity, and in fact from both sides, to be honest with you. So it just was a misunderstanding or whatever happened, an oversight, call it, but amicably resolved, as
Indeed.
I understand,
And as I say,
as
there
it would
was
be with between those two
zero
gents.
question
Between
over anybody's
Mark and
integrity.
Mo, it was always going to be resolved amicably. Ahmed got a walk.
Okay, so we continue on here. Probably got about 15, maybe 10 minutes to run here on the level. And I've got to say that if you'd have asked me to name the 4 players who would still be here at this stage, Harold would have still been in my 4. To be honest,
most of those, yeah, of course.
you know. I mean, I'd be interested to chat to Harold and catch up with him at some stage and see how he felt about the hand. I mean, from our side, or certainly from my side, I mean, you may have a different view, and I'm not trying to solicit one given your relationship with Harold. You know, I think it was okay. I think he thought he was ahead when he put his money in, given the action.
Look, I think if I'm understanding the situation, Harold would have thought that Offer and Kraft would be for sure folding, you know, and then you look at Ahmed, who can open a lot of hands, and that's why he thought there was enough dead money in the middle for him.
Exactly.
The other side of the argument is that he was closing the action, and he had a great price to actually set mine there. But like I say, there's not really a right and wrong in poker, and you actually can't. It's not fair to critique anything. It's just hands play out how they play out. if he found another club, I think he would have forgotten about it, and it would have.
It wouldn't even be up for debate. And of course, Offer has now found his king here.
Interesting that he checks behind there.
Yeah. And Ahmed only with the 2 outs here. So
I thought I knew a trick, but I was wrong.
no, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
There's Hilal.
Yeah, he's outside now.
Is he outside now?
Yeah, yeah. I saw
Okay,
him
we'll
earlier.
go south of him in a
Yeah,
minute. So mate of mine. Also, one of some of the first guys I played poker with around the SA circuit, and I'd seen I think it was Shaf and Hilal on TV at All Africa. It was quite intimidating to play with these guys up
And
in
they're
the
big
beginning.
lads, those two, eh?
And they're also a lot bigger than me. I wouldn't stand much of a
I was sat playing
chance
in
of
a
a fight.
I played a satellite the other day because we were up here putting up the trussing and the like.
Yeah.
And I sat next to this lighty's little bun on top of his head.
Yeah.
I was giving him a bit of flack, you know, and he's
Yeah,
firing
yeah.
chips back at me.
I would imagine you wouldn't like the man bun look too much.
Long story short, turns out it's Shaf's lighty.
Oh, really?
I said, I thought I recognised your style of play. Yeah, so I can't remember his name. That's very remiss of me. I think Anthony or something. Probably, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Put
but
a
shout out
really
to-
lovely message to, I think it was his wife's birthday the other day. Didn't know that Chef could be so sentimental.
I think he cut and pasted that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I'm joking with
no,
him.
he googled like how to earn
How
brownie
to write.
points. How to write. I think he consulted with Paul probably.
Yeah, I think Paul must have read that.
He wouldn't have asked Ayub because it would have lacked compassion.
Well, Ayub is not that eloquent, trust me.
You know, he's pretty witty and he's pretty sharp, and
I'm not giving him
I
eloquency.
think
I'm
he
not
would have
giving that.
insulted. There would have been a few more insults if
Yeah.
it came from Ayub, but.
No,
happy
but it was a
birthday
lovely
to Mr.
testimony
Chef.
to his wife. Beautifully
Yeah, it was really nice.
stunning, really stunning.
And I remember the guys we would play in Norwood, going back many years, and the games were a bit too big or professional for me or both. But I knew that crew from a long time ago, even before I met Harold and long before I met Ahmed and Moaz and those guys. So we go back.
Well, he's definitely here. Hilly is definitely here. I spoke with him earlier.
Okay.
We spoke online, and then he turned up. I think he came to play that 2 o'clock main event.
Oh,
Sats.
lovely. I hope he finds it.
Yeah, me too.
And then finds my table because I'll take his chips.
Well, Mark guaranteed 3 seats this evening, so it doesn't matter who turns up. There's 3 seats up for grabs out there, which is good. If he's out there, you should just go and sit next to him.
Have you
Say,
been
I'm just waiting for my chips and see what he says. Sorry, what do you say? Well, I've been watching.
Have you been watching the Masters at all? Just speaking about these guys, we're all in a golf group together.
No, I have not. Sir. I tried to watch a
Do you
little bit
watch
last
golf?
night. I do. I love golf.
Okay. Any picks?
I don't know. I'm still with the Tiger, you know.
Listen,
He was sitting 4th last time I saw.
I spoke to Mo on the plane and I said, well, like, what's Tiger's price? And he was looking online, and I said to him, I think he's one of the few in the field, if not the only, that's played this course in November. And I'll tell you, being a South African and patriotic, I'm going to be shouting for Louis. I think he's the most capable.
But I
South
mean,
African.
those greens are sticky. They just stop dead, those balls. It's target golf at the moment.
Like I said, I've missed so much, and I've seen the scores from last night. And
I just watched a little bit when I got back to the guest house last night.
Okay.
And, it was target golf. And
I heard something about you guys breaking into a sweet shop, or what happened?
oh no, that's been wildly exaggerated.
Ah,
We
okay.
tried to break into the sweet
I
shop.
tried to break into the sweet shop.
And what have we got here? So Johan's still ahead with his ace-5 here. Johan's in a small blind out of position, so this should go bet fold, I would have thought.
42,000 for 2.
There's no redraw, there's nothing here for call.
But Cole being astute, he'll have a look at craft size and try and understand what's happening, but
Yeah.
the right conclusion, although if he had repopped him and stuck it in, we'd be,
Oh,
we'd be
Johan's
singing his
got a-
praises.
yeah,
But
yeah.
like
But,
it's,
I mean, this is all about laddering up now, you know.
I don't know so much about that. I think the
No,
guys
I
have a
think
lot
so.
of play, and Cole's actually not got over 20 big blinds. It's nobody's out of this. Like I say, guys at this level will be willing to play for it. And look, I think Ahmed with his rep and his abilities, and he'll find himself with his stack. Find himself a strong favourite at the moment.
He's also found himself a personal assistant by the look of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cole's just here to please everyone. He gave us a stream, he gave us an RFID table, now he does Ahmed's tips for him.
There's a
He's like-
Gary and Cole in there somewhere.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I was gonna get to that. Okay,
No, I got to blow my own trumpet, brother. It doesn't happen very often.
No, please.
No, all kidding.
Please don't
Cole
feel
is the
too
pioneer. He is indeed the pioneer. I was a late bloomer joining that crew, but yeah, it's, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have this technology.
So another assist from Cole. Call him Bruno Fernandes on poker. I wouldn't call him Trent because
No.
I like Cole, and I wouldn't do that to him.
Give him one stack there. One stack, 1,000.
Yeah, Cole's a good guy. You just got to get to know him, understand his warped and twisted sense of humour. I mean, as I say, he and I have got some business
Cole
interests together.
a
so
really good heart, always has had. But let's have a look here. I was going 20 bigs, 44 bigs. So this player, this Ahmed having a good time.
So we're just going to try and get a quick time check here from somewhere. Probably just as easy to radio the tournament director.
Strong and then he gets black shirt.
Johan with the crabs here, looking
He's
to
going
go
to
crab
open
hunting.
up, yeah. And four-handed, these guys will be looking to open up with just about anything playable.
So Cole with the Jack 10, he's probably thinking Gary wouldn't fold here. He knows I'm the Jack 10 club, you see, but it's probably not a good thing that.
Let's hope he knows better.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, well done, Cole. Don't listen to my
jokes,
nonsense.
And Ahmed doesn't muck about. He doesn't Hollywood. I think if Ahmed gives a hand thought toward this, he's genuinely thinking about it. So he's not looking for TV time. He sees his hand.
No.
mucks it
He's
immediately. If he does think he's really thinking about it, he's not one of those. And I appreciate that as a fellow player. It's nice to play against. It's
yeah, and there's no tell there or anything like that. That's just how he plays, you know, all the time.
yeah.
We actually discussed that earlier in the stream this week about some players. I'm going to say a funny story, and hopefully the guy who's well, I don't mind if he is listening. It's a youngster. We were sat in the satellite the other day, and he turned up with a hoodie, sunglasses, everything. And he sat right opposite me, and he's lifting his cards up, and he's staring at me, and all this sort of stuff. And yeah, I got a bit peed off with this crap, you know, watching too much TV. And I said to him, I said, did you learn to play poker watching TV, you know?
Well,
I mean, it was full on nonsense. Anyhow, so in the end, I called time on it.
I had a similar altercation with your co-commentator at one point in a Swaziland tournament. I said to him, Marky, you can stare at me all you like. You can take a photo. You can do as you wish. and being the gentleman he is, he said, okay, no, I'll stop. But you know what? Gary, at the end of the day, poker is a sport that needs new blood. And if things like this can be televised and it's attractive to youngsters, and if it's cool. When I was a kid, you know, it was cool to have big headphones and sunglasses and hoodies. And these days, that sort of university age target market are doing a lot of trading, and they're doing a lot of all sorts of things. But you know, the moneymaker effect isn't quite as prevalent.
Raising a 3-bet 102,000 from Johan here, off against the way. Just the lad who was concerned, he came up to me afterwards and said, and it kind of he gave me the on-call routine, you know, And it transpires it was his first ever live poker tournament, and he'd learnt on TV.
I hope you feel good about
I
yourself.
put my arm around him, I made sure he was loved,
Okay, good.
gave him your phone number and sent him on his way. Don't fight with me, brother, I'm too big. All right, we've got about 2 or 3 minutes to go on this level. Thank God, says Bozo.
I mean, really lovely. I'm going to go wish the guys well and then go to my pre-game routine, which is maybe a bit of a nap, a bit of yoga. I'm hoping to avoid running into Keenan
Is
on
that
the way.
yogurt or yoga?
A bit of both.
Oh, okay,
And wish the boys luck. And then it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me for 2 hours, Gare.
That's been awesome, eh?
Yeah, very cool.
Absolutely awesome. Pocket threes
I
are going
mean,
round.
I really hope I'm not back here for the main event.
No, I hope you're out there and I'm able to give you some abuse and
Yeah.
tell the world what a wonderful man you are.
It's
And
a lie, hey? You just lie.
I do, but my wife will tell you how wonderful you are later, I'm sure. Keep your ego up, you know.
Carlito, folding mount, Deuce, tightened up a bit.
Yeah, proper knit, eh?
Yeah, really tight.
So anyhow, I think these guys deserve a break. Is
they do
there
deserve
a
a
break,
break,
Jake,
yeah.
in 3 minutes as well? Yeah, okay, so Jake is nodding his head over here. So we will actually get a natural
Yes,
break.
yeah, it would be every 2 hours.
Yeah.
The guys now would get a break. And you know what? The structure is so good that this tournament may run into tomorrow. That's possible.
Yeah, it is possible. I mean, we're on level 16, 17 comes in at, sorry, 18 comes in at 16,000 and 8,000. So it starts to bite a little bit on the smaller stacks. But we'll see. Okay, so and then the guys are off and running, so that is the end of the level.
And Gare, I want to thank you for having me, and thanks
listen, it's
to
our
Mark for
pleasure.
letting me take his seat, and thanks to the youngsters here, as you call them. I can't really call them youngsters. I'm a lot younger than you, Gary. But
Significantly, I think is the word you were looking for.
yeah. But thank you for having me. A pleasure as always, and great poker. And you know, I'll be watching closely from my hotel room.
Okay, buddy, all the best. And to the public out there, big thank you to David Rosenthal, Bozo to his friends, and just a pleasure to have the insight from Poker Royalty in the box here. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
All right, we're going to welcome back our viewers. Players are back from a break. We're still four-handed. And we're going to start with Mr. Marburg on the button. Ahmed will be in the small blind. Under the gun offer. Right, so it's over to Johan under the gun. It's folded. Can't see his cards at the moment. We just wait there. The graphics come up. He's got Queen 9. He's going to raise.
Did 7,000.
Cole's folded his button. Folded quickly round. Johan rakes that pot in.
So we're back after the break, and the boys are coming in to do some filming in a minute. So in fact, they've arrived. So hopefully we'll get a bit of a shout out on the stream ourselves later on. You never know.
Right, now Ahmed Karam at the top with 70 big blinds. Offer Sabi 45 bigs, Johan 38 bigs, and Carla short stacker. He's been for most of the table. 11 bigs, and he's hung in there.
I just spoke to Cole now, and he's just delighted with his performance today. Trust me, absolutely delighted.
It's a superb performance to be grinding the way he has.
God, unbelievable. So the blind levels now are at 8,000, 16,000 with 16 on the big blind ante. And thanks for letting Bozo come in, buddy. We appreciate that.
It's my pleasure. Bozo is a long-time friend of mine. I've been playing poker with him for a very long time. So it's only a pleasure to get him to sit in here and offer the viewers a different viewpoint and all his wisdom.
Yeah. Nikki Ramos was on earlier, and she says that it was unlucky, Bozo. Great commentary, guys. Glenn Moses says, shoo, Ahmed is just too good for this game. And also, oh, it's a repeat message.
Yeah, he repeated it twice.
Well, he must be very, very good then.
Yeah.
All good stuff. Anyhow, back to the action. And Cole's got 13 bigs here, 36 bigs for Johan, and offer with 45 and 73 for Ahmed. Of course, the numbers have reduced greatly because the blind levels have gone up for the people at home if they don't understand. And everybody in the money. 56,700 is the guarantee, and we're on hand 123, and Ahmed will be under the gun.
Yeah, Cole's posted the big blind, so big blind and the ante taking a portion of his stack already.
So Ahmed is 16k to call. He folds around to offer Asabi. Queen 3, they'll go in the muck. Johan with the King 8. Looks like he's just going to complete here in the small blind.
Completing, or what is Cole got?
And it's a check by Cole. King 9, very strong hand. Surprised he didn't raise there.
I think he's wondering, and he's got the best of the flop.
Well, he's not going to put Johan in the ace. So this will go bet fold, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think Johan's going to call it off. He's not believing. He's thinking
my king might be good here.
Yeah, Cole's just stealing.
Oh,
the ace is a bad card for Johan.
It's a very bad card for Johan.
He's checked and Cole continued betting. Now, if Johan didn't believe him on the flop, he's not going to believe him on the turn. So we're going to go to the river.
And that's not going to help anybody, but it might slow them down as the flush
it might
gets
slow them both down.
Check, check.
Check, check, and Cole will take the pot down.
Well, that's a close hand there. And both players with absolute rights to be in the hand there. 54,000 again for Cole. And that'll take him up a little bit in the chip count. 16 big blinds.
A welcome addition to his stack there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right, so Cole will be in the small blind, Ahmed in the big blind. Offer will be under the gun.
New hand, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, been a slight change in the chip dynamics while I was out when you were commentating with Bozo. I see Ahmed is quite a bit out in front of Offer, so now when they were pretty level.
Offer made a couple of got involved in a couple of hands. I mean, there was no major big hand, but it basically spread the love.
All right, just spreading it around a little bit. So
yeah, for sure.
Offer under the gun with the 8-5 off.
Okay, so Offer gets rid of that. Round to Johan. Johan looks like he's folded already.
Carl,
Round
let's
to
go
Cole,
quickly.
the small blinds. And he's going to give Ahmed the walk.
Yeah, well, while we were out there, Gary, I'll just update the viewers as well while we're waiting for the dealer to shuffle. On the Monster Freeze, we're down to 11 players now. They were paying 6 places. The top prize of 81,000, and then the 6th prize gets 11,000. So we're getting close to the money there for them.
That's nice.
A few
That's really
notables
nice.
left. Abdul S is still in.
I saw he had a mountain of chips. I walked past him. I actually asked him if he brought the chips from home.
Henny Appel was still in.
Okay, I didn't see any.
Yeah, so two of the notable players that are still in, and John Abrosi.
Yes, I did see John, and then I saw his wife Rosa was here, so that was nice to see. I greeted her, as you do.
Yeah, I had a little chat with him while I was out there as well.
Cole will just sit away from the table with the telephone there, which is the right thing to do, of course.
Right, meanwhile, it's round to Ahmed in the small blind.
So that's just a flat call there. And offer with the option has got a raise here, surely.
He will definitely raise the ace
So
queen.
50k run in there or something.
Somewhere around there.
4 more. Raise.
He's raised it up.
Yeah. What was the raise?
Oh, he's raised
54.
it to 54, exactly what you said.
Yeah.
So Ahmed will let go of that quite quickly.
Easy fold.
He knows offer's been pretty tight. He hasn't pulled many moves.
16
So he's going to be a believer when he puts the bet in.
So 16,000 is the game.
Yeah,
We're
okay,
on
going
hand
for him there.
126, 8k, 16k, and 16k on the big blind ante.
Absolutely.
And Cole Myberg, right of picture, will be your under the gun player. 262 is his count. When you think he had absolutely nothing earlier.
Absolutely, he came back from 23,000 earlier in the day, so it's an absolutely phenomenal performance.
Yeah.
And he's ground
And he's
back
cashed.
and he's looked and he's in the money.
Yeah, for sure.
And he was a satellite winner in winning his seat to this and to the main event.
That's right.
So it's a fantastic performance by Cole.
Yeah. Talking to Cole, 10-8 offsuit. They'll go in the muck in early position. I'm pretty sure.
He's looking. He's counting out a raise. The raise goes in.
And Cole's starting to stretch his muscles and use that reputation that he had.
Yeah.
Offer will get rid of this.
Yeah, and I think
So round to Johan.
and
mission accomplished.
Yeah, well played, Cole.
I mean, this is the value of being aggressive four-handed.
Yeah, and he buys another rotation out of that.
Indeed.
The chips he just takes in, pays for his big blind and ante and the small blind to follow.
And for those who missed it earlier, it's usually the guy who's got the worst hand who's the aggressor. So Daryl Brooks is online. He said, what happened to Harold? Ahmed had queens, there was a raise, a call, and it came round to Harold, who had the pocket sevens. Harold thought he was in a good spot there. Given the action, he raised all in. Ahmed called him, other two players folded, and the board ran out in favour of the queens. I think that's about the size of it.
That's exactly what it is. Harold thought it was a squeeze spot, and unfortunately Ahmed had a big hand.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate. That was the bubble, and that was Harold was the bubble boy, unfortunately. But Harold will return, the gentleman of poker, and he'll play his game, and we'll see him no doubt in the main event either later this evening or tomorrow before the buy-in period ends.
I think we'll definitely see him in the main event.
Oh, for sure. He's not here not to play. So Jack 9 is a raise to 34,000. Cole Myberg has got. We have no idea what Cole has, but he's folding his big blind, and I think that might just be touche to Johan.
Johan raised with the Jack 9 suited there.
Yeah, so that's one each juice, as they say in tennis.
Tennis terms. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Cole will be in the small blind, Ahmed in the big blind.
And I spoke with Johan during the break. He said there's still plenty of poker left here, and thanked us for mentioning his butchery and his biltong.
Which I see you've astutely hidden away somewhere.
It's a special gift for me for my birthday. I just took it off the table while they were filming.
Right, so the action's round to Cole with the Jack 10 in the small blind. And he's opted to just limp in here to Ahmed. And every time he's done that, Ahmed has raised.
I bet he doesn't raise this time. Though he will raise, he's got an ace. In fact, he'd probably go all in now, Ahmed. But he's done it a few times, so he'd be wary of Cole.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, all in. Told you.
And Cole is saying this is a very familiar story. Yeah, Cole's telling him at some point I'm going to limp a big hand. Right, so Cole's sitting on 15 bigs, Johan on 33, the other two on 45 and 73 respectively. Ahmed out in front.
For sure. So, Jan's going to be under the gun here. Giovanni Cluetti says, what are the payouts? I did publish them earlier in the stream, but 56,700 for fourth place, 113,400 for third place, 170,100 for second place, and the winner will take home 226,800.
And the nice trophy in the bottom of the screen there.
Nothing wrong with a bit of crystal on the mantelpiece. Nothing wrong. So I think we've answered all the questions that were pending.
And it looks like Offer has picked up a walk here, which is most unusual for-handed.
Got a bit of respect there.
Yeah, Ahmed had 5-2 off in the small blind. He decided he's not getting involved this time. Last time he limped in, Offer raised, so he decided he's not going to raise with the 5-2 against the other big stack. Cole will be under the gun when the action resumes.
Okay, well, I think we're going to need a bit of a cooler here or something to
there's a
sort
big
these
hand
lot out.
for four-handed for Cole. Ace Jack suited.
So what are we going to see here? 30?
Yeah, a little bit more.
35. So
And Ahmed with a pocket pair here.
over the top of the pockets.
So now, I don't think he's just flat calling. So is he going to put it all in, or
Well,
is he
remembering
just
that
three
Cole
bet?
was wagging his finger at him just
Yeah.
now. You know, Ahmed can actually fold or call here or go all in.
He's only counting out calling chips there.
And that'll set the alarm bells off.
Johan gets rid of his big blind. Right, so we're 2 to the flop in a dead even 50-50.
Wow,
And
what a flop for Cole.
Cole has flopped huge.
What a flop. I think Ahmed checks back. No, he's taking the bait.
No, he's thinking.
Cole
Odds
needs
of
to.
Cole having a
Cole will
jack
look
or
at his
low.
cards now. Cole will look at his cards.
He's gone all in.
Cole's saying, how does it feel?
Yeah, he's telling him. Yeah, I think Ahmed gets away from this. He's going to look at the way the action went. Cole was the initial aggressor. He's checked that flop, and as soon as I've bet, he's gone all in.
Well, any ace, any jack, and he's losing.
Yeah, he's thinking that if he's got a jack, I'm way behind, but if he might have a bigger pair than what I've got.
And it's worth noting that there's no red cards in his hand either, Ahmed. He's not even got the 6 of hearts here. Cole's looking away from him completely.
Now, Ahmed's going to run through the thought process here, but I look at... Oh, he's called. He's going to see the jack of Cole's way in front.
Okay, so he's not drawing dead.
No, he's got 2 outs. But 92%, 8% to Cole as it stands right now. We got to the turn.
Oh, nearly a sick one.
It looked scary as it was turning over.
Okay.
And safe for Cole, and
Cole doubles up.
picks up a nice double up.
And a brave call there. Obviously, Ahmed had went through the hand in his head. And he's decided that his sixes are good.
He possibly put Cole on ace, queen, ace, king, and coming over, and that his sixes were good, or a smaller pair than what he had.
Yeah, and then, you know, we've already said Cole's come from, he's like the phoenix from the ashes here. He's kind of risen up. But he's been super patient today.
Yeah, 100%. He's waited, he's
and
not
let's not
saying anything
take
silly.
anything away from Ahmed either. I mean, he's knocked out a few players, played
Yeah.
some great poker.
Ahmed
All of the players at the table all deserve their spot there.
100%. Off has been so solid throughout the whole tournament. His chip stack has been up there. I haven't seen him short stacked at any stage. He's stuck to his game plan and he's been solid throughout.
But let me tell you, there's not a player at this table who'd be happy to see Cole getting chips, that's for sure.
No. Cole's a very dangerous player.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, we know quite well. Play
I'm
with him
just
on a
going to
regular
get Jake
basis.
to give me a camera 5 and a camera 6 so we can have a look at the rest of the people out there. In fact, we'll just wait until the end of this hand, okay. Thank you, Jake. Let's see this hand through first.
Right, under the gun, Ahmed folds, queen 7.
And Cole's got that problem we all want. I need time to sort out my chip stack.
Please don't bother me, I'm trying to stack my chips.
Yeah. Johan's got the ducks here.
I'm going to just limp in.
Raised.
Oh, he has raised.
8,000.
Couldn't see him holding the black chips in his
And what
hand.
does Cole have? We don't know.
Oh, he folds quickly. Don't see what he had.
Okay, there we go.
There's the outer
That
table.
is the left field, which is currently playing for 3 guaranteed seats. So that's satellites.
There's Kevin on the left-hand side.
And then we'll click across to camera 6, which is the right side of the field, and those are the last 2 tables
Alright,
remaining.
yeah,
in
those are the last
in
2
freeze.
tables left. I don't see Henny Oppel there anymore. If I look through them, Carl Snyman's there, Warren Zeman's there, Abdul Esser to the other side of him.
Dobby's still there.
Dobby's still there. Leonard in the bottom corner, Willie, Corbus, they're all still there.
Okay, so
Number of players that are still in there.
a lot of people, a lot of interest. Come along down, 3 seats guaranteed. I don't know how long you've got left to get into that satellite. And of course, the main event will be starting at 7 o'clock this evening. Ace Jack for Johan, suited. Nice cards, as Cole will vouch for.
On the button, yeah. And count out his raise.
She wanna give me the bill.
Raising up, it's about 35 or so. Oh, more, 40, 45 there.
Raise 42,000.
There we go. Cole folds quickly. Ahmed with the ace is going to call.
So the flop comes King, Jack, 4, 2 spades. So the best of it for Johan.
Sure.
And he's a 99%er here.
Fires in his continuation.
3,000.
That'll be a fold.
And yeah, quick fold.
Carlson.
Johan gets a lot of respect when he bets from the players.
And he shows us cards which maintains the respect. And that gap there is closing with these 4 players, huh?
Yeah, Carl has crept right up from being super short stacked. The gap between him and Johan is not that far anymore, and from them to offer is not that far anymore.
I mean, literally one hand and this would all change.
Absolutely. Carl can go from the bottom of that pile to the top of the pile in a single hand. Right, Johan under the gun here with 8-6 off. Gonna fold, Carl folds the button with 10-2 suited. Ahmed with 10-4 in the small blind. And offer gets a second vote from Ahmed.
Sure.
Most unusual.
Must be sick.
And Offer had the same hand, funnily enough. He also had 10-4. So call on the button 10-2, small blind 10-4, big blind 10-4. Right, so we go on to our next hand. Cole will be under the gun. Johan in the big blind.
The blinds are getting expensive here, Marco.
They are creeping up. I mean, if you look at the players with 500,000 and only how many big blinds you have with 500,000 chips.
Yep.
Right. It's round to Ahmed on the button with 9-3 suited.
Raise, get 7,000.
Yeah. Quick fold from Offer in the small blind. Round to Johan in the big blind. Queen 8 suited is going to defend.
I like that. I like that hand. As I say, it's a bit like King 9, Queen 8. You know, it's a good defending hand.
Short-handed, very defendable.
And there's the 13 outs for Ahmed.
Yeah, he's found the flush draw on that flop.
Any 9, any 3, any club, totaling 13 outs.
And Johan has the gut shot with the queen.
And in Ahmed's mind, he'll actually have 15 outs.
30,000.
Fire 30,000 in there.
And of course, there are 2 overs here to Johan's hand. He's got the backdoor hearts, of course, working for him, but
now he's looking at that gut shot queen. He needs a jack. In his mind. Oh, there
that
is
is a
the
lock.
flush for Ahmed.
That's it. That's done and dusted. He is drawing dead.
And now Johan has the pair as well. So fancy Ahmed will put in maybe 50 or 60 here.
He's coming in heavy here.
He's coming in very
This
heavy.
is 75, maybe 80.
Yeah, a bit more than that.
Eight.
88. That's no price.
Yeah, no, there's no price for Johan. He's going to get away from it. And Ahmed will add to his stack there. 59 bigs, 45 to Offer, 32. And Carl and Johan are almost dead level now.
Yeah, it can all change so quickly in this game, man.
And a short while ago, Johan was over 2-1 ahead of Carl for that 4th spot.
I hear you.
Right, so Carl posts his big blind and ante.
I think I must report him.
Ahmed under the gun with pocket kings.
So the players think the dealer's gone mad, when in actual fact he's talking to us.
Raise.
Get 7,000.
Offer with the ace-10 might get involved here.
Yep, I think he's going to flat this.
That's not flat chips.
That's raising.
That's raising chips.
80.
Is
so
this
we've
the
got
cooler we've been waiting
yeah,
for?
this is the big hand, yeah.
Cole will get out of the way. He knows he can't compete in this.
Yeah, I think Ahmed, if he 4-bets here, what price does Offer then over on his ace-10?
You know, I've seen Ahmed actually flat calling.
That's
these
what I was
positions.
saying. I said if he 4-bets, it's in his armory to flat call here.
I think I've said this before, but oh, to be a fly on the wall in the brain of Ahmed Kauri.
And very, very measured. He's sitting,
He's
takes
gonna-
his time.
I thought he was going to shove then.
Counting out his black chips there, see how much he's got. There the re-raise goes in.
Raise.
I think offer folds there.
Yeah, I think when you get 4 bets, ace 10 is not looking so strong anymore. Even though we
200 grand plus.
213 total? 230 total.
You'll put another 150 in, Chumma. You can see the hands are going there on offer. Body language
He's
is
thinking,
concerned.
is Ahmed at it? If I shove, do I get him to fold? Or do I just get rid of my ace 10? He's asking how many blacks have you got left?
And these two other players are loving this.
Clash of the big stacks. It's bound to happen at some point.
Well, trust me, they'd rather have just one massive stack and then the three of them battling for the other places. The two big stacks. I think offer folds. He's looking down at his chips, which is usually a sign that he's going to play. But
like I said, if he thinks that Ahmed's having a go at him here, and that his ace 10 is in front, he might even contemplate shoving. Yeah, takes the sensible route and folds the ace 10.
Big fold offer? Yeah.
and all of a sudden, offer joins the three lowers, almost.
Yeah, you see in one hand how things can change. The swings are going to be big now with the sizes of the blinds because the raises are opening up from that, and if you get 3 bet and then you get 4 bet, it's a substantial amount of change in there.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it's worth remembering there that Ahmed can put an ace in offer's hand there. So he's protecting his hand to a certain degree there as well.
100%. He doesn't want to see that ace come out there. There's a lot of money in the middle there already for him to pick up.
If you want to play, you must pay.
Johan's woken up with a big hand on the button here.
Raise. That's 7.
It's raised. One round to call with 10-6 suited.
He'll give
Small
up the
blind.
small blinds.
Having a fold from Carl. Carl's played very solidly. He hasn't got involved in anything. I mean, those of us that play regularly against him in the smaller game is totally different. His tournament game is top notch.
Oh, he played very well today. Extremely well.
Johan shows the ace king, buys some more credibility. Offer down to 40 big blinds, which is still very comfortable.
Oh yeah, he's not sweating.
Nobody in the danger zone here now.
No. Everybody got a lot of playability in terms of chips.
And I heard a little bit of Bozo speaking to you and him saying that how good the structure is where there's still to be so much play at this point in time.
Yeah, the players are still able to play.
I doubled him up the first
Enough from a top player like Bozo, that's a compliment to Monster J.
Yeah, and you know, normally there's always somebody who's got a problem with the structure. You can't please all the people all the time, you know. Okay, Johan's picked up a good solid suited ace here. Expect him to be
Raised
raising
again,
up.
and he just raised the ace king and showed it, so his credibility is intact.
Cold snap folds.
On folding as well. Round to offer in the big blind, Jack 3 off will go into the muck. So Johan raking in 2 pots in a row there, and it's a solid gain each time. It's a 80,000 gain from the 2 hands.
I don't think you had any of those. Ace king. And you never had any Ace queen. I would have pulled with a lot of 4 hands than you think. Huh? I would have pulled with a lot of hands. Really? If I had ace queen of diamonds, I would have pulled.
We'll just keep it quiet, let you listen to the table chat.
Small blind.
So I think the discussion still went on with Ahmed and offer there. And here's Cole with the kings.
I think Offer was saying to him, what would you have done if I shoved? What kind of hand range would you have called? He's filing it away for future reference.
Yeah, of course, he's looking for information. So what is the bet sizing here for Cole? I mean, he wants a caller here, you know.
38,000.
38,000. There's 78 in the pot.
Oh, and he has action.
Here's the problem. Here's the cooler we've been waiting for. Cole wants him to go all in here, by the way. Oh, dear. This is probably going to be the big hand, so strap in, folks. This is going to be a super big hand.
Yeah, and already there's the 3-bet chips. There they come, in they go.
Okay, so this, unless somebody's got a monster, this will fold around.
105.
And to be honest, both of the other players will want Cole to be playing heads up against Ahmed, unless they got monsters. So Offer's going to snap fold this. We'll quickly get to the other camera.
Yes, sir.
Johan,
And Johan, I think,
fold as well, similar type of
wait
hand.
for the re-raise here from Cole.
And Cole's going to give him a bit of the stare down first. Saying, are you at it? Cole already knows what he's going to do.
Well, I don't know if he shoves or he just re-raises. Cole's talking it up. None of the other players
in.
folded an ace.
All in call. Right, so there's the big cooler hand that you were expecting.
Good
Gary.
luck, both gentlemen. Good luck.
Good luck to both. 3 outs for Ahmed.
Ahmed needs an ace and an ace only. Whatever happens here, well played, both players. 7-2.
Flop is safe for Cole. Ahmed's still looking for the ace.
There's a 3.
He's blanked.
No, that's a blank. He's just got to fade an ace on the river. And Cole doubles up.
Cole
There's the big hand.
A monster double up.
There's the
Cole
monster.
goes to over a million chips, I would imagine.
976,000.
As close to a million as anything. And that's going to dent Ahmed quite significantly. Ahmed goes to the bottom of the queue, but still at 558,000 chips.
And Mr. Myberg, as I said, one hand changes it all, goes to the top of our leaderboard. But a long way to go, a long way to go.
Yeah, but that was the big cooler hand you were expecting to arrive at some time.
It
Gary.
had to come, it had to come.
Four-handed, Ahmed's never folding ace-king. So the action had been brewing between those two players in particular as well.
Yeah, and you know, there's no disrespect here. Let me just say that very, very quickly off the bat. You know, there's been some jovial finger wagging. You'll do that once too often. And trust me, there'll be no I told you so here either.
No, of course not.
This was just solid poker, super cooler, and we'll move on. And listen, don't write Ahmed off, trust me.
No, he's still at 558,000 chips. I mean,
Yeah.
this,
All right, it's a change of captaincy at the table for sure. The other two players will have been willing to see an ace there, just to ladder up in the cash stakes. But yeah, well played, Cole. Well played. I mean, you're never getting away from that. But you know, folks at home, if you're wondering how to play a short stack, watch our stream for the last 2 days. That's a masterclass in playing the short stack, and the phoenix really has risen from the ashes here.
unbelievably, if you look at that stack that he's putting up next to that screen between him and Ahmed, it's a veritable wall now.
I actually think it's just under $1 million.
Yeah, just under.
Yeah.
Cole is now in the big blind. Ahmed is under the gun. 9-6 off under the gun.
And Cole's not stacking those chips against that screen to annoy Ahmed. They've been there all day. He's not. There's no needle.
Just where he likes to have them. Same as Johan keeps his on the other side next to the screen.
So I suppose the question now is, does Cole change gear and start being big stack? Or does he let the others try and knock each other out?
Well, Offer's raised here with a 4-2 suited from the button. Cole's defending.
We don't know what Cole's got yet. Pocket sevens.
Oh, and Offer has flopped 2 pair. And it's a fairly safe flop for 7, so Cole's going to lead out. And I would imagine that offer will re-raise him immediately.
44. 44,000. 44.
He's looked at his chips straight away, he's gone all in.
All in.
He's a fold, call a fold here.
Cole will show him the sevens and fold.
Show the 4-2 offer. Show the 4-2.
He won't show the 4-2.
He will. He will.
Cole says, he asked Cole, do you want to see? And Cole said no.
I only ask him.
He said, why did you only ask him?
Johan wanted to see.
I want to see.
Come have a look in half an hour's time, Johan.
That's what I want to see. Let's just play. I'm sure it's flash draw.
He said he put him on a flush draw. Actually, he was descending to pair, not a flush draw.
Yeah, no, Johan said, I want to see if he's on the flush draw. Cole said he could be on the flush draw, he could have a bigger pair, doesn't matter. I'm folding.
Trust me, Offer's not putting all his money on the flush draw.
No.
He's far too cautious for that. He's far too solid a player to be putting his money in on the flush draw. Certainly not the way that hand played anyhow.
Yeah, Cole saying I flattered you, Offer saying, yeah, you know, you didn't 3-bet and I would have called you anyways. He wasn't calling a 3-bet with a 4-2.
Normal nonsense.
Fair enough.
And Ahmed picks up a walk there.
So we'll all settle down after all that excitement. So 53, 44, 35, 34.
The gap has narrowed between the players. It's tightened up quite considerably.
Albeit there has been a change in the order.
Yeah, there's been a change in the order, but the gaps have closed up significantly.
For sure.
There used to be the haves and the have-nots.
Do me a favor. What's up someone?
Most of them are halves.
Ask him what you had that hand. Tell us. I don't want to do it. You ask him.
Who am I going to ask?
One of your friends that watched the...
I don't ask anyone. If I want to watch, I go tonight and I see.
No, all the...
Interesting chat between Offer and Ahmed there.
Yes, but I need someone to watch with.
Offer's insinuating, he said to Ahmed, you're one of your friends that's watching off the table that will feed you information. Oh, Ahmed says, I've got nobody watching. I want to watch, I'll go and watch the stream tonight.
Fair enough. If he wants to know, as long as they're half an hour ago, come and ask me. I don't mind.
There's only one hand I want to know.
That's the simple rule, Mark, as we all know.
Absolutely.
If a half an hour has passed and you want to know a question or an answer, we're happy to accommodate. No secrets here.
And Harold was bluffing with the best hand.
And that goes for any player, not just the guys who are playing high rollers and the like.
Crazy. Clocks and river.
Yeah, after half an hour, it's out there in the whole world.
Public domain.
And it was a flush, so I think he was bluffing. He must have been bluffing.
And if you ask me and I can't remember, I genuinely can't remember. If you think that we've had 142 hands today, you can expect to
Remember every single hand.
yeah.
Cole falls under the gun, it's round to Ahmed on the button.
When I used to referee rugby, people would say to me, how do you remember all the players? I said, I don't. I only remember red cards and good players. So if I don't remember you, don't take offence.
You were flying in the middle of the radar there.
Yeah.
But Offer's going to raise up with the King 8 suited from the small blind. Oh, it's flat called. Oh,
Oh, Johan's going to just check this back. Might get you in trouble.
Five kings and you had ace
I don't know. Offer picks up the rest of it here. Of course, won't be happy to see the 3 diamonds there. So
no, he's going to bet it. And Johan will do a quick folder.
Ladies and the pre-rolls, just so you know, there are 4 seats available today, 4 seats for the pre-rolls.
Yeah, the viewers might wonder why I say sometimes Offer's raising it up and he doesn't, he flat calls. Because often we're offering our opinion and we think, what would we do in that situation?
All these people are playing in this.
Yeah, I mean, it is our opinion. We all play differently.
Turbo.
So this is level 18, 8,000, 16,000. 16,000 on the big blind ante.
Offer on the button folds the Jack 6 off. Johan pocket 9s in the small blind. He's going to raise for sure.
Raise 38,000.
Carl's 10-7 off. Can you give him a speech? Nice little banter between the two of them.
Yeah, these guys all know each other very well.
Yeah.
So.
Carl's saying to Johan, for the English viewers out there, are you stealing my chips again? Johan saying, you never believe me. How many times must I show you that you don't believe me? I'm not stealing. I think Johan's starting to try and start the semblance of negotiations here.
You think?
Yeah, he's saying we've each got about a quarter of the chips. That's what he's saying in Afrikaans.
Is that what he said there, was it? I didn't pick it up.
Yeah, I just need a hand in it from somewhere, and it's all you.
100,000 rand or chips?
Raised at 5,000? Yeah, rand.
Oh, Johan's got ace queen here. Offer raises up to 35 with the 7-8 suited.
Yeah,
It looks like Johan's putting in a bit of a raise here.
Yeah, his offers raised with 8-7 suited, and Johan's going to re-raise the ace queen.
107.
Actions on call. King queen suited.
Get out the way, Mr. Myberg.
He's going to have a look at the action raise, re-raise, and fold his king queen.
And get out the way, Mr. Ahmed Karim.
And Ahmed will do likewise.
Okay, back round to the 7-8.
And
I didn't even think about it.
You didn't even think about it.
Oh, yeah, but you took forever against Ahmed.
You see, players notice things like this. How long you take the fold,
Yeah,
etc.
Johan's exactly what Johan's telling him. He says you fold straight away against him, against me. You took forever against him. A lot of banter going on there.
For sure.
Yeah, but Johan started talking in Afrikaans and he was saying to him, we've each got about a quarter of the chips in play.
Well, he's inaccurate there, but go on.
He is, yeah. At that point, I think he was just saying, he said roundabout.
Whatever I had was in club. So your guessing is terrible. You put any sport bet.
I'm going to stop guessing from now on.
Big blind?
Right, and we go back to offer is in the big blind, posting is blind and ante. Johan folds his 4-3 under the gun.
Raise.
Carl has announced a raise. Pick up his chips. He's got King Jack. So the hand has been very good to him today.
It is indeed.
And there's folds all the way around. And Carl will pick up the pot. We've got our chip counts. Carl is still on top, 53 bigs. Offer on 43, Johan on 39, and Ahmed at 32. So still anybody's game this.
Let's go, split 4 ways. One hand for the title.
There you go, that's what Johan's now offering them. He's saying let's split 4 ways and one hand for the title.
So if they were to split the total prize pool, which is 56,000, sorry, 567,000, that'll work out at 141,750 each, according to my calculator.
Yeah, and that's what Johan's saying to me, saying that's just under what second will get. We all guarantee ourselves the money. I told you he was starting to talk a deal when he was speaking in Afrikaans. Now he's trying to push it, he's being serious.
And it's worth noting to people who are watching outside that because this is the final table, that you can pause the clock and talk a deal.
You know, I never push. If you cheat me, I know the story.
37.
Ahmed is the less likely of players to do a deal here.
Yeah, he's the one they're going to have to convince here.
Let's play.
Wait. Let's just see what he said. You offered something, no?
I just said I'd see what you're thinking.
Nah, bullshit. You said let's make it good. Ahmed, just give us an answer.
It's 140 each.
He's right, it's 140 each.
First prize is 220, so it doesn't make sense to keep on playing. That's my... I can't play poker, but I know the math.
I can't play poker, but I know the maths.
Done, boys.
Spoken like a good Jewish businessman.
No.
And he's saying first is
If he says it, he'll do it.
Race.
Right?
Yeah, just mark that hand. We can do. Hang on.
It's the same thing, I'll mark it, but
I'm joke playing now. You wanna do it?
yeah, let's go home. It's enough, man.
Nah, let's play some more.
After you, everybody says okay.
Play.
Don't do that,
That's
Johan.
7. Fuck, you play for 2 days to get here. Now you wanna go home for the money.
Man, this is why I didn't want to answer. This is why I never entertained you. Because there's always one person that's why I always say no.
No, but Johan, listen to me.
Net for the bubble.
Johan's the one that started this chat, and he's now the one saying no.
Listen to me for a second. I'm not worried. We
Okay,
can
you
play.
want to play?
Just 1 second. I don't mind.
He's also in a lot, man. How much you get? Yeah, but the 2 bullets in the casino.
Do you want to continue? All right, we play.
Let's continue.
Remember you had that deal.
Yeah. 37,000.
Doesn't work like that, okay?
How much?
37.
Who raised that?
Don't say
I'm in.
because he didn't want to make the deal, he's going to come forward. That doesn't work like that.
I'm on it.
All in.
Okay, so the discussions are over. We're playing on, and Offer is spreading his peacock feathers. He is all in.
Is this
Yeah,
the
and he's making
all-in
it
hand
look
for
like
the
it's
split?
part of the banter with the thing, but it's not. He's got a proper hand there.
Yeah, for sure.
So right, you want to play? I'm all in.
And Ahmed would be the best recipient of that deal based on the current chip counts.
So I said to him in the
No,
answer,
but
I don't
I
want
didn't
to
believe
answer.
you'll do that.
He forced me for the answer.
But listen to me. I didn't believe you'll do it. He started it. I kept quiet.
But he decided to do it. I'm just saying.
No, no.
Answer. I didn't
But
want
he
to
said,
answer
let's
for this
make a
reason.
deal, and then he changed his mind.
I said, I can see what you're thinking.
I told you. No, you said, can we make a deal and leave now? I said, you're reading my mind. You didn't say, don't fucking drink and tell me what I said. I know what I said.
Offer sounds like he's desperate to make a
We're
deal
here
and
to play. Let's
worried about playing on.
Another 4 hours.
Maybe he's got a hot date or
Start
something.
drinking.
No, but his argument is that at 140 each, guaranteed, first is only 220. Can walk away now instead of playing on, get ready for the main event. That's what he's trying to talk through to the players.
Well, I would be securing 100 each. That's what I would do. Everybody locks up 100,000, and then I'd make a first and second prize with the remainder.
Sit another 6 hours, and then at the end, exactly we could make $1 million or $500,000.
If it was $1 million, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't even have been a
I know.
I wouldn't even have been drinking if it was $1 million.
It's just you guys are bored. That's the only problem. Otherwise, we would have been home already. But it's fine.
If it was me, I think I'd be 100,000 each, 16,000 in the pot, 10,000 for the winners, 6 for the others, and the rest of them can whistle. Everybody walks on with 100 grand. That's what I would do. But hey, I'm not in there, so nothing to do with me.
Downside is 90, upside is 80.
And you know, Johan wants to play on. I think he said he's in for 2 bullets, so he wants to make some money. I'm not sure if I'm correct there, so don't quote me.
That's what he was saying. However, even if he's in for 2 bullets, 140,000 is more than going to cover that.
Well, Cole's laughing all the way to the bank because he satellited in.
Got my fucking number memorized in his head.
I think he'd have probably bought in anyhow, but I mean,
Yeah, and Ahmed was saying that look, if there was $1 million there up front and that, then I wouldn't want to make a deal.
Oh,
But
they
because
could
it's so
misstep
small
here.
and close.
there's an ace jack versus to raise to 40.
Okay, just what was the 6?
Was it 10?
10, sorry.
Call from Cole.
Shame at 6.
I can't even see straight, I must be honest. He needs to attend the
Ladies and gentlemen, the peacock next on the deal is one will be up 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 on the entry, 4 and 8,000.
And a 6.
Why would you say both?
But you said 6.
Surely I covered that up.
Yeah, but you said 6. That's why I showed it.
Right, there's 2 players going to the flop. There was a raise by Offer with the ace-jack suited and called by Cole with the king-10 suited. And the flop has favoured Offer.
It's got a massive draw here.
And we're going to bet it.
No, you know.
Yeah, I think Cole will get rid of his quite quickly. There's nothing on that board for him.
Welcome to call if you want, I'll put the chip back.
Carl saying I folded so quickly because the hand that was exposed was a 10, and he said Ahmed folded one of my outs.
Yeah, and Carl drops down to second place. Offer goes back up to the top with 54 big blinds.
Ek het hier ook daar 2 is. Ek nou soos Ahmed. Nou hy niks weet van die babbel nie. Nou wil ek niks.
I'm happy to play. Don't blame it on me.
No, I'm just saying.
Leave him out before we play. He asked
But
me
I
to
asked you
start.
once, ne?
I will still say no.
I only asked you once, ne?
I'll still say no.
Yeah, but I only asked you
I
once.
will still say no. Just everyone knows.
I just asked you once.
There's a big difference between making a deal on the bubble and making a deal when you have the money.
Yeah, but I just asked you once.
Yeah, man, you'll tell you.
But I just, yeah, no, but I just asked you once, ne?
And I said no.
I don't ask 5 times, ne?
Who asked you 5 times?
Boys, don't fight, don't fight. It's
Not you.
we made an offer. Didn't
No,
work.
man, I'm not fighting.
I know.
Race.
Okay, this could be a bit of a cooler, especially after all the conversations that have been going on. You know, Ahmed could put offer on a bit of a steamy one here.
Yeah, I think he's four-handed as well. He's got a decent pair. And he's gone all in and snap called.
Call.
Super cooler, super cooler. Good luck, gentlemen. Oh, look at this.
8 is there straight away on the flop for
Any king, any ace.
kings and aces, the outs for offer.
And,
No hold for him on the river.
449,000, and he will profit 465,000.
And that's going to dent offers stack quite significantly.
That was 913,000 in that pot. And I do believe that Ahmed might just have gone back to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think he has.
Okay, let's make the deal now.
Yeah, I want to see you make it.
And Johan's rubbing it in though, he says, should we make a deal now?
Just an apology for the bad
If you had aces, I wouldn't have asked you for an apology.
There are the chip counts. Ahmed on top 913, Cole 791, Johan 587, and offer now at the bottom with 407, 25 bigs.
And all of these guys still plenty of chips to play.
So Ahmed's run into kings once with Cole and then the aces with
We
offer.
made a deal, we didn't see that.
Managed to find his 2 out in this one.
But there was still a sweat, of course.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
At least we play for money and we can make jokes between the four of us.
Small,
Most of the
big.
time we're sitting here, not you guys. But always can, you know?
Small blind.
But they're just more fun.
My whiskey's finished, let me buy you one.
Oh, it's a hard time.
Yo, big blind, please. You call the guys.
Dave.
Right, it's folded around to offer in the small blind with 10-9 suited.
Check.
It's gone
Flattered it
Head
off.
of,
flat check.
of a tilting now.
Jack 8 suited
Check.
versus 10-9 suited.
Rental.
Johan finds the jack on the flop.
Offer to act, can he rep the ace?
20.
I think Johan won't believe him because he didn't raise pre. Yeah,
What did
Johan
Jack?
bets the jack and quick fold.
And offer loses a few more chips.
Yeah, I mean, then he was out. Then we made a deal and it's 330. Then it's 110.
Right, so Ahmed's still on top there, 57 bigs, 49 bigs to Carl.
Don't worry. Cole came back from 50k.
Less than that.
I was 150.
I mean, we must be worried. We don't need rand. I'm rand as in dollars and lots of currencies. Don't worry about the rand.
Yeah.
Ahmed 10-4, they're going amok. Offers got Jack 7. No offerings there. Small blind 5-2. Walked for Cole.
Cole gets a walk.
With the Queen 4, which is the best hand, of course.
Well, we've had some big swings around in the last while since I've been back after Boza was commentating with you.
Incredible, as I would say. Absolutely incredible.
Ahmed's gone from the top of the pile to the bottom of the pile to back on top.
Well, he knows how to move around.
And it was just a case of bigger hands running into one another when you're four-handed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way these are going to separate, you know, the coolers, you know. Carl with King 2 in a small. He's just going to defend here. And Ahmed with 8s again here. Oh, here we go.
He's
got a familiar look to it.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
wow.
trappy.
Very trappy. No help for either player.
Doesn't help Cole there.
Well, he makes a pair of 2s, but I mean...
Yeah, but with all the spades out there.
20.
I think Carl gets away from this. And the 3 spades will get him to get away from this.
Yeah, he says to Ahmed, you on a flush draw. Ahmed says no, shows him the 8s.
And it's unusual for Ahmed to show his cards, eh?
Yeah.
So put that one in your diary.
A little bit of respect there between the two players.
Yeah, good for them. Maybe a tacit understanding developing.
Yeah.
No, don't say things like that.
That's what I think. I honestly think so.
What?
Then it will turn around again.
But not against me. Huh?
No, I didn't mean to you. I mean,
Good line.
anyone. I'm not picking on you.
I know, Chris. Messing
Good
around.
line.
We haven't seen each other for 8 months. You never know. We might not see each other for a year. No point being ugly, you know? Let's just
Why? Why be ugly?
have a good
We don't have
time.
to be ugly.
Yeah, we're going to give you a little bit of silence at times here. There's a lot of interesting banter going on at the table.
Alright, guys, with 3 down. We will start again at 10 plus
Hopefully the
5.
vaccine
10 plus 5.
works. But I testing.
We will get the vaccine, eh? We're part of the
45.
So not every country
I
will get
testing and non-English.
Ahmed's got pocket 9s this time. This guy keeps waking up with them, eh?
He's been waking up with a lot of pocket pairs. Call is raised from the button.
Trappy. It's not a good floppy for Carl Myberg.
No, he's found the middle pair there.
Check.
It's going to go check, and Cole will probably see bet into this. Oh, he's very wise, Cole. Check behind.
Yeah, 2 overs there now, so that might save him here.
I think
Let's see what Ahmed's going to do.
his alarm bells went off when he was flattered by Ahmed.
Check.
Check. Cole will bet now.
Of course, Ahmed can put Cole on the king or a queen here.
Yeah, now he might definitely put him on the king because Cole checked the flop back to him.
What?
But he's now bet when the king has come out.
1,000.
He's called. Doesn't didn't believe Carl. The river brings no help to Carl either.
This is going to go check, check.
Check.
Armour checks. Carl's going to go check. Exactly right.
9 cents.
Check, check. 224,000 in that pot. Not a small bite by any stretch of the imagination. That'll drop Cole down a little bit, and it'll certainly bump up Ahmed now to 66 blinds, up to the 1.1 million again. So this has been an intriguing final table, Marco.
It's been a wonderful final table to watch and to bring to the viewers. A lot of action, a lot of swings, some good play.
It was nice to get Bozo in earlier, give you a bit of a rest as well. And I saw you brought Wei in for a tour during the break. Huh? How did he enjoy that?
Yeah, I brought during the break. I asked if I could bring Wei in to come and have a look at the booth, and you always welcome visitors into the booth. And we weren't broadcasting at the time, and he was quite amazed at all the equipment we have and the technology, etc. Explained to him how everything works.
Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed that, and I'm sure you enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, of course.
Your
My young protege that I've been coaching for a while, and his game has come on in leaps and bounds.
Ah, good for you. Well
He's
done.
out there playing the free roll for the main event at the moment.
11 roll. It's, no, that is 37.
You said 27.
No, 37.
I heard 27.
Yeah, the blind are, the minimum is 32.
Still heard 27.
Debating over what's a raise and what's not a raise. I think he's got it sorted now.
All right, so there was a raise by Ahmed, and it's been called by Johan in the big blind.
And Jan's picked up a gut shot here.
Yeah, and still way in front with ace high. Check, check. King is no help to either one. Ace out, still out in front.
Check, check.
The ace comes on the river.
Check.
And Johan checks.
Yeah, that'll check back. He's not that foolish.
Pretty good, eh?
And Johan says to him, "You're good, eh?" You check
Well
behind. Tells him, "Well played."
And Arthur is at 20 big blinds, so in our new danger zone almost.
Lines up 10, 20.
Fairy tale, a dream.
Hey, Davi. Good, man.
So we have visitors in the royalty
I just see you on
coming there,
Facebook.
Dobby.
I just see you on Facebook. Ready to call.
Right, Ahmed under the gun. Holds 6-3 suited.
But you smelled something, eh? Raise, put it out.
Offer on the button with ace-jack suited is going to raise. Johan calling with ace-10. And Carl says, well, I'll defend there as well. Calls with the queen-6 suited. Unfortunately for him, the same suit as what Offer has. So Johanna's got the best of this flop. He's flop top pair, and he's got top kicker. And he's going to bet into it immediately. You know, quick and easy fold for
110,
Carl.
110,000.
Background to Offer. And he also hasn't wasted any time folding. Johan turns over his card, shows him the ace-10.
Proves to everybody that he is super strong.
Yeah, Offer just says to him, you know what I had? I had ace-jack. You got lucky.
Okay, you'll notice Offer's only got 15 big blinds now. And the reason for that is the blinds have just gone up to 10,000, 20,000. And 20,000 on the big blind ante. This is starting to hurt, Mark.
I think at 50,000 a rotation, at four-handed, this is hurting a lot now.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit more action now. This is going to induce action for sure. And people are going to get a lot more protective of that big blind and that big blind ante for sure.
Ace-9 under the gun for offer. Raise.
Raise 40,000 total.
Call is already folded. Round to Ahmed in the big blind. Jack 8 suited, he might defend this. Right, we go to the flop. No help for Ahmed on the flop. Ace-9 is still ahead.
Catch it back
Ahmed
over the
checks.
hand here.
It's gone check, check.
There's the
Jack
jack.
on the turn for Ahmed.
92%. And there's 110 in the pots here. There is one flush draw available, so Offer's just snapping this, eh?
Yeah, he doesn't believe that Ahmed's
And this
got
pot
anything.
just swelled to 180,000 in a blink of an eye.
Yeah,
And the flush gets there, of course, so
Flush
that
gets
is
there.
reppable, as they say.
and Ahmed's going to think now, what has he got? Because he snap called me when I
Yeah,
When I
he's,
bet.
he's very like Lum when he does that, you know, snaps it in quick, which worries him, of course. I mean, Jack 8, I mean, he might
He's
be
gonna
worried about his
check.
kicker.
now
Offer has to
Offer's
bet to
looking
win
down.
this.
and there he goes. He's going to rep that flush.
I don't think that's enough to rep a flush, to be honest.
40.
40,000 into a pot of 180. He's going to get called
Yeah,
here
he's
all
going
day.
to get called. Shows his Ace-9. Jack 8 is good.
And Ahmed picks up 125k there. Johan is up to 37 bigs.
And Offer's in the serious danger zone now.
Yeah. I actually think he's got more than 9 bigs there, to be honest.
Yeah, well, he's going to be in the big blind now as well. Going to post 40,000 there, 20 of the big blind and 2.
You know the land, man.
Someone that I never thought I'd
Small blind.
different, you know, both players have a different type of, it's a different type of delay.
Right, so Offer on the
I was looking at Offer stack and I thought he had more than the big blinds we were talking about, but in actual fact the big blind is now 20,000.
yeah, so 9 big blinds is 180,000, and that's all that he's got left in his stack.
That's pretty brutal, huh?
And he's got to put 40,000 of that in now with the ante and the big blind. Under the gun, Johan going to raise the Ace-8.
I'm trying to correct the blinds are 20 now.
Dealer just sorting out the correct blinds and antes.
So Johan here has got 20 to call. He's got the Ace-8.
Raise
Looks like a raise.
55,000.
55,000 as the raise. Call with the pocket sixes. He can see that Offer's now a short stack, and that Johan's raising into him. And I mean, I'm pretty sure with Ahmed to come behind him, he could fold this.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Yeah, he's got the big stack between himself and the original raiser, and the short stack in there as well.
It looks like Cole's carving out some raising chips here. He thinks Johan might be coming in a bit light, so
Yeah, the re-raise goes in.
re-raise goes in. Let's see what Ahmed is out of the way immediately, so the immediate danger is gone.
Huh? That's right. So far. All in. Because the raise was 95 total, all in.
Offer has gone all in.
How much is Offers all in?
With the 6-5, suited 176,000. And Carl had 3-bet to 95.
Okay, Cole's got to call this off.
Johan, I
Depends
think
on what Johan's going to do. Johan's going to fold
Johan
it.
is going to get out the way between He's raised, he's been re-raised, and then there's been a shove.
This is pretty reckless stuff from Offer, I think. He's trying to rep a big hand, though.
He's trying to, but I don't think it's enough to make
He has
Carl
to call.
fold.
He
Yeah,
has to
Carl
call. He's
calls.
got too many soldiers in the field.
And Offer's in
Offer's in a lot of pain. Now let's see if this, if these clubs are hold up, if these clubs will work for Offer, or let's see if the sixes will hold up.
All right, so the flop is going to determine how this hand runs out.
One club only.
One club only. So looking for a 10 for a split, or a jack for a split now as well.
Yeah, only chop opportunities here. Goodbye, Mr. Offer.
And he's
Thank you
well
for
played,
playing.
sir.
Well played, Cole Myberg. And there'll be some handshaking going on.
Yeah, Offer played well.
And Offer leaves us with 56,700. And all other three players are guaranteed 113,400 South African rands. Congratulations
Quite
to
a big
them.
jump in the pay for fourth up to third.
That's small.
So wow, Mark. The
Absolutely
man with who wanted a deal earlier at 600,000 chips has gone.
Yeah,
and listen to Johan. He's going to chop this now. You
Absolutely.
know that.
You know, when he was trying to deal, he wasn't a short stack, and it turned around quite quickly. Went shorter, and out.
Indeed.
Right, it's on the button to Ahmed, the king 7. He's going to raise.
Raise 45,000.
There was a,
So 25 to
yeah, there
call
was
for Johan.
there was a dead small blind, so Ahmed's taking the opportunity to steal the big blind quickly.
That's what's happening here.
Yeah, that's where
So we're going to chip count
Ahmed's
now.
so astute.
So 58, 43, 32. All three players are guaranteed third place money, which is 113,400. So okay, they're not talking a deal, so they're just talking nonsense. Johan's enjoying a nice glass of scotch there by the look of it.
Yeah.
Looks very nice.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the wrong sky. 1 second. Is it on me?
So
Yes, sir.
Mark is just stepping away from the commentary. He'll be back shortly, and we're off to hand number 159 for the day. And Cole Marberg will pick up 10,000 of the good there with his pocket sevens, and the state of play 58, 44, 31 big blinds. Johan at the bottom, Cole mid-positioned, and Ahmed sitting comfortably at the top with over 1 million chips from those in play. So Giovanni's on the line there saying thanks very much, Gary, for your comments. Only a pleasure, Marciana.
Ladies and dealers, in the pre-roll next time you go to blinds will be up 4,000, 8,000, 8,000, and 4 and 8,000.
So button here for Johan de Graaf with the 10-2, Texas Dolly. They'll go into the muck. Cole folds the king 3, and Ahmed will pick up the Bakshi money on the table, and he'll go to 1.2 million. And clear out in front, 59 bigs. Cole not too far behind him, but 878. That's 43 bigs and 31 big blinds for Johan de Graaf with 635,000. A real phoenix from the ashes story for Cole Myberg today, who has risen up from 20,000 up to second place here. And as I say, all three players are guaranteed 113,400, and Cole will be on the button. And also first to act. A fairly unique situation with the buttons first to act, but it only happens when you're three-handed.
Raise.
And Cole's coming in with a raise, 9-8. Ahmed's looking down at... if Ahmed's got a pocket pair, I'm going to say, it's not possible. Ahmed's 10-7, gets out the way. And Johan's going to defend here his big blind. So we will go two ways to the flop, 8-6, 9-8. And Johan gets the best of it with a 6 here. There's an overcard to both players. Carl's going to rep the jack here, something around 50 or 60,000, I think. Looks about 62,000 from where I'm sitting.
63.
So it's 63. And Johan should get out of the way here if he believes Carl. If he doesn't, Johan's got middle pair here, could get a little bit sticky. And he gets out of the way, and Carl will pick up that pot. 187,000, 77,000 the gain for Carl on that hand, so he continues to do well. Mark has landed and returned.
Gary had a quick glance outside at the Monster Freeze. They're down to 7 players, so they're on the bubble unless they've made a deal, which I'm not sure of at this point. But they're down to 7 players now.
80 odd grand up top, 11 at the bottom, you say?
Yes, 81,000 for first and 11,000 for sixth.
Okay.
So
they might crank out a bubble price in the top 3 places.
They very might well do that.
Depends who's at the table, of course.
Yeah, Abdul's still sitting there with a big stack.
Abdul Essa,
yes.
with no chance of a deal.
John Abrosi's there, our friend Carl Suleiman, who came into the commentary booth, he's there.
Oh, cool. 10-6 here for Ahmed. He's a fold. Johan was 6-2. He completes in a small blind, and Cole checks it back. We're going to do 2 ways to the flop. 7-8-7. So a nice draw for both players. If you well, better for Cole, of course.
Absolutely.
And Cole with 92% with the 8 high at the moment. And another fold, and Johan will be getting a little bit peeved.
He's going to show the 8 though, that he had the 2 pair. So I'm saying to Johan, I'm not stealing from you.
Just maintaining my reputation.
Maintain there, I had the 8.
Okay, so Johan finds himself quite lonely down there with 27 bigs, but still fighting chips.
Yeah, over 500,000 chips still. 27 bigs. Still plenty of play for him.
As we approach hand number 163 for the day.
But we saw how quickly it can swing around. Offer went from being at the top of the chip count for most of the day. Then he was sitting there between second and third, and in a matter of a few hands he had his aces cracked and down, and then he was out.
And now he'll be finding someone to tell his tale to.
It's the sad tale of how his aces were cracked.
Yeah, shame. But he's good value at the table offer. A lot of time for him. Nice man as well. Very nice.
Good entertainment, and he played a solid tournament.
And as you say, he went away with 56,700 South African rand, so not a bad payday for 3 days' work.
No. And
I'd take it.
Definitely.
I'd have to take a pay cut, of course, being you know.
Yeah, with your celebrity status.
Yeah, indeed. I'm thinking of changing my Facebook page to public figure. You know that, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've already read that one out. Just caught up. Lillian, we're at to Gary. Can I have a private chat with you? Maybe later. Unfortunately, at the moment we can't go off air, but please feel free to send me a message on Facebook. Not a problem. Happy to answer your questions as always.
Right, Carl has raised from the button. Can't see his cards at this point.
59.
Ahmed 9-4 will fold, Johan will fold. Carl gets that through. Right, so Carl also in the Millionaires Club.
Is Carl a millionaire?
Yes.
Well, there's a thing, eh?
50 bigs for the first time Carl's over the million tips.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Myberg.
And if we think back to when he had 23,000 tips.
If we think back to when he had 5 big blinds. So Ahmed is on the button and first to act. Queen 10 suited, the Robert Varconi hand. Suspect we'll see some action here from Ahmed.
Yeah, I definitely think he's raising the button now, 3-handed with that.
And he'll come in with 40 or 50, I think.
Raise 45.
In the middle of that.
Good guess, eh?
Oh.
The more you guess, the better you get. Myberg's going to call him off with the ace.
Ace high.
Standard. Fortune favours the brave, 2 pairs.
That flop, he's going to check it.
He'll check this. It's going to go check, bet, raise, fold.
He had already checked. There's the bet.
So does Cole raise here? Rainbow flop, no danger.
The thing is, if he puts Ahmed on an ace as well, his ace-3 can be counterfeited quite easily.
So then we're gonna bet here, aren't we?
Yeah,
we have to.
He's going to raise. I would raise the weak 2 pair here.
155 in the pot. Let's see a bet of
there it
around
goes.
about 90 to 120.
And that's exactly what Cole's done.
95.
Textbook play.
1,000. $95, yes.
Now, if Ahmed gets sticky here,
95. I'm getting good at this, eh?
yeah, and if Ahmed gets sticky and decides to 4-bet Cole,
That'll go in.
yeah,
Cole will shove him in.
Cole will shove it.
He's not scared. He's guaranteed 113,000 already. It's not about the money for these guys anymore. This is about the kudos. He wants the trophy.
Yeah, and there's no ways that Cole believes he's behind here.
No.
Not at this point.
So he calls it off.
He calls it off, as he has previously to set up a play further down.
Okay, so the wheel gets there, but you can't put him on the wheel, no?
No, I
Not
don't
pre-flop given the action.
250 to bet.
Cole's betting out now, protecting his
There's
hand.
$500,000 to the pot. I need to see 200,000 going
You
here.
bet 250,000.
Yeah, it has to be. Well played. That's a nice size bet. And Ahmed has to shut down here. He has no choice.
Yeah, he has no choice to shut down because
He's going to think it through, but I mean, at the end of the day, he has to shut down.
Cole signaled his intentions there. He's put a 250,000 bet into that pot.
Yeah, I mean, and what has Ahmed got? He's got queen high. There's no redraw to his hearts there. There's only one heart on the board. He's got no straight draw, no nothing. He's got queen high.
There's no hope for him there.
And Ahmed has no option but to fold and just tap the table here. I mean, if he goes all in, I mean, it's a suicide move, and he knows that Cole must have something.
He's got to put Cole on very strong here.
I mean, Cole's never folding. He's committed here.
Yeah, Cole check raised him on the flop, and he's come out leading strong on the turn.
I mean, Ahmed is seriously considered calling this. You know that, huh?
Making a move here.
I mean, he's actually drawing dead. No, this is the fold. This is the fold.
Possibly, you know, players often do that. Look at their chips, make up they're going to call, try and get a reaction out of the other player.
He's looking for a tell on Cole, but Cole's stony.
Yeah.
Statue mode.
Yeah, and Ahmed makes the right move and gets rid of his hand.
Nice hand. Well played.
Well played, Cole. And Ahmed does the right thing folding on that board.
And we have a new chip leader.
Mr. Marburg
Mr.
back to
Marburg.
the top. He was on top a little earlier. After the Kings versus the Ace-King hand.
And there will be a little bit of chat once the temperatures drop down below the boiling point. Cole will just sneakily give him the nod. And Johan's intently watching, looking for a bit of information.
Yeah, Johan's hoovering up information all the time. The players don't say, he says, why didn't you ask him? Sure, I wanted to see. He's constantly fishing for that information.
I know.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. So Johan has folded the button fairly quickly with the 60 off. Carl has just completed with the Jack 10. And Ahmed likes this 9-7 suited hand. He's raised with it quite often.
Cole's called my Jack 10 there.
There we go.
Ahmed's firing here. Cole can walk away from this quite easily. He's not invested in the pot. He's just laughing.
He's laughing and he says, every time I limp, every time you do this.
There you go, and there's the debate.
Yeah, and
I had
Cole
two
says
pair.
to him, I had 2 pair.
And he's not lying, he did it.
No, he had 2 pair.
And that wry smile of Carl that I've seen so often around the table. Right, we move on to the next hand. Carl is on the button with the Jack 7 suited. Goes into the muck. Ahmed in the small blind with 10-4 off. He'll fold and Johan will get a walk with 8-2 off.
With the worst hand.
The worst hand. It got progressively worse as it went around the table.
For sure.
Well, Johan's one double up away from being top of the board, so
Oh, it's anybody's game.
still anybody's game.
Still anybody's game.
Johannes, don't fall asleep.
And Ahmed saying to Johan, Johannes, don't fall asleep there.
I think the whole world heard that one.
He hasn't stopped you before.
I'm trying.
Right, so Ahmed on the button
I
with
did
the ace
try the
5
2-6. Then Coral eats his 8.
and a raise.
Race for 5,000.
What?
No, I was joking. Johannes was joking.
It's a slightly
Johan's
better.
called with a 9-7 suited in the small blind. Cole folds his big blind.
Having the money, we got out of it. We've taken even.
They go to the flop. No help for Johan on that flop. Ahmed adds to his ace high being ahead. He adds a gut shot draw as well. Only 6 outs for Johan.
I can see Johan continuing here.
Ahmed will continue.
He
Yeah,
needs to
there's
fold
nothing
this.
there for Johan. He's going to get rid of it. So I had nice suited cards. He shows them. Nothing for me there. Ahmed shows him just the ace and shows him the ace 5.
Okay, so just for the viewers at home, current prize pool is a total, well, let's for third place 113,400, for second place 170,100, and for top prize 226,800. That is a total of 510,300.
Which gives you an average of the second prize of 170,000 if my maths is correct.
Divided by 3
Well, we said that last time.
is
but
170,100, exactly what it is. Obviously they've used the correct percentages.
Well, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
The average is now the second place prize money. Right, so Johan on the button is 9-7 again, suited, different suit this time. Gonna say third time lucky, he's raising it.
Race. 1,000.
Cole folds quickly out of the small blind. Queen 2 off. Ahmed's got a big hand here, he's 3-handed, he's gonna raise. He's already pointed up.
Might have made a mistake.
51.
Might have made a mistake, I swear.
All in. There he goes, all in.
And Johan can definitely not
Yeah,
call
quick
this.
fold, yeah.
Planned that. As soon as I put that, I planned that in my head what I was doing.
It's actually quite interesting to listen to Ahmed. He's got some talking chips now, obviously.
Yeah, he's at the top of the board again, 1.2. Cole just behind 1.1. 59 to 54 bigs. And Johan's starting to slip a little bit down. He's made a few calls with suited cards at
exactly
the
the
last
same
while
way.
that haven't paid off for him.
Well, essentially, Cole's got 40% of the chips, Ahmed's got 40% of the chips, and the other 20% is with Johan.
If something works, you gotta keep trying. If it doesn't work, now I'll stop.
Ahmed covering up.
My big.
All right.
Do it again.
Cole
So
will be
Cole
on the button.
on the button and first to act.
Yeah, on the buttons under the gun now. Same thing.
Yeah,
3-handed.
it's the only time it ever happens. Pocket sixes. So do we limp and let the other guys raise, or do we actually bet what we've got? I fancy a little raise here.
Yeah, I would always like to raise it from there. I think 3-handed, you're not wanting to limp it in.
Race
A
54,000.
full ring game perhaps, but not in a
50 odd thousand.
3-handed.
So pot size bet pre. Ahmed with the king jack. Here we go.
There's going to be another action hand here, that's for sure. Because I can't see Ahmed folding that or just flat calling.
Grabbed a handful of chips there. And there goes the big re-raise.
Raise 151, 155.
And Johan is going to get out of the way here, so it's up to Cole whether or not he's going to shove here, or he's just going to call it off. The cautious approach would be to shove it off.
And the thing is that Johan folded a 6 as well.
Yeah.
Which is why if you look at the
111.
percentages, Ahmed's a
111
little
for
bit
you.
more in front with the fifth, with the
This
Two
one's
others.
King Jack.
This is 154. This is 54. Yours is 54.
All three options available here. Fold, call,
Shove.
raise, shove. The raise shove is kind of my third option drawing. I have a feeling that Cole might fold this.
Is this where this tacit agreement between the two big stacks at the table comes into play again?
I have no idea. I'm kind of lost on that one. It was a theory.
No, it's a very good theory. It's not wanting to tangle the bigger stacks at the table.
Yeah, no, so the question is, how much is Cole put in the pot? 50k.
Put 50k in. Counted out the call.
That's 101. Now, if I know Cole, he might bring some more chips over there so you get a reaction.
There's
no?
the call. We go 2 to the flop.
6 and a king on the flop would be horrific.
Flop.
Okay, that's a massive flop for Ahmed.
Yeah, I think Cole's getting away from this hand no matter what. He's got only the bottom straight gut shot draw there. He needs a 7, but with the 3 diamonds there, I don't think Cole will continue if Ahmed fires a big bet here.
I think Ahmed might check this, I don't know. Depends what he's got Carl on. He's got Carl on a pair, then he has to bet. That's a small bet, which is a bit smelly.
70,000.
It is worthy of note that Cole actually does have the best hand here.
Yeah, but
Look at the
Ahmed's got
percentages.
massive draws because he's got second nut flush draw, he's got an up and down straight draw, he's got 2 overs. Cole shows him the 6s. And I think Ahmed might show him the king of diamonds, and no.
That was a bit of a blow there, but I think he got away from it reasonably cheaply.
He did get away from it fairly
And a
cheaply.
very nice play there by Ahmed. I must just compliment him on his play. That little small bet at the end there. It's kind of, it actually was a bit smelly, but you know, they got rid of Cole.
Yeah,
I mean, 3 overs, a straight draw, flush draw, everything gets there with those 3 diamonds. So
100%. There's no way Cole can actually continue on the board with the 2 black 6s there.
no.
If he had have had the 6 of diamonds in his hand, it may have been slightly different.
Yeah, I mean, he's drawn to a straight flush, of course.
You know, which is just an illusion there because it's really only one diamond that can help him. Any other bigger diamonds beating you.
Yeah, for sure.
But somehow it makes us players stick around.
Yeah, we can get a bit sticky.
So Ahmed on the button with 5-4 suited.
Just leave it, he says.
Raise 45. 45,000.
There's nobody to his right, so he can leave that screen on the...
Better, we can take it away now. So I can see you. We're only 3 on the table.
Call the other thing is, some bets are economic. They'll say there's some flexion. I'm just saying,
What happened where?
45.
45,000.
Where's the big line?
Sorry?
Where's the big line?
The big blind is Mr. Mayberg.
One with the jack 4 suited, yeah.
45, eh?
Just did 5 more to do.
Just gonna call.
So Johan is... Carl's going to get out of the way.
What's so funny, Carl?
Not you. That's another drink, man.
Right, so nothing for either of them. The jack high is actually good.
Check.
Yeah. Ahmed's only got 3 outs and they're all 5s. But he's not going to hold that back.
And there's nothing for Johan there, so he can't actually call the C-bet.
Yeah, not really. And 85,000 to
Ahmed stack there.
so, geez, Johan is down to 16 bigs. I didn't realise he was that
he's
low.
been sneaking down. He's been calling off a lot of suited cards and not getting any help from the flops at all.
There was a song yesterday on your call. I want to know the name of the song.
And Johan busy demolishing the feature table piece at a time. He's now taken both the screens either side of himself down.
Yeah, to be fair, we can't do anything there because he is actually segregated.
Yeah.
He was always opposite the dealer, so he hasn't actually changed the segregation. He's just given himself some more room.
From a safety point of view, he's 100% okay. Cole's still in his little box, Ahmed in his box.
And he's been opposite the dealer all day, you know, it's and they're wearing their masks, so. And it's the tournament director's call, not ours, we just add for our viewers out there. Obviously, we want everybody to stay safe.
Ahmed's given a walk here. And there is our tournament director.
You guys want it to be an hour?
Yeah, we can ask for half an hour.
Dave? I was going to say 40 minutes.
They're going to ask if they can have a break. Dave will not give them a break because of the main event starting. That's my guess.
Just 30 minutes. What do you want to do? 40 minutes?
I don't know. Okay, alright. I guess maybe when you come back. It's not going to be an hour. You can see us on the game here before an hour. That's better. You can't do it.
What did he say?
No, so let's make it an hour. At least 30 minutes. Okay, half an hour. At least 30 minutes.
Right. Cards.
Are you happy with the half an hour yard?
If I'm still here, it's 20 minutes to go.
Are you happy with half an hour?
If I'm still here.
Hopefully you're not. Nasty, eh? And I have a little whiskey.
Right, so we've just been keeping quiet, listening to the banter on the table.
Maybe
Last
just.
person that said
Maybe not.
team and he was right.
Maybe not. Got a feeling it's coming.
Well, apparently the tournament directors agreed a 30-minute break at the end of this level. I don't know how long the level's got to run, to be honest. Jake tells me it's about 20 minutes, so we'll see.
Right. It's been a limp pot here. Just the small blind, big blind.
Check.
Ahmed checks. As soon as Johan reached for chips to bet, it was a quick fold by Ahmed.
Yep, for sure. And that's the first pot Johan's seen for a while, actually.
It is. He's on 17 bigs.
Was it Andy? So quickly. I must start your end. Just like I've got no blacks. We played well, doesn't matter who won.
Right, so when the action resumes,
You did very well.
Johan will be on the small blind, Cole in the big blind, Ahmed on the button.
Ahmed's got the dolly parted hand here, 9-5 suited. So it looks like a little raise up to 40 something.
Seven always coming.
So the chips in play, Mark, I think orange, reds and blacks only, huh?
Yeah, from what we can see at this point.
So thousands and
Cole called the raise and has hit top pair.
Check.
Gonna check it. Action on Ahmed.
You were the luckiest players today.
so we got the 10,000 blacks, the 5,000 reds and the 1,000
40,000.
oranges in play.
Now Ahmed has continued, 40,000. Cole's just flattening him off.
Okay, that brings a flush draw for Ahmed now.
He now picks up the flush draw.
So Ahmed's going to bet his draw here.
pushing for quite a big bet there.
Yeah, it looks like somewhere around half pot, maybe 90.
85.
85, yeah.
85,000.
Ball's not going to raise, he's just going to flat it off. So he doesn't want to see a heart, basically.
River.
And that's good, so Cole will get the check mark here. The only way Ahmed wins this is if he comes out firing. And, you know, Ahmed would need to go all in here. I think Cole's decided.
Now he's gone check. He's given up on the hand.
And that's a 370,000 pots, 180,000 gain to Cole there.
The big swing around in there. Cole back over the million. Ahmed's still in front of 1.3 million.
Yeah, and Johan is back, it's down at 16 big. So Johan will be aware he's got to make a few moves now. He's got to start building his chip stack up.
Hey, welcome.
And Johan's going to be on the button now.
The big boss. The big throws. Ah, my camera. Delete. The two whiskies is not me. See if I can find something there. We squeeze.
Johan on the button with the king 2 suited. So Cole with A7 off in the small blind. Put in a raise.
49,000.
Ahmed with king 5 off.
That's a flat coming, eh, I think.
Yeah, I think
He
he's
just
call,
wants to see a flop.
defend his big blind. And he's found top 2 on the flop.
Top 2.
Check.
Got check by Cole.
I think this probably goes bet fold. That's a small bet, so smelly. And Cole susses that out straight away, gets rid of his cards. Well played.
Far too wily on Old Fox to
Well
let
played.
that go through.
And the king.
Those of us who have called it pre-flop.
Yeah. I think call. Too late now.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. Cole will be on the button.
This is hand under 176 for the day.
Yeah,
Cole with a 6-5 here is probably going to get out of the way.
Ahmed with a small blind of king 4. Johan's begging him, please raise me. Ahmed just flats.
So Cole's going to sit back and enjoy this
He
one.
did, he sat and had a chuckle at that.
Check.
Ahmed's going to check.
King high is, sorry, pair of fours is
pair
good
of
here.
fours.
Two
You've got
pairs
pair
now.
You're going to check again.
He checked out of 10, I checked. No one would have done that.
River.
He finds the 9 on the river.
Yeah, it gets there. Unbelievable.
Ahmed says, I'll let you get there.
You're mad. Why did you do that?
Ahmed said to him, I will not be doing that again, giving you friendly checks.
checked out of turn, that's why I checked. I only beat on the turn. I don't know, actually, whatever. I was gonna bet.
So Johan hovers on the 17 bigs, and we're getting close to our break, I think.
Hey, Denny's against Darren. No, heads up. When he made the boat with 9-3. Against Aces.
Small break.
Right, so Ahmed on the button with a 10-9 off.
We'll make mistakes.
He's going to raise.
I made a mistake, I was being nice. I made no mistake. You made the mistake, you checked out of turn.
Sorry, but let it go.
Ahmed, he's checked over. Johan, just let it go. Carl with ace-3 here, got the best of it.
He'll defend his big blind. Carl's just sitting as an amused bystander in all this banter. Oh,
And Carl
has
picks up
flopped
a
it.
monster.
Flopped the wheel.
He's got to check here. Oh, he's already checked.
There goes the continuation.
The 5,000.
Carl looks at him, saying, "Are you at it?" He's going to call.
Here comes another check.
Yeah, he's going to check again.
Check.
Ahmed's checking back. His alarm bells are going off. Oh, he looked down at his chips there.
He looked down. He hasn't checked yet. Yeah,
Yeah,
now he
there it
checks.
is. And this will go bet now on the river. The heart flush gets there, so it can be reps. Of course, Cole's got the ace of hearts in his hand, so he won't be that worried.
Yeah, he's blocking the nut flush draw.
Cole's checked. Give me
He's
the money.
he's-
Give me
he's
the money.
giving the money. He's trying to get. Ooh, Ahmed just he breathed a sigh. He said, "I was going to have a go. Look at that." Says, "I got away cheaply."
Yeah, he did indeed.
Let's order another one, bro.
What? They paid for it. We're not paid for it.
No, he's paying.
Are we?
Oh,
Where's Mark?
it's hell, mate. But get that weight. Yeah, I'm good, eh? I'll just go for 3 cigarettes.
Action is a new, eh?
Let me squeeze.
Johan on the button with the 10-4 suited, the State Trooper's hand. He's going to fold.
Cole with his favourite 7-2 here. Dare he play it, he says. He's actually sitting there thinking,
He is,
I
look
haven't
at,
done a
look at this,
7-2
there's a
well.
half a smile under that mask there. Look at it.
Check
And
this
he's
guy.
raised-
Check
he's
this guy
raised it.
raising 7-2.
55,000?
And we're having a chuckle because we
You're
play
going to see
against
this
him.
7-2. Trust me, you are going to see this 7-2.
Ahmed
If
with
Ahmed
queen 2
folds.
off. He's going to have to fold.
Check,
Watch
check.
what's
You're going to see
watching.
it.
Watch Cole.
Oh my word. That's your one for the season, brother. That's your one for the season.
Cole bringing a bit of amusement to the booth here.
Okay, Mr. Myberg will be on the button and under the gun at the same time.
Johan in the big blind, Ahmed in the small.
Let's not forget, folks, blinds are 2010, huh?
Yeah, and at the next level,
No, that'll be 12,000, 24,000.
yeah, price will go up quite steeply again.
That's huge.
310.
Ahmed's giving him a walk.
Look at this, look, neck and neck at the top, 17 for the Johan.
Excited about that one, that I folded. Happy that I folded now.
Right, Ahmed will be on the button.
Good light.
What did you say?
The action on Ahmed.
Small one. Can't see what's going on with these chips.
10-8 off.
They're all over the place.
Gonna raise.
Raise for 5,000.
So we don't know what Johan's got here. He's forgotten about the box now, I'm sure.
He's folded. Carl with the ace again, defending, and has Ahmed dominated.
So if we get an 8 on the flop, it'll be interesting. No 8s on the flop, but Carl's ahead with the ace high.
He's going to have to check here to Ahmed, and Ahmed being the initial aggressor will probably continue.
Sure.
He was nearly trapped the last time. Might even get a check back here. No, glance down at the chips. He's going to put a bet in here. Just small, 33. 33,000 into 120,000 pots.
Now Cole's busy working this out. He's going to call. He's going to say my ace high is good, yeah.
I'll have a soda water, thanks.
And he'd be right, of course.
And he does find the ace on the turn.
And the check mark. So Ahmed is drawing dead.
Carlos keeps it consistent. Every time he checks back very quickly to Ahmed, who then takes the long considered and measured approach.
Left arm across right arm, flicking chips, staring back down. Standard. That's exactly what Cole wants to see, a raise or a bet.
That's quite a big bet going in by Ahmed.
9,000.
That's exactly what he needed to do. He doesn't know it, but that's exactly what he needed to do. Ahmed's drawing dead. Doesn't matter what comes on the river. Cole will receive the check mark. He checks, and Ahmed has to buy this pot now.
Yeah,
If he checks back, he's not going to win.
River's brought a number of straight possibilities there.
Ahmed could shove here.
He's going to be wary of Cole after that last trap.
There's 384,000 in this pot. This is no small pot. And the only way Cole loses his hand is if he folds. Must remember the flush did get there. Looks down at his chips. Decides he's going to have to rep this. And in go 200,000 by the look of it. Does Carl smell this or not?
216.
That's a big ask, eh? That's a big ask. It's a great bet by Ahmed.
Yeah, it's a very, very good bet on the river.
It's a great bet by Ahmed. Can Cole suss this out?
216, yeah.
I think it's a possibility you could fold there. The flush got there.
Flush got there.
Ace
straight
queen,
got
ace
there.
king. But the pre-flop, the action on the flop is what's he's thinking about. He's looking how much if I put this in, I'm wrong, or do I still got behind?
Risk reward, yeah.
It's a hard spot that Ahmed's put him in. It's a great sizing. Wow, what a fold. Sure.
That was great play by Ahmed there. Put on the pressure with a Very nicely sized river bet.
Well played, Mr. Ahmed Karim. Nice bet. Well played. Okay, guys are looking at the clock here. I have no idea how long it's left.
Go to the freeway and just order something there. But then we must make it 40. Yeah.
So we can ask them.
Players
They
themselves
were
are
bad
talking
yesterday
about the
when
break.
we went there.
Small big.
Right, so you're on the button with the 7-6 suited.
And Johan's had a resupply.
Small big.
But let's order that now.
Small
and
blind
when we come
put
back,
in,
it's
big
ready.
blind put in, the ante. Right, now action on Johan. He likes those suited connected cards. And he folds them. Contemplated the raise. Cole just flat calls again. And this time Ahmed getting a bit tricky and trappy with the King Jack.
So 2 clubs is going to keep Carl interested here.
Yeah, definitely 2 clubs keep Cole very interested in the sand. On check, check.
So the 10 is no help, but gives 12 outs to Cole here. Any 3, any club.
And Ahmed has now got the up and down on the turn. So I would imagine that he is going to bet it.
40.
Yeah, Cole's not going away from
Snap
this.
call by Cole. Go to the river.
And that's not what he was looking
River's
for.
no help for Cole. It's gone check, check. Ahmed's King Jack is good enough.
Sugar shaft.
Johan said I should have shoved.
No, Johan coaching Cole, he said to him, you should have shoved the flush draw.
Thanks for that.
Small big.
You know, he was sitting over 1 million chips, just shove it in.
Not quite. I think you might have got a similar answer if you'd have put in a lesser bet.
That came on the river. Like a good thing.
The way I played my answer practically changed from all of it. Obviously the fan gave me a enough confidence. The up and down. Ace of clubs and 9 of clubs in the beginning. You would have got a big chunk from me.
Yeah, Ahmed saying if a 9 of clubs or ace of clubs came giving you your flush and me my straight, you would have got a sizable chunk from me.
Absolutely.
Right, meanwhile, Ahmed in the small blind. Going to just complete to Johan. Got pocket 3s. And he went all in Insta. Insta and snap hold from Ahmed.
Yeah, I think Johan's becoming sort of 2 or 3 dimensional in his play. So it's been a while since we lost off, who took away 56,700. But
And I'll come to River. I don't mind. I'll get you on KFC.
Anything.
Okay, so I'll get you KFC.
Double crunch burger, yeah.
Small blind. Small blind.
It'll take much quicker than the pre-back quickness.
so they're ordering food. Don't forget us in the back, boys. Ahmed with the Jack 10.
Raise for
Raise.
5,000.
Johan in the small blind, 9-6. He should be going in the muck.
Folds.
Cole, they'll defend it. It looks like it's only Cole and Ahmed playing here, to be honest.
Yeah, the
And that's a nice flop for your 5 of clubs there.
yeah, up and down straight flush draw. And Ahmed has also picked up the
Yeah, get you there.
gut shot for the top straight. bet call. It'll glance at one another.
So Cole's got 17 outs. It's quite an unusual situation to be. And some say this is a disease. You can have too many outs.
Yes, you need less outs to actually hit. They've gone check,
Any
check.
4, any 5, any 3, any club. But unfortunately,
None of those has arrived. Check, check.
Cole sheds a few more chips across the way there to
he gives
Ahmed.
a wry smile with all those outs that he had.
And I believe the players are now going on break, so I think we're back in 30 minutes. And don't go too far. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, we've had some exciting poker so far, Gary.
Aggravating when you wait like that.
No, if I can do this at a time. I should just have it in an hour.
Right,
Yeah.
we welcome our viewers back. We get to the first hand after the break.
Clock's running now. No, it's paused, bro.
And we'll have Johan on the button. They're going to unpause the clock in a minute and then the action will resume. As soon as the button is unpaused, the action will resume on Johan. 9-5 into the muck. Carl with a suited 2-3 in the small blind. He folds. And Ahmed
Did he get a walk?
got a walk with the 8-6, which was in diamonds as well. So
Wow.
a good fold by Carl.
I'll say.
So Ahmed now sits with over half the chips in play.
24.
So Ahmed has over half the chips in play. Carl is on the button in this hand.
24,000 to play.
And they'll probably be going in the muck, those cards. Yep.
12 more.
And I'm just confirming the blind level has gone up and it is 12,000, 24,000, yes. Tech team have got it in play. Yep. Ahmed says he's all in with Queen 5. And Ahmed is now flexing his muscles in terms of...
Yeah, I think we're going to see Ahmed in full bully mode now, but like I said, with over half the, well, nearly over half the chips in play.
yeah, for sure. But I think both of these players, Johan and Cole, irrespective of chip stack size, will want to have something to say about this.
Yeah, no, he's pushing against two scrappers here. He's not pushing against two guys that are going to be pushed and bullied around.
No.
Right, and Gary won't mention it, but we welcomed his lovely lady to the commentary booth a short while ago, and I'm sure he's happy to see the ever lovely Shelley.
That's why I'm smiling.
Raise up to 55.
Been all week, I haven't seen my wife.
Right, meanwhile, we're back to the action. Ahmed has raised the button with the ace-3. Carl is defending his big blind with jack-8 off. Right, we go to the flop.
Ace-3,
Ahmed has flopped huge here. He's
yeah,
flopped
2 pair.
2 pair. Carl checks. Now, Ahmed has to bet here because his reputation is that he's always betting. He can't actually check because it'll send a message to Carl.
Yeah, Cole fold, yeah.
There's nothing for Carl on that board. He'll fold quickly.
Yeah.
Button moves. Johan will be on the button.
So 69 bigs, 30 bigs and 12 bigs. As you say, Ahmed's got over half the chips in play now.
Yeah, and Gary, some news from the outer table in the Monster Freeze. They 6-handed now, so they're officially all in the money. They did make a small bubble prize, and our bubble person was Carl Snyman. So
Yeah, he'd be pleased.
he got a 5,000 Rand, which was his buy-in back, and he actually satellited in. So it's a positive for him.
Yeah, good for him. Well done,
And
Cole.
John Abrosi is the big chip leader at the table with Abdul Essa in second in chips.
Well, that could be a nice little heads-up battle to see.
12,000 more.
Ace
Cole
Queen, it's a big hand here.
Yeah, very big hand,
Cole won't
3-handed.
lift this, I don't think.
Now he's going to raise.
Yeah.
Let's have a look what Ahmed has.
30 more.
Oh well, this
King
is
Jack.
it.
Oh,
He likes this hand, eh? And this could be a problem here. This is going to be a re-raise by Ahmed.
he's definitely going to 3-bet this. He's not flatting, I don't think. Oh, he does actually flat. Most unusual. Every other time he has 3-bet the King Jack.
Yeah, interesting. Let's see what the flop brings.
Flop
And,
brings the ace and the gut shot for Ahmed.
So Cole needs to bet this is 132 in the pot, so I'm looking at a 90,000 here.
Let's go and
Well,
check.
He didn't check. He didn't bet it.
Giving him the free card. No help for Ahmed on the turn. I think Cole will now bet. Yeah, a very small bet into that size pot. Around half of what you were suggesting.
And if the queen does come here, if Ahmed calls, it's going to put Cole in a world of trouble.
Yeah, because then he'll have top two, and it's going to put him in a lot of pain. What he's looking for is a king on the river, because then he's still good, and Ahmed has Ahmed has got no help. It's a blank. So I think Cole will bet, and there'll be a fold.
50,000.
Cole fires out 50,000 into that big pot. So it was about quarter-size pot that he bet there. Because the total pot is now 258.
If you recall the last session, Cole had the ace high, or the pair of aces, and big overbet 200 odd thousand by Ahmed, and Cole folded. I wonder if Ahmed's thinking the same. No,
Yeah, he gets rid of it this time.
And Cole will take it down, and he'll pick up 116,000 for his troubles there, and that'll take him up to 35 bigs. And Johan will continue to be our small stack on 12. And of course, Ahmed is miles out in front with 64 big blinds.
Yeah, Johan's really getting into the danger zone now. 12 bigs now. It's the lowest stack he's been in a very long time. Right, we go to the next hand. Cole will be on the button.
24,000.
Got ace 8 off.
Strong hand under the gun.
Yeah, three-handed. Gonna raise.
And I think Cole has decided here that he doesn't care that Ahmed's on his left.
8,000.
He's just
No.
going to play his game.
He has to play the cards. He's got to play the style.
So Ahmed folds, queen 6 suited for Johan.
He's going to defend. He's defended those suited cards all day long.
So aces and 8s, queens and 6s. Diamonds are in play for Johan.
Flop has flopped big for both players.
Cole's got the up and down straight draw with the ace high. Johan is straight away all in.
He's got the straight draw and the gut shot straight and the flush draw. Cole's going to ask for a count. Because he has the up and down straight draw. He has the ace of diamonds as a redraw to run a
And it
runner.
should be noted, Cole is actually ahead here.
Counting out the calling chips to see what damage will I have. And he makes the call.
You'll see he's ahead. And he doesn't want to see a diamond, or if he does, he wants to see 2 diamonds. Good luck to both players.
Straight away the diamond. Cole has the redraw.
Another diamond on the river is all that I'll save him. And
And
Johan will double up.
Johan doubles up.
Nice hand, well played Johan.
And that puts Johan for the first time in a while back above Cole.
Yeah, I mean both of them are 20 odd big blinds, so not much to choose there. And you know, I'm not going to say Cole knows how to play a smaller stack. We all know that already.
Yeah, and it's not a small stack at this stage now. With Johan doubling up there now, they're both sort of medium stacks with the one big stack out in front.
And of course, worthy of note that for new people joining the stream, that all of the players at the table were guaranteed 113,400.
Which is a pretty decent payday, Gary.
Not too bad at all. Not too shabby.
Yeah, it was big.
And
It was big blind.
I mean, Cole, well, I actually know, satellited in, so
Yeah, he's actually in the best position out of these players. Johan was saying that he'd done 2 bullets. We know Ahmed did a bullet or 2.
I actually think he's only in for 1.
Is Ahmed only in for 1
I
bullet?
believe so. I might be wrong, but that's my understanding.
I thought he had bust on day 1. We'll have to check that out.
Yeah, possibly, but my understanding is in for 1. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
24,000 to play.
Because he went very low stacked in the beginning, if you recall, but it's possible that he built up on the outer tables.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so this will be a bit of blind on blind action. Johan with the ace-7.
He will raise. Quite a big raise he's counting out there.
Raise up to 52, 52,000, 52, 52.
I think Cole might call this off.
Yeah, I don't think he's
He's only
folding
got,
king queen blind on
he's
blind.
got 28,000 to call this off.
Yeah, I don't think he's folding king queen.
Almost a min raise here.
All in.
Right, he's gone all in. So strong play by Carl. Putting Johan to the decision.
Yes, same. How much is that?
538.
538.
538 all in.
So Cole's all in here.
That is exactly the same.
And they're virtually even stacked. Johan's got slightly more than Carl. So Carl's putting him through to the test for all his chips.
That's where they are. Black making flips.
Johan's telling him, I'm ahead, I just don't like the flips in Afrikaans.
Sal jy wys? Kyk, fuck.
Fold.
He folds, he asks Carl, will you show? Carl shows.
He was ahead. Cole's like, well, you have to put all your chips in to find that out.
Good, strong, aggressive play by Carl. Doyle Brunson always said, put a man to the test for all his chips.
That's right, not half of them.
Right, so Carl will pick up a few chips in that hand. The chips that he lost to Johan a short while ago.
And they're flip-flopping on the second and third place position here on the blinds.
So Johan will be on the button. Queen 3 suited on the button. Depends on how frisky Johan's feeling.
Not
Let's
frisky.
them go. Jack 10 for Carl.
And
That's a raise.
Ahmed hasn't actually looked at his cards yet. I've been watching him. And he can easily fold these.
Yeah, that's a quick muck, I think, for him. Carl's limped most hands to him, so a raise from Carl will already make him wary.
Yeah, Cole picks up another 48k, so that's a free rotation.
Good evening everyone, and welcome to the main event. We are now starting to seat players for the main event. So if you're here and ready to play the main event, we are going to seat you guys. I'm also going to ask all spectators to please get themselves out the pits. We are trying to stick to some of the strict protocols, and they've asked us not to have spectators in the playing area. I know it's tough that you want to be with your mates and Rowan, but we just need to try and stick to some of the rules.
Sê die ou in jou masker en naby hom. Sê's die ou that doesn't have a mask.
24,000.
Queen 7 for Cole, get rid of this.
Sê hy mind oor die COVID rules, maar hy het nie 'n masker aan terwyl
I've
hy-
lost one.
Check or raise. Check.
So Armin needs an 8 or a 5 here. Action is on Armin, it's checked. So check to the turn. Any 5, any 7, any 8. Bet fold. And you can't call there with 10 high, so that'll get through, and the rich get richer.
Yes, as you were mentioning, Carl and Johan keep switching second and third spots at the moment.
A little bit of distance between them in terms of the chip count, about 150,000, which isn't a lot when your blinds are up at 24. So as you see on top of your screen there, hand 192 of the final table here today, or the feature table. And the blinds are at 12,000, 24,000 with the 24,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, 60,000 a rotation now, Gary.
Yep, that's a lot of wonga. If you think that they only started with 100.
Yeah, nearly a full starting stack as a rotation.
So it'll be a raise here with the suited ace 2. And these small aces have done well for him. And I think he's going to get a blind. He might get a call out of Cole here.
Yeah, Cole,
to see if he can flop it.
Players have preferred to defend their big blinds.
Well, any two cards pre-flop, you know.
No, there's no help for Cole there.
Yeah, any bet's going to get a fold there. And Cole's not going to pick a time to start getting frisky and repping aces here.
Long check, check.
And there's two pair for Ahmed. Of course, flush draw comes on board for
Backdoor
Cole.
flush draw for Cole there has arrived.
And Ahmed be alert to that.
Yeah,
and he's going to put a bet in here.
And Cole's got to think, is my 6 high flush draw worth it?
6-5.
Yeah, and we know the answer to that.
Quickly into the muck.
Little tap of the table, chips go across the table to Ahmed. And 19 bigs, 24 bigs, 68 bigs, 1.6 million, 592, 592,000 and 470,000 respectively. We're getting up to nearly up to hand 200 here. This is hand number 193.
Yeah, the players have played a long time today, Gary.
And it's not even, well, it's 7 o'clock and just coming up. They're seating people for the main event. And just for the folks at home, after this is finished, we have to blank you out for a half an hour because we need to let the stream run out, which is a technical requirement because we're buffering it a half an hour behind. And then once that's done, we will then start a new stream, which will be for the main event. And we'll be putting players onto the feature table. That'll be at the tournament director's discretion. So timing-wise, I have no idea. It's all about how these guys go. And I don't think there'll be any deals done here this evening.
Yeah, I think the deals went out the window earlier on when offer was still on the table.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that Cole's playing for the trophy. He's not a guy who buys trophies. He's a guy who wants to win one. I'm pretty sure Ahmed's the same place, and you know, Johan also. I think they all want to win this.
Well, Johan, in fact, was the one that turned down the deal when offer was trying to push for it.
Yeah. The deal that offer was offering. Often.
All right, so we go to the flop. Johannes flops bottom pair.
Yep. Let's put him in front, 75%, 25%.
Ahmed's going to come out betting.
5,000.
A quick fold from Johan.
So Carl will be in a big blind this hand, I believe.
Here with Ahmed on the button.
And those numbers speak for themselves. And that's Cole flicking the ante across the table there. Begrudgingly, I'm sure. But that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Cost of living has become expensive, Gary.
Poker prices are going up rapid, sir. Okay, so Ahmed is on the button and under the gun, so he's the first player to act with Queen 6 off here. suspect he will not take any further part in this hand. Round to our friend Johan in the small blind.
Queen 2 off.
And is he going to complete or is he going to raise? He's doing a henny apple with the chips on the back of the
Here's
cards.
4 chips.
So that's a call.
Call, some check from Carl. Yeah, both pick up a pair. Johan the bottom pair, Carl the middle pair. Johan's going to bet.
Johan's going to rep the jack here.
42,000.
Carl's instant call.
That was a little bit of a snap call there. You don't think Cole believes him, eh?
No, definitely not from that snap call. And he definitely doesn't believe him now.
No, he's got the check mark by his name.
That's gone check by Johan. Check by Carl, very trickily.
Cole's looking to get paid on the river here.
Oh, and he's going to get paid, I think.
Yeah, for sure. This could actually be money in here.
I think Johan will pay him, yeah.
I think the money might go in. Johan to act first. Johan has got to bet his 3-2s here. He's got to think he's golden.
He's counted out a sizable bet.
62,000.
And what's beating Cole? Pocket 2s, pocket jacks. And chop him with a 4.
Your first line level is going to be 100, 200. 100, 200. You're playing off for 50,000.
There come the re-raising chips with it.
40-minute levels throughout the tournament. 40-minute levels throughout the tournament. You're playing off for 50,000 sets. Dealers, shop up and deal.
And Johan now has to make the decision.
Does he have the 4? Doesn't he have the 4?
It's pretty polarizing, that's for sure. If Johan calls here, he'll be crippled.
Only one card beating me.
No, there isn't. There's not only one card beating you, my
pocket
friend.
jacks would be as well.
Pocket jack is beating you, pocket 4s are beating you, single 4s beating you. I'll tell you what, if Johan folds here, it'd be pretty impressive.
Double checking, yes, I've got the 2. Trying to get a read off Carl.
Cole's eyes will be watering soon, he's in statue mode.
Yeah, that stoic look that he gives you. Johan asking him, have you got the 4?
And Johan's in a world of pain here. An absolute world of pain. And Cole already knows he's golden.
Yeah, any other hand that was beating him had snapped him off already.
Yeah, that 2 on the river's a disaster for Johan. You have to give credit to Johan for thinking about this.
Saying, have you got an ace? In other words, are you betting that you've got the 2 pair with the ace kicker?
I think Cole's glad he's got a mask. I don't know if technically he's actually folded there.
No, he said I'm not folding, from what I heard.
Okay.
He's trying to get a read on Carl.
Can't open the card.
Then his hands man.
Not in a tournament, you can never reveal your card and you made a bad fold in any case. But that's regardless.
Ahmed's ribbing him. You made a bad fold, he says. My word. Little do you know, sir.
The jack card.
And Ahmed's absolutely right. He opened his cards. In tournament, you cannot open your cards. It's different in a cash game. By opening his cards, he's actually folded. And Ahmed is absolutely right.
Yeah, cash play totally different from tournament play. Heads up in a cash game, you can open your cards and not have folded.
And Johan is now steaming. What he doesn't know is he actually made a fantastic fold.
He made a fantastic fold there.
I think it was a good call.
You know, he's saying I think it was a good fold. Ahmed saying no. Ahmed's just goading
Cole,
him
don't
here.
say anything,
of course he is.
then I think it's a good call.
Cole just shrugs his shoulders.
You want to acknowledge it was a good call. No, I know it's a good call.
And you said you'll see later
Yeah.
24,000 to play.
Cole tells him you'll see later if it's a good fold or not.
Call. 12,000 more.
So Cole will fancy a little completion here.
Sure. You got enough now?
You're not big blind. He's big blind.
Where am I?
Oh, I'm just
You're on the button, Johan.
12 more.
You're gonna call. That's a bit of a steam call. Shouldn't
For
really
sure.
be calling in there.
Double raise.
Ahmed's
Ahmed
got
was
3-2.
Check.
Checks it. Well, currently Cole's ahead, but a lot can change with those cards. And Cole is still ahead.
Cole's still ahead.
All in.
All in.
I was going to say, give Johan a position here, he's going to shove.
Yeah, he is. He's shoving. And if Cole figures this out and calls in, Johan is virtually drawing dead. Got a 6%
236
chance.
all in. 236.
He's got Ahmed to play after him.
Yeah. Shows the bluff.
He's only getting called by a king there.
I'm not sure who's more tilted. You because you think you got bluff or Paul because he thinks he lost value. I'm not sure what's going on here. 24, 24.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was visualizing King 8. Block came King 8.
I'm big.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. That end baffled me a little bit.
Right, and Cole's on the button of the 10-3 off. He'll fold. On big hand here for Ahmed.
That's a
He
limp
just
in.
lumps in.
He's looking to catch
He's
Johan here.
he's looking to set the trap.
And Johan misses that flop, fortunately for him.
25,000.
That's bet fold.
Yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say. And poor old Johan is definitely down in the danger zone now.
He's hovering just above that 10 big blind mark.
Just about halfway through the level, so these blinds are still going to be with us for a while. Okay, Ahmed with 10-3 on the button here. Pretty rubbish hand to be opening from that position. Johan with the computer hand, Queen 7. Looks like he's just calling this off.
Lumping in.
Cole will check it back.
And we're off to the flop, Gary.
And Cole gets the best of it with the 8.
On check, check.
And
Johan
Cole's
picks
still
up
in good shape.
Yeah, he picks up the club draw. And he finds the queen on the
He
river,
finds the queen on the river.
which he will now bet.
24,000.
Cole calls.
Cole shakes his head. You got there. Okay, so 16 big blinds, 25 big blinds and 70. That's 1.7 million, 612,000 and 390,000 respectively. 3 players still remain. The prize pool sits at 113,400 for the next place. All three players are guaranteed that already. Second place is 170,100, and the first prize pays 226,800 South African rands.
Yeah, all three players into a decent payday already.
24,000 to play.
Hold on the button with the Jack 10. Fancy that he's going to raise the button with that. It actually folds.
Yeah, two players to come, both invested. Probably a good fold.
Good fold if you look there.
Is this going to be trappy?
Is this going to be called limping in, or he's going to raise? Yeah, he's raised.
59 to 35 more.
Jack 8 suited. It's just a call. So spade's working for Omid here. So he's flopped it up and down straight
Yeah,
draw
he's
here,
flopped a
Omid.
big flop here. Cole will continue.
Yeah, and Cole will know that's a draw heavy board. So he's going to make him pay for the draw. And Cole's got to fire in over maybe 125. That's my guess.
Yeah, we could even see that Ahmed goes all in here.
86,000.
Well, that's small.
86.
That is small. Well, Ahmed is looking for any queen and any 7, basically. You're right, I think Ahmed could shove here.
Yeah, it's well within the realms of possibility. He could flat it off cheaply, see if he finds it on the turn, but Ahmed's one that favors the more aggressive approach normally. There, the calling chips, and he's just going to flat it off.
He's going to get there. And Cole just needs to dodge a queen or a 7 here, basically.
Now Cole
And his
picks up
hand
the
gets a
set of
lot
kings.
stronger.
And he checks now. Now he set the trap for Ahmed.
I mean, this is going to go bet shove, you know that, huh?
Yeah, I definitely think that's the way this is heading. With the side stack callers. Ahmed's very
no.
cleverly checked. He's looking for a 7 or a queen on the river, doesn't find it. Cole's checking, it's gone check, check.
Wow.
Cole saying
Wow.
to him, where was your aggression now?
To be honest, if Carl had bet there, he wasn't getting any money.
No, right smile from Cole.
He was never getting a cent out of him anyway, he missed his draw.
The button will be on Cole when the next hand is dealt.
Okay, Carl will be the first player to act here under the gun and on the button. So, waiting for the dealer.
Call on the button with the 8-5 off into the muck.
12,000 more.
Queen 8 for Ahmed. And his approach against Johan lately has been to just limp in.
He's just trying to trap him.
No help to either player there.
Well, Johan needs a 7 and that's about it.
On check, check. The 6 now brings
he
some
picks
possibilities for
Picks up
Johan.
the draw now, so he's got additional, it's only 9, then he's 7, then he's 4.
On check, check.
And the ace is not going to help him, and Ahmed is golden here with his queen 8.
On check. Check, check.
Check, check.
Queen high will win.
Okay, so Johan loses a few more chips there. He's in the danger zone for sure now. 14 big blinds. Carl with 32 big blinds. And, Ahmed leading the way here with 1.6 million and 65 big blinds.
So Ahmed will be on the button when we continue. Johan in the small blind, Carl in the big blind.
$35 minutes gone on the level. Ahmed on the button, 9-2 suited. I think they'll probably be mucking those.
What's this? A 4.
Oh wow, he fancies a little shot at it from early doors.
Gonna raise it up.
Johan's going to get out of the way, and looks like Cole might be defending with his deuces here. Ahmed's actually got one of his deuces as well. So Cole's off set mining, looking for the case 2. Little as you know, Ahmed's only got a 9, and he's actually ahead. So Cole's out of position here. He needs to bet here just to get some credibility in the hand. If he checks, he's going to allow Ahmed in. He knows that. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. A bet 146 in the pot. Let's stick about 65, maybe 70 in there.
63,000.
And quick fold by Ahmed.
Yeah, nice bet. Well
Well
played,
called,
Cole.
Gary.
Well played.
And Cole did the textbook play. No, you needed to bet.
I should be his coach, eh? What do you
Something like that, Gary.
Just another good guess.
The point is this, if you try to coach him, would he listen?
Unlikely.
Is he
No.
coachable?
Cole has his own style, and it served him well all day. He's grounded out, and you know, my hat is off to Cole. He's played excellent today, as of all 3 players at the table. You know, really good, good play.
Yeah, Gary, over the last 3 days we've seen some quality play from all the players.
For sure. Top play. So the main event is starting out in the arena in the left field, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have a look in a minute. Johan with ace-8 here. This could go in here.
He's got 330,000. 24,000 to call. So what is he going to raise?
No, look, he's going to call it off. So what's that? 66,000.
Raise.
Maybe a fraction
Up
more.
to 67.
Ah, 67.
67. A fraction more is indeed what it is. Carl Margo with the ace-king will shove. Well, he won't shove. He'll just put him in, basically. He doesn't want Ahmed getting involved in this hand. Is this a trappy? No.
There's the 67.
He's going to call the raise
And
now.
there's the raise. He takes the 2 together. And there it goes.
Unless Ahmed's got a monster, he's getting out of the way. And Johan has yet again got a big decision against Cole. I mean, Cole's obviously miles ahead, but you never know what...
Ahmed just folded.
259.
and he folds.
Folds
Nice
pretty
play,
quickly.
Cole. Nice play. Well done.
Yeah, Ahmed had 7-4 suited.
And I think Johan, you know, he's calling for his tournament life there with ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, but it takes a few more of those big blinds off his stack. So he's down to 10 bigs now.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And Cole back up to 40 bigs.
And Johan, I know that he's in a bit of a problem here, but he had the good sense not to be calling it off against Cole, who put in a massive raise there.
Button will be on Cole.
Big blind.
And Johan is now in the big blind. So of those 10 bigs, 2 of them are going in. One for the ante and one for the big blind now.
And you remember your hand that when Johan had the queen of diamonds and the 6 of diamonds, I think it was, and he made the flush runner, and Cole paid off his all in. Well, he's paid it all back now.
Yeah, Cole's got it all back from him.
Yeah, everything's back.
24 to play.
The lot gone, finished and clear.
12 more.
So Ahmed is going to be in a small blind. He folds. Johan gets a walk with. Oh, he has there's king suited.
Gets a walk with Ace King suited. So Ahmed will be on the button.
That wasn't a good sign.
That's not a good sign. If I was you, I'd just give it to me now.
Johan says that wasn't a good sign. I get a walk with Ace King. Ahmed says you're quite right. Just give me all your chips now.
Balls blocking here, nice stop.
Okay.
All right, Ahmed on the button when the action continues. Nine 4 suited. He did raise the 9-2 suited previously. Has it gone raise again?
55,000.
Johan with a Jack 9 suited. Counting out what have I got left.
And Cole's had a look at his cards here, so he's waiting patiently.
Here's
That's
the call.
a flat call. Cole with the Queen 9, the big blind, would do well to get out of the way here. Let these two fight it out.
Now funnily enough, all of them sitting with the 9 and Cole with the Queen actually way in front.
180 behind, 235, something like that. 240.
Cole asking, what do you have left behind? He's going to call as well.
Okay, so family pot. What price a 9 on the flop?
Case 9 on the flop. We've seen it before. Doesn't arrive. And that's a big flop for Johan.
That's a big flop for Cole as well.
All in.
So he's all in.
I mean, Cole's hit the Queen here.
Which is the second pair. Still has Ahmed behind him, who was the original raiser.
Yeah, Ahmed is less than 1%. Cole's not to know that, of course. Cole's looking down at his chips, looking across at Ahmed. And he only gives that up because Ahmed's there, trust me.
Yeah, he looked across at Ahmed and then folded.
You see, Ahmed folds and he went, ah.
He says, I've got a straight flush draw. Cole said you're behind.
Strijksfluister, not fluister. Get it right.
So Johan picks up some much needed chips there.
And we'll be on the button.
So hand 205 for the day. The blinds are still at 12,000, 24,000. And we have approximately 17, 18 minutes to go on the level. Johan's our under the gun button player.
24,000 to play.
Still counting up his chips. Pocket 2s.
Johan's got pocket 2s, as we can all see here. The old Huey and Louis.
He's just flat called. Cole gets out the way quickly.
Ah, good fold, Cole Marburg. I think obviously Ahmed is going to raise here. It's just whether or not Johan's prepared to call it off with his small pair.
Yeah, Ahmed's counting out the size of the raise.
I think he's counting it out to put him all in. No, just a come along bet.
Raise. Up to 90. 90 total.
So up to 90, so there's 66 more. And
quick
gets rid of
fold.
the 2s wisely. Good fold by Johan.
Right, the button will be on Cole.
24, 24.
Dat je mocht hoor. Wat fijn, dus get je kop. Dus get je kop.
Johan posting his big blind and ante.
Je three-way deal.
A three-way deal. He's obviously been drinking too much of that falling over water. Like I said, I don't think these players are going to be interested in the deal. Maybe when it gets heads up.
Yeah, I mean, 10
Ace 10 for
of
Cole here on the
anything, you
button.
get a
Very
bus of
strong hand. He
140.
doesn't want to be. He needs to come out raising here.
Agreed, Ahmed.
Just forget that Ahmed's on your right. Stick in another 50 odd K. And let's see what happens.
Up to 50.
Exactly 50, Gary.
Another lucky guess, eh? The more we guess, the luckier we become, you
Something
know
like that. It's like the old Gary Player adage, eh?
Yeah. The more practice, the luckier I get.
Here we go.
There's the 10.
10 and an up and down
Straight draw for Johan.
And he's found a propensity of shoving his draws. Cole's going to make him pay for it. So now the question is to Johan, do I want to play for all my chips now?
Well, he's got 8 outs.
One less than the flush draw that he shoved.
I think a call's a good option here.
He calls.
He gets the same result, he gets
Yeah.
another card.
Yeah, it's almost half his stack. The bet is 100,000, Johan's on 311, so a third of his stack.
There it goes.
There it goes, the propensity to shove and quick call by Cole.
Okay, Cole is dodging Jackson's sixes. So good luck to both players. No jack, no 6, or any jack, any 6. Let's see what happens. There's an 8, that's no good to him. So he's got 12 outs once. And goodbye, Johan de Graaf.
Well played,
Well
sir.
played, sir. You were fantastic today. You had a great, great game.
You had a good tournament all 3 days, Gary.
Absolutely great. And now we have a situation where there's 1.4 million versus 1.3
Yeah, and that's
million.
evened up the chip count for the heads up. We're going to have a very interesting heads up.
And let us just say, congratulations to Johan de Graaf, 113,400 South African rands. And the next player out is guaranteed 170,100 rands.
It's going to be interesting if they stay in the seats where they are for the heads up, or if they're going to actually sit opposite one another.
Heads up on the feature table, I would suggest for the TV to pause the clock with the trophy in the middle of the players. Okay, can you tell the players that, please?
Yeah, I think we're going to heads up now. In all probability, we might have a pause in the action while they just reseat the players so that they can be opposite one another.
Stay in the same position.
Yeah, I'm sit there. I'll sit that side. Anthony. I'll sit there, he'll sit here.
Here we go, they're choosing seats now.
Yeah, that's what I said, so I'll go there.
Carl is going to stay in the seat that he is, and Ahmed will move to opposite him.
I'm sure you've done the chip counts, but you're
I don't actually know.
you're 1.3, 1.4 by I reckon.
So, will you sort you guys sort this all out?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, the 2 dealer screens will stay in place, the other 2 screens can move, okay? And then you just get a bird's eye view of each other.
So we're just getting a bit of a rearrangement, and Gary's out there just supervising the moving of some of the screens. We only right, we've just got a pause while they right, so we've just got a pause in the action while they set up all the chips and get ready for our heads up action. We're heading for an exciting finish. They equally stacked here. Both Carl and Ahmed have played a very strong tournament. Carl coming back from virtually the dead today, 23,000 at one point. So a strong fight back from him. Ahmed with his chip stack has been pretty much in command most of the day. So we're in for an interesting battle heads up. We're just going to pause for a short while they set everything up.
Okay, we're back. Just been setting up the table there. We could have gone into seats 7 and 4, but the players preferred to be where they are. And at the end of the day, it's about the players, not about us. So we will flick from camera to camera. And we will give you the best pictures. We will give you a picture of the player who's actually playing. Cole Foltz. And now the dealer's got his work cut out now, because this is going to be pretty rapid stuff. As I say, the players wanted to play in seats 3 and seats 8, not 7 and 4. So we're here to accommodate the players, not to accommodate ourselves, which would have made it a lot easier, of course.
A little bit better for the television if they were in seats 7 and 4. However, it is for the players' comfort. They are playing for a lot of money here and for a trophy.
And my apologies, I've left the screens in the background there on the chair. That we'll just leave that for the second. David is busy with the...
So here's a big hand developing. Carl with ace-10 suited heads up.
Big hand heads up. There's going to be a re-raise here for sure.
He's counting out the re-raising chips already. There it goes. The dealer just trying to confirm he thought he has to go for double, but Carl is quite correct. The raise by Ahmed was 26,000, which was on top of the 24, so Carl doesn't have to double the bet, he has to double the raise.
Absolutely right. Off to the flop.
And Ahmed has got the better of the flop, finding the bottom pair. Carl, being the re-raiser, is going to continue.
And he's going to rep the queen here. So just for the audience's sake, both of these players are guaranteed 170,100 rands.
Playing for a difference of 50,000 plus the trophy.
Absolutely.
Now, does Ahmed believe that Carl has got a bigger pair, or is he 6 good? Does he just call to see one more, or does he raise here? He's called. Turn brings the flush draw for Carl as well.
So if Carl now has 15 outs, I suspect he will continue.
He's going to continue his story.
He needs about 150 to 200 in here.
Yeah, his story has to make sense. Puts out the bet. A little bit less than what you were saying, Gary.
Yeah. Pot control. 94,000.
Now the question's being asked of Ahmed. Does he believe Carl, or is he 6 still good? He's looking down at his chips, which is a sign that he's going to be playing. Counted, just calling chips there. So 15 outs to call on the river.
Any ace, any 10 or any hearts. And that's not a good card for Cole.
The river is a blank for Cole.
Cole needs to barrel the river to make it sense.
He has to continue with the story if he's going to win this hand. Puts the bet in. About 140, 130.
You got a pair of sixes, Jimmer, and 3 overcards.
He's counting out the chips. Quick call there.
Wow, what a call, what a call. Well played, Ahmed. Well played. Excellent call.
There's a big swing in that first hand, or in that hand.
417,000 to the good.
Yeah, because we've
Still
gone from almost
early
even
doors.
stack to 1.9 to 840.
So basically double.
Yeah, he's now 2 to 1.
You had only on the river out of 4. I wasn't holding that hand.
Alright, so that was a big swing in chips. Ahmed calling him down with the 6 all the way. Call will be on the button.
24.
Folds. Button moves. It's going to be rapid action here, Gary. The dealer's like they're going to struggle to
That's
keep
what
up.
I said. The dealer's got his work cut out here. So hand 210 for the day on the feature table. Blind still at 12:24. My clock is wrong now because we paused the clock for a short period of time. So we'll have to see what happens there, and we'll get the shout from the tournament director, I'm sure, when the blinds go up.
12,000 more.
And you know, heads-up play is typically neither player should be folding pre-flop.
Yeah. Auntie suited on the button. He was playing it 3-handed, 4-handed, 5-handed. He's going to continue playing it. Raised 50. Cole's defending.
And we're sweating with Cole. Or sweating with Ahmed, I would say.
Yeah, splitting with Ahmed. Not sure what Cole has there. Ahmed has found bottom pair again. There's a check by Cole. Check, check. Turn the 7 of hearts. Cole checks again.
Well, pair of threes at the moment.
And he checks again. And then he finds his 2 pair on the river. Cole for the first time is going to come out firing. There's a flush on board, there's a straight on board. And Ahmed has 2 pair, which is strong heads up.
24.
looks like Cole has Jack 8, so he got the
He
straight.
got the straight. I said there was a straight on board. He bet and got called, the 2 pair.
Baton will get thrown across the table. Cole will pick up 144 game. And
We're at 71 bigs versus 40 bigs.
lots of play left here. I mean, these things can end on a super cooler straight off the bat, or we can sit here for 4 hours, Mark.
Yeah,
you know?
this could go on, like you said, Gary, for 4 hours, or it can end in one hand.
As long as we have a worthy winner, you know, that would be nice.
Well, I think either of these players would be very worthy winners, Gary. They've both
Oh, for
played
sure, for
wonderful poker. We know them both personally, played against them both a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
So really, either of them would be worthy winners. Call with ace 8 on the button.
That's a strong hand, heads up. Huh?
Heads up, it's a very strong hand.
200, 300. 200 small, 300 big.
He raises.
You know, and it's not often we see heads up play in South Africa. Normally deals are made very quickly here.
Absolutely, and
So it's nice to see.
It's wonderful to see, and I think fantastic for our viewers.
Yeah. And good, you know, we're actually not that familiar with either of these players' heads up game. If you think about it, there's not a lot of history here. So
no.
Cole hits the 8 here.
He stays
with
ahead.
the top kicker.
Gut shot for Ahmed.
Any queen, any 9, any 7.
He's checked to Cole. Cole was the initial raiser. He's got top pair, top kicker. He puts in a decent sized bet.
Looks around about 80 or 90.
100,000.
So he's right on 100,000. And he's saying to Ahmed, you know...
No, Ahmed's getting away quite quickly.
Yep. And Ahmed is nothing but very perceptive.
Yeah, he's very astute.
Yeah.
And Cole's clawing back. We're now at 68 to 43 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, they started it at 1.4, 1.3. Cole's back to 1.1.
He's almost clawed his way back from that hand.
Sure.
Ahmed will be on the button.
So Ahmed has got the 10-9 offsuit here.
Next hand lines are up.
We just heard in the background, Gary, that the next hand the blinds will be up. Cole with pocket 5s here.
Very strong, very strong. Need a re-raise here.
Any pair heads up. Just counting out those re-raising chips.
And the next level will be 30-15, I believe.
Yeah, 15-30 in the next one, 30 big blind ante.
75,000 dead money.
There we go.
Here's the re-raise.
It's quite a substantial re-raise.
Up to 120. 120 total.
So 65,000 for Ahmed to call. He did raise to 55. 199,000 in the pot. So he's getting 3-1 to call. Going to peel off the flop.
And there's going to be overs here, so Cole's going to find himself in a difficult position. Unless he flops a set.
Straight away Ahmed's moved to the front with the top pair.
And Cole's out of position here.
And he was the re-raiser, so he says I have to continue my story.
Guys, the grand Daniel blinds up, 15-30.
off the bet.
So the question is Ahmed going to just call this, or is he going to raise?
125.
He's got top pair there. And if he's putting call on a hand with pictures, he might decide to re-raise now. As ever, he takes his time, goes through the thought process.
And it's the raise.
That's the raise. There it goes, big raise.
Up to 270.
Yeah, a strong raise by Ahmed there.
There's 2 overs there. With whether or not Cole puts him on a 10 or a 7, more likely he's going to have a 10 pre. Cole won't want to be pushed around either, but I think, yeah, I think he's going to fold. No, he hasn't folded yet.
He's looking down at his chips.
Great
And he
fold.
folds. Good fold call. He got the information he wanted. And he's folded.
Yeah, good fold. And nice play there by
yeah, the big
Ahmed,
pot call
calling it
Ahmed.
off pre and you know, getting hitting on the flop. So fortune favouring the Brave there.
Right, so call will be on the button.
Hand 213 on this Friday the 13th. Not that I believe in all that stuff, but I didn't walk it under any ladders today, so that's fine. That must be good, eh, Mark? What do you think?
Something like that, Gary. I think you're safe.
That must be good.
Alright, blinds up 1530.
So the blinds are up. It is now 15,000, 30,000, and 30,000 on the big blind ante. We are now on level 21.
15,000 more.
This is your Grand Slam event, 25k buy-in. This is day 3, and this is heads up for the trophy. Carl Myberg versus Ahmed Karim, and a great tournament it's been too.
He's counted out raising chips there.
Suited queen.
Raise. Up to 75.
Let's see what Ahmed's got in front of him. Queen 4.
Fold.
Yeah, the aggressor being the key there.
So Ahmed was in the big blind there. So Carl will pick up 60,000 for his cash, and that'll pay for his next big blind and his ante. Free rotation.
Yeah, the rotation's flying around quickly to end, Gary.
75,000 of dead money in the pot pre-flop.
Right, actions on Ahmed.
15,000.
With the King 8.
A raise.
Up to 70. 70 total.
Okay, so we can see Cole's hands here, but we'll sweat with Ahmed. And Cole, above anybody, would know to put these cards in the box, so it must be a technical issue. 7 Queen 7.
I don't know what Cole's holding. There's no help for Ahmed on that flop, but being the pre-flop aggressor. Looks down at the chips.
5,000. 35.
And Cole's got 9-10, so no help there.
Yeah, and Ahmed played small ball poker there too. Put a small bet in, find out where he stood.
So 2 million for Ahmed now, and Cole's down at 747. That's lucky, eh? 747. That's an aeroplane, no?
Yeah, the old jumbo jet. Call on the button.
Here we go, hand 215, 1530 with the 30,000 big blind ante, and Cole in picture will be the first to act with ace-9. A good ace is hard to find, so he's just going to flat this.
He's limping in,
Jack-10 suited.
which is also a very strong hand heads up.
If there's anyone looking to play a satellite for the main event this evening, we'll have a
Check,
satellite
check.
this evening for players who'd still like to plug into the main event. And there'll be another one tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
And Cole's hit his 9 and Ahmed has hit his 10.
And has a gut shot straight as well.
Yeah,
Check,
check. And Ahmed's 2 pair are good here.
His 2 pair is good, but it's brought a 4 card straight on board.
Any ace, any 9, any 8.
Yeah, the 8 for the split,
30. Call.
ace for the 9 for the win. King is no help
That
to
is
call.
Ahmed is good. He can only lose a hand if he faults. He might be inclined to check this on the basis Cole could have a queen.
Shows his 2 pair.
And I think the king on the river actually saved Cole some money there, so that's good.
It did indeed, because then there was a possibility of 2 straights. Either the queen or the 8 had made a straight.
Okay, so Ahmed will be on the button here. He's 15,000 to call. The big blind will be with Cole, and he'll already put his 30,000 ante in. Price of poker is definitely going up here.
Arnold with the suited king on the button. And he limps in this time.
Interesting.
They're starting
Cole with the 5-4 checks.
to play a little more trickily.
And that's a super flop for
Oh,
Cole.
wonderful flop for Cole.
He's almost 100% to win the hand here. It's almost. And he likes to see this. Cole will take his time. I shouldn't think a re-raise, I think a call.
Yeah, he just flicks the chips in.
Tries to look disinterested.
A flush draw on board then and a straight draw. So does Ahmed continue down or just shut down and check?
Well, if he looks at his chips, he'll play. If he just checks, that he just
checking.
checks.
Carl has the check mark there. Funny enough, his straight has arrived, not the trip fours that are playing anymore.
Ahmed's considering calling it off here with the king high.
Well, he's hit the 2.
Yeah.
He called him all the way down with bottom pair last time, but yeah, he's going to fold this one. Cole shows him the 4.
Run out for you.
So miraculously, we still have 2 million and 747. I don't know how that works.
Yeah. Well, they had the previous pot that Ahmed had taken, so it's just the reversal back.
Yeah.
There wasn't too much action in that hand.
And no rake, of course. That's already been done and dusted, as they say.
All right, call on the button. This is good, gripping, exciting stuff, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, it could go either way. All it takes is a double up and a cooler, and then Cole's in the driver's seat. All it takes is a cooler, and Cole's picking up second place money, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows?
He's just pulled with the Queen 9 on the button. Queen 2 in the big.
I'm going to check this. Uh-oh, looking at the chips.
Said, I've had enough of these limp pots. I'm going to raise. Well, it's quite a big raise there.
I think I like Cole to peel here.
Yeah, I think in position on the button.
105.
So it's 75,000 for Cole to call. The pot is 165.
Yeah, that's a fold then. As soon as he said, why do you make it so big? That's usually a fold, huh? Alright, he's called it off. Stick with my original thought process. And Carl is ahead here. Let's see what the flop brings us.
Yeah, he does have Ahmed dominated. And he finds the 9 now. So a very small percentage chance for Ahmed to win other than by betting. He raised pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean his queen is no good. And you know, it's a rainbow flop, so he's looking at some running cards here. And Jack King, for example, would bring a
split.
A split.
70.
He's continuing his story though.
70,000.
I don't think Cole's folding to that.
No, no. I raised pre, I'm betting. He's called.
The queen would be a disaster for Ahmed.
Absolutely. Another 7.
All pairs up, so Cole is actually can't lose this hand now unless he folds. Ahmed's not likely to shut down, but
no.
There's 380 in the pot, so how much you got to put in there to get rid of Cole?
Looking down at his chips.
Well, he's bluffed Cole off a pot before.
No, no. Around 125 or so.
125.
Exactly, Gary.
125.
Well done. Oh. Wow. What
It's
a
called
fold.
to fold again. So it's been strong play by Ahmed. We've got now 70 bigs versus 19.
What a fold.
3.5
Nice
to
play.
1.
Well played, Ahmed. Well played, my friend.
He doesn't shut down Ahmed. Keeps his foot on the gas, and with the big stack now, he's going to keep doing that. Unless there's a reversal of fortunes chips wise. Alright, Ahmed will be on the button in the next hand. Your king 3 off. There goes the winner's check being put in place. Just to remind the players what they're playing for.
So Cole needs a jack here.
It's gone check, check.
Ace is no help, but Cole could rep the ace.
Yeah, he's
Ahmed,
picked up a draw.
and that'll get through. I mean, because oh no,
No, he's called. He's got a straight draw. He's got 7 outs here, Cole.
that's one
And
of
the
them.
4 arrives. But he's got the bottom end of the straight here. 6 has got a higher straight here. He's going to bet it. Yeah, it's bet fold.
Well done, Cole. I like Ahmed. Cole gets her on the river. And
Gain
there
of-
is the check.
Gain of 60,000.
226,800. I wonder what the bank says when you pitch up with that check. You think they honour it?
Yeah, under COVID times, they might say that needs some sanitizing.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so it'll be call on the button.
Eight, 4 of clubs. So Cole gets to pair his 8 here. Backdoor clubs.
He's going to bet his second pair.
And,
Quick fold by Ahmed.
Snap fold by Ahmed, absolutely.
Yeah, there was nothing for him there.
And once again, Mark, this can go anyway, you know.
Yeah, it is. It's a matter of 1 or 2 hands can change everything round. It's the nature of heads-up play.
Looks like Ahmed's keeping the world up to date on his phone there. Never quite understood all this twittering and stuff, you know. Thought that was for the birds.
Right, Ahmed on the button when we continue.
So Ahmed King 10, strong holdings.
He's raised to 70. Call with ace 9 here.
Well, he's not folding,
No,
put it
no,
that way.
no, that's raising chips.
I think that's a
And he's
call.
called. First of all had the raising chips, then took them back. Right, so we're off to the flop.
5, 5, 6.
No help to either one. Ace high still good. Call checks. Check back by Ahmed. Queen on the turn.
Cole's still ahead here. But that's a check, so Ahmed's probably going to bet this. Well, he might be cautious of the 2 clubs or the 5s.
Yeah, he's going to check. He's being wary here.
And the 2 pairs on the board ace high.
Yeah, I don't think if Ahmed bets the river, he gets called to fold here.
Okay, Cole
Cole
has
is
bet the
actually
river.
bet out. Sneaked that in so fast we didn't even see.
And 30,000 into 170 is quite a small bet.
Yeah, and Ahmed folds. A lot of players would have called with the king high there, saying, well, you know, I could be good, yeah?
Yeah, and of course, you know, there's a 5 in everybody's range heads up, you know.
Yeah, and Ahmed's very astute. He's saying, I'm not even giving you those 30,000, even if it's into 170.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting a massive price, obviously, but he doesn't want it.
Call on the button. Action on call.
Queen 3, not the strongest of holdings.
And he's going to fold.
And he's been holding on that 747 for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. That number is repeating over and over
There
again.
was a pun there, holding. He's in a holding pattern now. Bit subtle. Oh, let me try this way. Cole's in a holding pattern with his 747.
There we go.
Is that better?
That's better.
We're getting there.
Right, so Ahmed will be on the button. Ace 2 suited.
And this has been a particular favourite of his all the way through.
Yeah, he's liked to play this.
Interesting, he's got ace 2 and this is hand 2-2-2.
There goes the raise.
Up to 70.
And ace 2 suited was the hand, of course, that Bozo had at the gave a lot of chips to Sean Governor.
Yeah, I think that he won't want to remember that one.
Cole's
much.
looking smiling away here with his 7-2.
Yeah, 7-2 and suited. He's going to call. Oh, we'll never hear the end of it if he wins with this, Sanjay. You do know that. Flop has come Jack 2.
So they both have a 2.
Good evening once again and welcome to all
One
our
check
main event
up
players.
to Ahmed.
Guys, this is the 10,000 re-entry tournament. It's a re-entry tournament. Players tonight will
Counting out the
shut
bet.
down at 10:45 and we will start tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. sharp. 11 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Cards will be in the air to shut down tonight at 10:45. There'll also be another satellite tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. A very super hyper turbo set.
Cole looks like he's carving out a raise there.
Yep, he is indeed. It's just over a min raise. That's looking like about 125 maybe.
Up to 125. 75 more.
And he really wants to show Ahmed the 7-2, you know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Does he get Ahmed to fold here? Ahmed's got 2 pairs with the ace kicker.
Well, Ahmed will be saying to himself, if Cole's got a jack, he's never raising it.
Yeah, but he could have another smaller pair because he did call the raise pre-flop. So I think Ahmed probably call this and does so. Carl looking for some help here. He needs a 7 or a 2.
And if Cole wants to continue his story, he's going to cost him a lot of chips. And he hasn't got a lot of chips.
He's continuing his story. There goes the bet, and that's quite a sizable bet.
Yeah, that's 180 maybe.
165.
165.
165.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Ahmed here. He's got bottom pair. And it's not so easy. Call down previously with the bottom pair. Action has gone slightly different in this hand. Well, there's the telltale glance at the chips.
And unfortunately, the next move Cole's got is a shutdown or an all-in.
Yeah, the only way Cole takes his hand down is if he shoves the river and if Ahmed
Or if a
calls
7
him,
comes on the river.
or if a 7 comes. King comes. Check, check. And Ahmed did take down the pot.
And unfortunately, that leaves Cole crippled.
Yeah, that's absolutely crippled Cole. He's down to 11 bigs now.
But hey, Cole's been at 11 bigs before today.
A few times, Gary.
And he can come back from this.
He was even below that at one point.
And yeah, well played on it, calling that all the way down.
Well played.
And Cole knows he's in the danger zone now, so he'll be looking to get his money in here with any ace, I would have thought. Any
Yeah,
pair,
any
suited
ace.
ace, any suited connectors.
Two
And,
pictures.
yeah, the money will go in. So good luck to both players once again. Cole is first to act,
10-2 off.
and this will be a fold.
Yeah, snap fold. He says he doesn't have any chips to waste right now.
And I'm pretty sure we got over half an hour to go on this level, so it's going to be absolutely no hope at all time-wise. We're either going to see a good spin up here, or we're going to see the money go in and a new champion. So we shall see. Good luck once again, both players.
Ahmed just limping in with the 8-3.
Oh, here goes the money. Charles raised to 60.
It's just like basically a min raise there.
I was surprised he didn't shove it there.
Yeah, me too.
But he's been nursing the big stack all day, so he's the guy who knows what's going on. And of course now,
Ahmed is ahead.
and Ahmed will put them all in here.
Cole has 10 outs here. 10 for the straight or any queen or jack. It's gone check, check.
And there the
There is
relief
the-
comes.
It's gone check, check.
Just gets better.
Goes all in. Snap fold by Ahmed.
Okay, so Cole picks up 60 there, and the grind begins. At least he's not flying that aeroplane anymore.
No. Well, I think at this point he's wishing he was, because it's a
Yeah.
double stack that he's got.
Shame.
He's on the button now. Cole will be on the button. Cole just limps in. We can't see his cards. They're not quite in the box properly, Cole. It's gone check, check. We can't see either player's cards at this point. Ahmed is 6-4. Cole's cards aren't quite in the box properly. It's gone check, check. Action on Ahmed. He checks again.
I
Cole checks
reckon
behind.
Cole's got a Jack 8 here. That's my guess. If he's got Jack 8, he's just made it straight.
Action on Ahmed. Goes check. Cole puts in a big bet.
Maybe he has got Jack 8. How about that? That would be impressive, wouldn't it?
It would be amazing. Your fortune telling skills would be reinforced, Gary. Well, we won't know. Cole's just going to slide them into the muck.
He had Jack 8, I'm sure. And the grind continues. And Ahmed has got a colossal stack there, and it's quite imposing that being the other end
Yeah,
of the
I
table.
think it's
sure.
scary when you look across there and you look down at your Omega stack. Stuff for a little bit of chip envy.
I mean, you know, Cole's actually got 4 times starting stack here and some. And the blinds are at 30,000, 1530. 75,000 in the middle, that's almost a starting stack from the beginning of the tournament. Jack 8, you see? That's Jack 8 he had just now.
Ahmed's gone all in and call. It's all in and call.
Oh, and he's called, it's all in.
Yeah, so Ahmed went all in and was snap called with the aces of
Wow, what a ton of funny aces. Okay, good luck. This is unbelievable.
So Ahmed in need of a little help on the flop.
And there is the help on the flop.
Yeah, no, that's no help for him though.
Straightish, that's about it.
He needs to turn. He's got 2 outs left.
He's got 2 outs, any 8. Oh,
It looked almost like it. Almost brutal. So Cole gets a welcome double up.
I'm going to start calling Cole Houdini, I think. I think that will be his new name. For those who don't know who Houdini was, that's Harry Houdini, the most famous escapologist, or escape artist if you want, in the world back then.
The 89.
That was interesting. So Ahmed decided that this was the time
put
to
the
flex
pressure,
his muscles.
yeah, and
And
Cole woke
wakes
up with the
with
rockets.
That's incredible, huh? What a strange game this is, Mark. eh?
Very strange game, Gary, and shows you how quickly things can turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'd like to give you a view of the left field and the right field and the main event and stuff, but I'm actually loath to take our eyes off of this game.
No,
for
this
any
is quite
period of time.
engrossing here, Gary. Has been a good to and fro here. Ahmed got on the upper hand virtually immediately.
And Cole's on 878.
Yeah, and Cole's been fighting back the whole time.
Not 787, because that would be another airplane,
Yeah.
and that would be spooky. So he's on 878, and he will be the under the gun button player, and the big blind will be with our friend Ahmed. Ahmed's smiling away to himself there. He's probably thinking,
Yeah.
oh, what a chump.
I'll pick a moment to put the pressure. Look at there it is.
In fact, he's actually sharing that with Cole, which is lovely. It's a nice
Yeah.
moment between the two players.
Yeah, there's a lot of mutual respect, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
It's been well earned.
And I've said it from the beginning, neither of these guys are interested in deals. They want that crystal and the money, and the crystal's probably more important to both of them.
All right, Cole, you're on the button. Whatever reason, we're not picking Cole's cards up at the moment.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit
There
of a
it is,
problem. There's
9-6 off.
96 off suit.
62 turn.
60
He's raised
total.
it.
Jack 7, well, Jack 8 was the all-in hand, so Jack 7 must be a call there.
Does so. We go to the flop. No help for either player on that board.
And the Jack Eye is ahead. So we're looking for any of the 9s or the 6s or the 96s.
On check, check. Another king on board.
King. Cole increases his out and opportunities to 18. Ace, Queen, 9, 6, 2. Any of the
Check.
aforementioned.
Cole will now bet.
1000.
Yeah, and tough for Ahmed to continue. Yeah, he's got Jack high.
Well, the board is double paired,
Yeah, so
and he's got Jack Eye, so anything Queen and above is beating him.
he's beating him. Any pairs beating him. Ace, Queen beating him. King or a 2, obviously.
And you'll know that. He works it out. Any of those 18 outs that Cole could have had, or likely has.
Button moves across to Ahmed. And Cole fighting his way back, almost up to $1 million again.
Like I said, I'm going to start calling him Harry Houdini.
Yeah, I love the Teddy KGB reference from Rounders. You want alligator blood. You hang around, hang around.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to see Cole splitting any Oreo biscuits for helping
No.
the hands. Of course, if you haven't watched Rounders, you have no idea what we're talking about.
And you have to see the movie.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you what happens.
Greatest
we're not going to
poker
tell
movie
you that
ever.
Matt Damon's a ledge.
You know, a lot of players argue with me about that Molly's Game is a better poker movie, etc. I still like Rounders.
Rounders is a great game, a great movie, and Molly's Game is also a great movie, you know?
Two different stories, two different eras.
Yeah, and also there's a Stu Unger movie out now.
Yeah, the untold story.
You know, the guy who played Christopher in The Sopranos is plays Stu Unger. Yeah, he plays quite a good part. It's actually on, I think it's Netflix or Amazon Prime, one of the two.
I actually have the DVD, Gary.
Yeah, yeah, it's okay. DVDs, you're so ancient.
Yeah, it shows you how long ago I got it.
Yeah. Okay, King 9, 27%, 7-5. So that's middle pair for Ahmed. Carl checks, option with Ahmed.
Gonna bet his middle pair.
I think we might see a peel here, maybe one with King 9. Especially he's got the King. Oh no.
No, he's folding quickly. Doesn't want to shed any more chips.
So if you didn't hear that, David is just going to be chipping up the orange chips as the dealer does his thing. So one rack of oranges is equal to 200,000 if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you're quite right, Gary. Or is it? It's 20,000, 100,000, isn't it?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, yeah, 100,000. That's right.
100,000 in a rack. So almost 2 full racks there to Ahmed's oranges. Just make life a little easier for the players.
Well, both
remove
players
those small
have already
denominations.
segregated out the orange 1000s. Cole with the ace 2. At least going to complete here. Yeah.
Does so. Two slightly different strategies. Ahmed's been raising those hands.
So we're
Cole
going to
been
get some
limping
cards, and it's a 90k pot to start with.
Leave one.
So Ahmed picks up the trip 5s here, which is an absolute monster. Cole's drawing to the wheel draw, so check. There's a 6. No help for either
no
player.
help for Cole yet. Ahmed's still way out in front with his trip 5s, 91% favourite. And I think he's going to bet it now.
And Cole will call this for a gut shot.
He does so. He's looking for a 4 and a 4 only.
That'll be one of those, eh?
Wow.
That's what they call magic. Magic. The bad news for Cole is there's a 6 there.
Yeah, and he's got the bottom end of the straight. Puts a small bet in.
40,000.
I think he'll get paid the small amount by Ahmed.
Ahmed's like, as you ever get
A
there.
rueful smile. Doesn't show Cole what a monster he actually flopped.
Yeah, and with his betting there, obviously Ahmed was looking to value that hand. It's just unfortunate that the run out was the run out.
Yeah, Mr. Myberg's back in the Millionaires Club.
Well done, Houdini. So let's have a little look at our level counter here in the office in the back. So I make 19 minutes to go. There or thereabouts, just an estimate. I'm just running that on my clock here rather than actually seeing one of the timing screens, which unfortunately we can't from this
Angle.
yeah, because there's 2 other events ongoing.
Got ace-6 for Ahmed on the button. Yeah, is there any other break scheduled, Gary, or are they going to play to a conclusion?
After 2 hours,
70.
there's a break after every 2 hours. I actually don't know what time we came back from that quick lunch break or dinner break. King 10's a call. So quite a close thing here. Ace high ahead, of course. And the 6 for Ahmed has strengthened his position with 75% of the holdings here. Cole with the option he checks. Ahmed checks it back. King or a 10. No help for Cole. And Ahmed increases his percentage to 86. I'm sure he's going to bet this now. I mean, Cole has got no draws here or anything. He's literally got the two overs to 3 of the cards on the board, basically, or the 1 over to the board.
Yeah, it's quite a sizable bet from Ahmed as well.
Yeah, I think he needs to get away from this, but we shall see if he believes him. Yep, and that's
Quick
the fold. And Ahmed will pick up 100k there, so you know this is a lot of money swimming around out there when these blinds are at this level as well.
Yeah, we could be ending towards a break, Gary, because we were already back commentating when they came back from their break when the players went at 7 o'clock to the main event, and we're now at 8:25.
Okay, so maybe there is a break at the end of this level. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself.
100%, Gary.
One thing's for sure, for the viewers at home, failing an earthquake or a power cut, we shall be with you through until the end of this heads-up battle, which is to say anything intriguing. So Cole will be raising this up with his King Jack. That's my prediction. Oh, it's close.
100%.
Oh no, he's got a Jack. That's it. So 5 to 9, the flop, no help for Ahmed. We don't know what Cole's got. I said he had King Jack, I have no idea of course. That would be magic. And another 9 comes, so not really helping Ahmed in picture. Looks like Cole's going to fire here. I mean, if he's got a high card here, it's 30,000. So based on Cole's previous raises, that smells of a 9. And you're wondering why Mark's not answering me, because he's not here. He's just stepped out for a second for a comfort break. And you see the blind situation and the monetary situation in terms of chip values. So Ahmed has still got a commanding lead here. And our blind levels, as you can see, are at 15 and 30 with a 30,000 big blind ante. That means we have 75,000 in the middle at the beginning of every hand. And this is indeed hand number 232 for the day. Ahmed with 10-3 on the button. He decides just to fold it and give it up. And Cole was with 3-4 in the big blind.
Like you to give up a small blind.
First half everything.
Okay, hand number 233. Carl Marburg will be on the button. So the big blind and the big blind ante will be played by Ahmed to the left of the screen. And they're playing 226,800, and that's a lovely crystal trophy you can see just above the dealer there. No deals to be done here. This is all about playing for the crystal ware, as they say. Ahmed's got ace king here. Might get tricky and just check this back.
He has announced raise, Gary.
Up to 125.
He has, and I think we might see a fold here.
125 total. 125. 125.
Cole's got to put another 95 in, and
It's quite a lot for
with
9-6 off.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, and it goes into the muck.
Good fold.
Gary, some news from Monster Freeze outside. They're down to 3 players now.
Who's in?
Abdulesa is still in. John Abrosi is still in.
Aha.
I didn't recognize the other younger player, and they've made a 3-way deal. They've taken 51,000 Rand each and playing for the trophy and the balance, which
So
is
how
a
much?
small bit.
Oh, it's a small balance, huh?
Very small balance, and they've taken the 51,000 each and playing for the trophy.
So bus fare home, looking for crystal. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, here we
But
go.
Typically it's a South African trend.
Yes.
We don't get the heads up, so we're enjoying this heads up.
Yeah, well, they are paying for the trophy there, so
Yeah, but I don't know. Well, listen, you know, whatever suits them. And it's a smaller tournament, and you know, all 3 players I'm sure are well deserving.
yeah.
as
And
well.
look, Abdul's a very accomplished player. John Abrosi, well known to us, also a very good player.
For sure.
Meanwhile, Ahmed raised with the pocket 7s and took that hand down.
Yeah, and you know, looking at this here, I mean, we have a cooler hand that goes Ahmed's way. Obviously, he's going to knock Carl out. But we have a cooler hand that goes Carl's way. They're just going to reverse positions.
Reverse fortunes.
And you know, all they have to do is win 2 match points in a row, and that's the end of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Carl with the ace 7 here. Once again, any ace is a strong holding, so we'll expect to see some sort of raise. 75 in the pot, so maybe a 60 coming in here.
Up to 70.
He's raised up to 70.
Price of poker's gone up. King 2 is not defendable here, I don't think. He's got 30 soldiers in the middle and 30 in the ante. So in his mind, he'll already paid that much.
40,000 to call. To a pot of 130.
So he has got a price.
He decides not to. The thing is, Carl has lumped so many hands from the button that when he does raise, Ahmed is immediately looking at the fold button.
Okay, so we're going to just show you a shot from the outside camera, just for entertainment value. And there you go. There is no introduction required
Oh,
for
there's
that
Mr.
man.
Satriana. There's sitting down there. Max, well known to all of us.
I'm talking about the scary
Bozo and
hair,
the scary
Mr.
hair.
Dobby and Max behind
Next
him.
to Max.
And Bozo's like, what is going on with
Yeah.
this lunatic?
Henny Apple
Oh,
in the
dear.
background there. All the players in the main event.
Gotta love your work, eh? Love your work, Jonna. Oh, the Dobber. What a ledge. Let's cheer this all up. Not that we needed cheering up, we've been watching some class poker all day. So Ahmed under the gun here with the button. Cole already in for 30 under a 30 big blind ante.
Raised from the button there with the king 8.
Up to 70.
Carl with a dolly Parton going to defend.
Calls the 40, going to see a flop. Pot sits at 170. So Cole's got a gutter there.
He's got a double belly buster there, Gary.
Yeah.
4-8. And
The
Ahmed,
fives are also working.
Yeah.
from
the fives are working, but for the straight he's got the double belly. Ahmed's going to continue. He's ahead with his king 8.
60. 60,000.
Cole calls.
So any 8, any 5, any 4, any 9.
13 outs for Cole.
That's
Another
no
7
help.
won't help him. Gonna check again.
Checks again.
This might slow Ahmed down.
The ball
Seven's
pairing
one.
up.
Yeah,
There is a heart draw there, of course.
yeah, you're going to check.
And indeed it does slow him down. Free card on the river. And that is what they say, the gin card for Cole.
Yeah, it is now a 4 card straight out there as well. Going to check to Ahmed. Ahmed's going to decide to direct that straight. I'm going to check.
And Carl will turn over his hand, and 130,000 will go his way. And Ahmed will be thinking, I might have been able to get away with that one if I'd have put a bet in on the river. But of course, all the cards that he could rep are in Carl's wheelhouse.
Exactly that.
You know, so very difficult to get away with that.
That's the difficult thing when you're playing a player like Carl. You know, those kind of cards are the ones that he likes to play. So they're right in his wheelhouse, as you said.
Indeed.
Right, we move to the next hand. Cole will be on the button. Right, Cole with a suited 9-7 on the button. Kind of cards he likes to play. He's looking for raising chips here.
Antonio Esfandiari's favourite hand.
He raises.
He would prefer it in spades, but he'll take the 9-7 in hearts, I'm sure.
Yeah, one that Mark Joseph likes to play too, the 9-7.
Okay, Queen 5. There's been a raise up to 60, so 30 to call. Already put a big blind ante and a big blind in, so Ahmed's calling for sure, maybe even raising here.
Now there come the big raising chips.
And Cole had an option but to fold. He'll take his time, but oh no, he's having none of it. You're not pushing me around, Jonna.
Now Cole's got no shortage of courage when it comes to putting his chips in.
Goodness me, I mean, he's not scared to play. That's what
absolutely not. Many a lesser player snap folded there. Cole's putting chips in. So I'm continuing. I raised.
Cole's repping a big hand here. And that is a hand he can rep.
Problem for
if
Ahmed
Ahmed
now.
checks here and Cole fires, we shall see.
Yeah, Ahmed raised pre-flop, 3-betting, and then Cole called. So now his problem is, what does Cole have?
Does he continue to tell the story? If he checks, Cole's going to fire. So he has the bet.
Yeah, he's looking down at the chips.
Yeah, he's got to stick 200 in here minimum.
Come a little bit less than that.
140.
And if you look at Cole, he's got some back doors, but none of those doors are even ajar. So
he's going to give the ace to Ahmed.
Win the trophy, guys. I can't say it on camera, but shot. Well done, guys.
Sounds like the trophy's been won in the outside tables.
It does sound like that.
Okay, looks like Abdul maybe, I'm not sure.
Can't quite see.
They're doing the check and all that sort of stuff here, so...
The check is
it is Abdul. It is Abdul. Okay, we'll go back to the feature table. So it looks like Abdul has taken down the freeze.
Add to his trophy case, Scary.
And that's pretty full, eh? So that means Dave will get his jacket on and go shake some hands.
Well, we've got Ahmed on the button with a 7-3 off. He just calls. Cole checks
checking back with a 5-2. Scare cards for both players. He who bets first.
Absolutely, 7-eye ahead. Yeah, bit
Okay,
fold.
we'll just flip across back to the other camera again, just to take in the picture. And there you go. Dave has got his jacket out, and Abdul's getting a picture taken, and the boys are just taking some footage. And congratulations to Abdul Essa, who's looks like he's undercover tonight. What do you think? He is one of the Ewoks, by the way. So one of Kevin's Ewok clan. If you don't know what I'm talking about, see me later. Anyhow, we'll go back to the feature table. Thank you.
That's a call on the button with Jack 3 off. They go straight into the muck.
If you have this hand, I say only by accident.
By accident,
I didn't even say, did you make a mistake? They just took my chips. What if I made a mistake? They didn't even ask me.
must have been a mistake on the fucking
My tongue.
on the screen.
Right, it's 1.9 million plays 828,000.
Basically, 2-to-1 chip count.
2-to-1 chip count again. We've been there before. Ahmed on the button. Players enjoying a little joke between themselves. Being played in good-natured spirit here.
Okay, we're going to see a raise here, I'm pretty sure. Interestingly, that Ahmed has got one of the sixes. That's a 200 raise.
Yeah, there's a big raise from Carl.
That's I've got a big hand. Give me those chips and run away. And that's exactly what will happen. Okay, hand 241. Cole will be your button player and first to act under the gun. And there are 75,000 chipperoonies in the middle, dead money. And by my reckoning, we should be very near the end of the level. But don't take my word for it.
I like the mud.
Right, Cole with a suited 10-9 on the button. Very nice looking hand, heads up. It's just limping in. Ahmed with a 9-5 offsuit, dominated by
How
Cole.
often have both players had a 9
Yeah,
or a
it's
6 or a 7 or a queen or a
Common
king?
cards quite often, Gary.
Yeah.
So Cole's limped in, it's checked by Ahmed.
9-10-5.
Oh, there's the 5.
Yep.
So Ahmed goes ahead.
With his
All
pair
over.
of 5s. Check, check.
Cole has got the gut shot.
No club draw available to either player. Cole looking for the elusive jack or 10.
Go on, check. Check.
And
King
that's
is no
not going to
help.
help. The 5 is good. And I think whoever bets here is going to win this hand. There's 90k in the middle.
Ahmed is checked. Check, check.
The 5 is the nuts. And we're now on break. So we're going to take a quick comfort break. I think it's just 15 minutes, so we won't be far away. And we'll be back with you right now.
It's a 15 minutes break, but I don't know how to. It's called Dave.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Just take a 5
They said they're taking 5. 5 minutes. No, they
Yes, I can hear loud and clear.
Next
Loud
I'll
and clear.
wait me. Otherwise, you can play heads up yourself. I'll go sleep. I'm exhausted.
Right, and we're back from our quick break there. And Ahmed will be on the button.
From the time I start yet on the clock also, that's all.
So the break for comfort is over.
Ahmed with a king 4 on the button.
Raise.
He was raised.
You know, you have to admire the integrity of these players. I just stood next to Cole in the toilet and he never asked me one question or engaged me at all.
90.
That's absolutely marvelous, but it is who Cole is.
Yeah, and people know that we have a business
but,
together, you know.
But he's got absolute integrity.
He didn't ask me, didn't speak to me, he didn't engage me at all. Did what he had to do, washed his hands and left.
Pocket 5s here for Cole in the big blind.
And to be fair, Ahmed and I passed as well, and he just acknowledged me, he didn't ask me the question. So what do we think? Big raise coming in here?
Yeah, I think a big raise. Last time he had pocket 5s, his raise priced Ahmed back into the pot, so is he either going to flat this or put a big raise? He's decided to flat.
Okay, so he's going set mining here. Okay, so
No
he's
help
still
point
ahead.
there, but he's got the diamond draw, he doesn't know it. Action on Ahmed. Not a nice looking board if you've got pocket 5s though.
No. I mean, there's 3 overs.
And you've got a 5 high diamond. It's exactly what Cole was checking.
Yeah, for sure.
Now he's reaching for chips. Call.
I actually thought he was going to raise there. Wow. That would have been a sick
Turn
read.
brings a 9. There's a straight on board now.
Check.
Cole has checked again. Now Ahmed's got to decide if he shuts down here on the turn or continues his story.
Well, he wants to win the hand, he has to continue his story.
He's looking down at the chips. Sure sign that he's going to bet. What's the bet in?
105.
105,000. Pot is now 425,000. He gets called to fold.
And I put in the 5. I was thinking, don't you bet 110? Why are you doing the 5?
Right, a little bit of banter between the players there. But Ahmed, with continuing his story, got called to fold a better hand.
Yeah, I saw that. But that's what you got to do. The story's got to make sense. We tell people all the time.
Right, Cole will be on the button. He's down to 678,000 after that hand. And Ahmed over 2 million again. Cole not quite putting his cards in the box there. Call and check.
So sweat him with Ahmed.
No real help to Ahmed's hand there. He's going to check.
Check.
Cole's check back. 8 still no help to Ahmed.
Well, Ahmed's got no pair, no draw, no nothing.
Any bet by Cole and he's folding.
Yeah, 6 high is not a good hand to be defending with.
No, going to fold. Cole will rake in the pot. Plus 60,000 there.
64 big blinds to 25 big blinds. 2,750,000 change.
Huh? But that's, I thought it's some alcohol the whole day on an empty stomach. I'm asking for a headache.
Right, so we head to Ahmed at the button with the Jack 3. That is the first walk that he has given Carl.
It is indeed.
Shame, eh? One day he'll be there, doesn't it? Not yet, he'll be there one day.
Right, and Cole will be on the button when you go to the next hand. Right, Cole with the Jack 2 suited on the button. Going to limp in. Ahmed's got a big hand here, the ace queen in the big blind.
Yeah, massive. Especially short-handed. What's his sizing going to be here?
Looks like he's put around 90 on top there.
100.
Exactly 100.
So Cole says 70 to call here.
Two suited cards. He's got to decide whether he wants to see a flop in position.
And he's going to get rid of them.
Ahmed shows him the ace queen.
Yeah, a little splash and a turn.
And we switch around. Ahmed will be on the button. Yeah, we've been going quite a long time heads up now, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe we're in our third hour, I think. Not the one that needs help. Cole needs help on the sand. He's got 10 outs. And Ahmed will be betting here. No?
It's from check, check. 10 arrives.
And that is the check one for Ahmed with the king high.
Yeah. Gone check, check, and his king high is good.
Cole into the 20 big blind region.
And Ahmed triple that. 69 bigs.
Send me more messages than Lauren. Before, not now.
Cole will be in the button.
I wish he can, but he's not going to come. I doubt it. No, I don't see. He's not going to come now.
20, 40.
The blinds have just increased, Gary. We're up to 20, 40.
20, 40, brother.
Cole on the button. Looks like he's counting out raising chips here. He has indeed raised up with the king 3 suited.
Race 18 total.
Yeah, Cole knows that he's got to make a couple of moves now.
And Ahmed calls, so we go to the flop.
And Cole's ahead here.
Cole is ahead and picked up the gut shot straight.
2 diamonds as well on board.
Yeah. Ahmed has now also picked up a gut shot draw. Cole has the bigger draws with the diamonds, and his king high is ahead. Ahmed's looking down to bet.
Yeah, with the straight draw and the gut shots. Sorry, the straight draw gut shots and the diamonds here. I think Cole's got a call.
Yeah, I don't think Cole's holding this.
80,000. All in.
All in.
Carl has gone all in.
And he is ahead at this moment in time as well, so...
And with monster redraws, and Ahmed will fold quickly.
Yeah, nice move there by Cole. I don't know if he sensed something or he's just happy with the draw that he had. And yeah, whatever the reason, he picked the right moment to shove it in there.
Yeah, and he gets a plus 560,000 there.
That's a big pot, no doubt in that.
Very big pot there.
And things have closed up a little bit.
Yeah, he's closed the gap quite significantly in one hand.
Still, of course,
Ahmed's still out in front.
there's a 300,000 difference, and you know.
Right, we go to the next hand. Ahmed's on the button. A good to and fro battle here, Gary.
Yeah, like I say, we could be here all night. The blinds will kill somebody in the end. But a long way to go.
Okay, and Ahmed's just limped in with Queen 4. Carl has checked with 9-6. Queen 4 still well in front. Go on, check. Carl checks the 9. Saying if I check to Ahmed twice, he'll probably bet. He's checked back. Oh, and he finds the queen on the river. One of 3 outs that he had after the turn.
I mean, if he bets here, maybe he'll get paid. Depends what he bets. 480 in the pot.
He's bet 80,000 into that pot, and then Carl's gonna call.
Yeah, of course, he's gave him the price.
Carl says, I allowed you to get there.
Yeah.
Right, and
A change in the
yeah, there's
order
big swings now with the blinds and the antes. So Cole will be on the button.
Good line, Ahmed.
Right, Cole on the button, first to speak. 6-3 offsuit,
in the mug.
straight into the mug. Ahmed looked down at 5-2.
No, not a 10, like a 5. No, I did that in the hand where you had Jack 8 early on. Whatever came a 9, they made it running. Maybe you saw that. I had two players.
So a landmark, hand up 250.
Yeah, another landmark area.
It's a lot of hands.
We have had a lot of hands that have gone out to the viewers.
Local time here, just after 9 o'clock in the evening. For our international viewers.
We're still set for another hour and 45 minutes of play tonight.
We could be back here tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah, it's, not in different times where we would play to a finish.
There's the ace 2 and the jack 9 again. These are familiar sets.
Yeah, we've seen this hand before. There goes a big...
So 30 big blinds is the difference.
You know, that was a tell, because I just opened any card. I had aces. No, you see, you don't believe me now, Charlie. I just opened any card, I forgot, I just acted like...
A nice banter between the players there. You could pick up on the mic. Call on the button. Jack 4.
What's a Jack 4? Changing a tyre.
Jack a car with that.
Quickly to the muck though. So we're back to a familiar sight with the splitting chips. It's gone to and fro from that, then a little bit up, then a little bit down.
We're waiting for Cole to do another Houdini act.
You can't say anything to that shot.
Ahmed on the button. 8-5. Just going to limp in. Cole checks back to him. 9-4 suited. Cole finds the line.
Bottom pair. So Ahmed's looking for a 10 here.
He's looking for a 10 and the 10 only. Otherwise, betting his way out of the hand. Check, check. The ace doesn't change anything. It's gone check again. Possible that Ahmed after 2 checks by Cole will bet here.
Yeah, he's going to bet. Pretty sure of that.
Puts in the bet. Bet fold. Right, we'll move to the next hand with Cole on the button.
So Cole down to 638 here. So needing to pick up a hand or make a move and turn it around a little bit, stop this rot. King 2 might not be the recipe he's looking for.
Yeah, it's going to fold that quickly.
That gets dealt into the muck.
Plus 20 to Ahmed.
So 100k of dead money every hand now.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in the pot pre-flop now, Gary.
And that's exactly what the buying was. Now that's the blinds and antes.
Yeah, so the moment there's a small raise and a call, you're already sitting with a considerable amount in the pot.
Oh yeah. Every pot here is now going to be over the 200 mark. King 10 for Ahmed, strong hand, 200.
All into call.
A fold.
Yeah, he's just applying the pressure now.
Cole will know that. He'll be looking to spin this up quick.
Cole on the button down to 538,000, looking for a spot to make a move. He's found ace-7.
Yeah, and that'll be the spot.
He's going to decide, am I playing a pot for this?
He's all in. He's all in.
That's the right play.
Big
fold by Ahmed.
I thought it was, we played till 10:45, right? The casino closed at 10:45. Now, thinking about the man, there's no point jumping in up. Even like if we done the next hand, I'm not going to jump in anymore. He might, but I'm not going to jump in. It's 9:15. I would jump in. I would jump in. I would have jumped in with 2 hours before. Then he said to myself, if we done by 8:30, that was
Yeah, the two players having a discussion there, but for the cut-off time at 11:15, that if this match ends anytime soon, that Ahmed's saying he won't jump into the main event today, he'll jump in tomorrow.
Sounds sensible. Go home and get a rest, prepare.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let the dust settle.
9-4, he'll give Cole a walk there.
And he says, I'll take it.
Yeah, Cole will accept any donations gratefully at this point.
So Cole will be our button player and under the gun. This is hand number 257 for the day.
Right, so call on the button. First to speak. With a quick glance, folds. Of course, I think with the size of the blinds in that now, there have been a few more walks. Players not wanting to get involved with very mediocre holdings.
No, I think you're right. So just a reminder for the folks at home while the dealer's just shuffling up there, both players guaranteed 170,100 and 226,800 for the winner.
And that lovely piece of crystal in the middle.
No deals to be done. That's all in. What has Cole got? Cole's got nothing.
Yeah,
And he's not going to gamble.
No, he hasn't played this long to gamble it with 5-4.
No, quite.
Call on the button, down with his 538,000. He's hovering around the $500,000 at the moment.
Looking to make a move very soon.
He's found King 4 suited.
There he goes.
All in.
Suited King, there'll be a call here.
Yeah, he has the tough spot for Ahmed. He's got the computer hand, which is your cut-off hand. It's asking for a count. Yeah, I think he's going to work out, is this the spot where I call? He's got that exact cut-off hand.
I don't know how much the dealer said that Cole had, but does it look like 290? Is that 290?
It's 250 to call.
250 to call. So all in 290.
Yeah, it's going to make the call.
Okay, so flop cam it is. This could be the moment that Cole doubles up, or it could be the moment that Ahmed takes it down. Good luck to both players. The 2 hearts there gives a lot of outs to Ahmed.
A lot of outs to Ahmed. Now he's actually moved statistically ahead.
Ahmed has got 18 outs.
Picked up a gut shot as well.
And believe it or not,
Cole,
he dodges 18 outs.
18 outs there.
I'm telling you no, Harry Houdini has got nothing on this fella.
It actually just got worse and worse for Carl as that hand went along. Flop was terrible for him, the turn was even worse, and he managed to dodge them all.
Well, what a hand. And unlucky to Ahmed.
Yeah, he
was in quandary there, he was 50-50.
You know, being the computer and the cut-off hand, and it was suited. And that suited almost came into play.
Sure. This is all beyond me. I mean, you know, whatever happens, this will be remembered for the escape act of Cole many times throughout the 3 days.
Yeah, I think you've renamed Cole now. We're going to walk around calling him Houdini from now on.
Yeah, my word. Anyhow, back to the action. Ahmed's got 9-7 here.
On the button.
I don't know that Cole's chip count was right there.
Raise and a quick fold.
Proper for the TV.
Let's just see what his chip count is.
I mean, anything
540, is that right? Yeah.
Well, felt like it.
Like the
Like the hand with me and
500,
Harold.
whichever we do.
Like the hand with me and Harold.
Sorry, I just thought he doubled up there. What did he get it all in with there?
Got it all in, and the call was only 250, so it was in total 290, which put him in, but he's just paid the big blind and the ante as well.
Yeah. He's got 2 stacks of blacks there, which is 400,000. Cole Lux is 9-7.
Yeah, he's just limped in with it. Suited Queen 5 for Ahmed. Gonna raise.
That's going to be that way now. All in or nothing.
Yeah, Carl's asking, is this the way we're going to play this now? Is it all in or fold?
Not every hand. Some hands.
So, you know, Carl will adjust to that. He will actually limp a big hand now in the hope that he's going to get put all in.
100%. He's going to try and trap that if he can find a big hand. Problem is his chip stack is dwindling there.
You know what that means?
Armand on the button with the king 7.
Are you mad? I wouldn't break even if I was thinking deal money.
Gone all in. And snap fold from Carl.
Only if you made it 8, I was wrong.
So Carl down to 10 bigs.
Trying to move.
He has to make a move or find a hand here. He's on the button. He's also counting out his chips. He's working out exactly what we're saying. So that's on to call on the button. And he folds quickly. Let's see what he had there.
I'm not asking again. Because I think my next ring. You sure? Not even a cup of tea or anything?
Alright, so Cole with 10 bigs and has to put 2 of them in now. One for his blind and one for the ante.
Yep. It's getting tougher. Price of poker's gone up.
Ahmed on the buttons, going to continue to apply the pressure that he has.
Yeah, nothing wrong. He's played the big stack very, very well. Mjpt could be commended for some excellent poker.
6-3 suited. He's going to limp in this time. Cole's checking back with 6-4
Dominating the 6-3 with the 6-4.
Yeah, 2 different suits, so whoever finds the better, and Cole has found the better of that flop.
He's going to shove here. No?
He's checked. I think he's looking for a check raise. Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, there we go. There's the money gone in.
And Ahmed lets go quickly. That's exactly
Cole
what
goes
Cole
all
did.
in.
That's a big flop for him.
Yeah, he was miles ahead as well.
Yeah, he had the double belly buster and the flush draw.
It was
He didn't know that he was
down.
actually ahead
Then there was an all in.
marginally. Pre-flop, but the flop was big for him.
12 blinds, play 55 big blinds, 490 v 2.2 million. So Carl has get the old Harry Houdini head on here and spin this up PDQ, you know? Otherwise could have a problem.
On the button. It's gone all in.
Carl's all in.
On his hand, ace-3 suited.
This is a call. This is a call.
440.
The only thing he's worried about is that Carl has a bigger ace than him, which is exactly what Carl has. Are you going to call?
That's a call all day. Suited ace-3.
Yeah. Sees and shakes his head because that was what he was worried about. So we got the flop
This is
now.
pretty standard.
Good luck to both.
Wow, what a flop for Ahmed.
Big flop for Ahmed, picking up the flush draw. So any 3 in his spade.
That's it.
Finds a spade,
It's
it's
over.
a lock. And we have a new Grand
Well
Slam champion.
done. So well done, Ahmed. And well done, Carl Myberg.
Well played.
Absolutely fantastic. What a great heads-up battle that was.
Yeah, it was a fantastic heads-up
And
battle.
you know, for the folks at home, Carl takes away 170,100 rands, and Ahmed will take home 226,800 rands, and the trophy for his trouble. Great battle by Carl Myberg, and a fantastic display of heads-up poker by Ahmed, it's got to be said.
Absolutely, Gary. Ahmed, once he put his nose in front, he applied the pressure all the way, made it difficult. Cole pulled a couple of Houdinis there, as he has the whole day. very exciting viewing to watch and a great heads-up match.
Yeah, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And we're going to obviously wait a little while for the presentation. We'll be with you, we'll stay with you until such times.
Right, so the dealer's just busy arranging all the chips there, setting up for the presentation. I'll put all the chips nicely in front of the check, the trophy, get the winning hand there. Set it all up for the pleasantries.
And I think both players deserve a huge congratulations.
Absolutely, Gary. There was always going to be a deserved winner, whichever one came out on top. And Ahmed is well known to us. We all have great respect for him. And very well played 3 days. Right, and Caitlin getting ready there to join for the presentation. She's looking for the winning hand, the ace-3 of spades, to put in front for the photographs and for the presentation. There's the name going to be filled in. Right, and there's Caitlin getting ready, the presentation.
Okay. We're just, for the folks at home, excuse the cameras that you can see there. We'd like to thank Caitlin for her dancing.
I don't think she's aware that she's going out to all the viewers.
That's all right. Here comes David.
David with the jacket on, ready to do the presentation.
I lent him that jacket, you know that. It's too big for me. I thought it might fit him. Just kidding, Davey. Just kidding.
And the microphone being handed to David.
And we're going to turn up the table mic in a second, so we can hear what's being said out on the table.
There's our champion.
Should we not do this? Are we not supposed to do that?
There you
That's
go.
not what we did.
A little bit of humour. Well done to Ahmed.
Are you done? Would you expect anything less?
I got the shaky.
Oh, she got the shakies on. Right. Right. Take the whole jeep.
Stop moving.
Sorry.
So that's the photographs being done. This is the end of the broadcast.
Get away.
Just for the benefit of the viewers, they'll finish off with the photographs now, and then we'll fade away for half an hour because we have to let the stream run out because we're on a 30-minute delay. And then we will hopefully be back with some coverage of the main event before the end of the evening. If we're not, we will see you tomorrow. That depends on when the next break is in the main event. Anyway, congratulations again to Ahmed Karim in picture here. And I do believe that Caitlin's going to do an interview. And once that interview is over, we will fade away. And it's good night from Mark and I for the time being. We may see you later.
Yeah, Gary, very well played, and congratulations to Ahmed again. And big kudos to Carl as well for a very well played game.
Absolutely. All right, so Mark and I are going to disappear. When the interviews are over, we'll fade away, and then we'll come back for the main event later.
Again? Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting fucking, I'm not so drunk anymore. I need to answer this question.
Just like holding hands.
My answer's prepared.
Hello? Cool.
No, we can hear you.
So we have our second winner for the MJPT Carnival City Reboot Series, and it is none other than Mr. Ahmed Karam. Not your first time winning a Grand Slam trophy, but it is your first time playing live poker in a long time. Tell us what it's like being back at the tables.
Yeah, it's been nice to see some people. Haven't obviously been able to play for the last couple of months. Been a bit different, but yeah, all around it's been quite nice, been fun, good experience. Can't complain on the tournament.
You can't complain. Well, congratulations on your win, a very healthy check to start the series, and I'm sure we'll see you in the main events and some other events later.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, and congratulations on your win. As for you guys at home, the stream will continue with the main event, so stay tuned to that on Facebook, YouTube, and of course on Twitch TV.
Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle of humankind. Aquavita mineral water. Get more out of life. Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle of humankind. Aquavita mineral water. Get more out of life. Aquavita, the official water of the EFC. Sourced from 100 meters underground in the cradle of humankind.